I turn off the fail? Wait, apa benda? Apa benda tu? I missed both? What? Huh?
Hey. Oh, sorry.
I'm a dirty.
Alright, let's play some Beat Saber. Let's go.
We're playing, I got the power.
Itu easy lah.
I got the power. I got unlimited power.
Game.
I got the power. I got unlimited power. Running the game. We gonna play the same. I was just doing the same. Red, the blue from red, the nigga from red from overhead. We're playing.
Habis? Missing weapon ni. Okay, I'm missing out. Okay.
I'm coming closer. Victory is mine. I'm making history this time. I'm living this moment. Living the I'm a dirty. Okay. I'm a dirty.
I'm colorblind actually.
That was hard, but nothing too hard.
It's way too hard, man. Too confusing.
That was challenging. Yeah. Good game, good game.
It was good. I beat Lionel.
Weh, sana. Asal aku tak lulus, man. Serius ah. Tapi serius, susah. Tak boleh. Sebab dia bagi aku hard. Aku tak boleh nak main.
I'm a dirty. Okay. I'm a dirty. I'm a dirty. Accelerator. I'm a dirty. Look, mom, that's a dirty. Nah, you ain't never heard me swerve. Swing by the swing.
Je suis intéressée par les affaires. J'ai choisi le programme de UTM pour poursuivre mes études.
我係一名 full-time diploma engineering 嘅學生，喺 Space 馬來西亞工藝大學。
Selepas SPM, saya sambung belajar program asasi di Space University Teknologi Malaysia. Cuma 1 tahun. Lepas tu boleh sambung degree di UTM.
நான் ஸ்பேஸ் யூனிவர்சிட்டி டெக்னாலஜி மலேசியா என்ற பேச்சுலர் ஆஃப் ஜெனரல் சர்டிஃபிகேட்ஸ் பட்டப்படிப்பை மேற்கொள்ளும் மாணவி நான் விரும்பும் துறையை நானே தேர்வு செய்யலாம்.
Di hari biasa, saya bekerja di sebuah syarikat. Tapi, di hari minggu, saya merupakan pelajar program separuh masa di Space University Teknologi Malaysia.
مع الصف الكلي 270 أنا أستطيع أن أواصل دراستي في برنامج UTM IDP وجابان IDP.
This is what we do in IRL Asia.
You on the planet?
You know, sometimes you look at a student and say, huh, I could do that, but sometimes there are just students that say, oh my God, and you have to go nuts. Hey guys, I'm 𝐷.R.Fierce, and right now we're going to take a look at the top 5 steals in the Summoners Odyssey. Let's go. Here we see 𝐷𝐢𝐿 trying to steal the Cloud Dragon from 𝐻𝐻's 4-man stack. Look at how he just charges in, smites it right in front of 𝐻𝐻's face.
From 𝐻𝐻, the ult in just to try to get...
Now this is what I like to call a balls to the wall play. Look at how 𝐻𝐻 charges in with Olaf to steal the dragon with ease. Walking in with the Gaga something's gonna be so taken. Now Unstoppable coming for Olaf a little bit too early, so you'll be taken out. But in the meanwhile, he will steal the Ocean Dragon. It doesn't stop the damage on him, and Braum won't be very low. They will kill him away in the Ezreal. Noah's Aron is back yet again with another iconic Olaf steal. This time, he charges in to steal the Rift Health away from Ardent Esports. Someone to go in His health is so low. Of course, no jungler yet. But now, it's here and he's stalling us just a little too early. The smite and unstoppable forces come. They get the kill on the Graves. The taunt all alone, 𝐿𝐼 in the back. Here we have 𝐿𝐼 landing a perfectly timed smite to steal the Mountain Dragon away from level up. But now they will get the charm onto the Galio, but they'll steal away the mountain as they were stolen away. Now the fight will break up. Of course, they don't have autonomous, but Diana ulti will land. Featherstone will come out. No members are dead from either side yet. But finally, Seraphine does go down. The Vi flies in, but will be taken away by Xayah. And finally, the #1 steal in Summoner's Odyssey goes to 𝐒𝐲𝐿 𝐿 with a rather unexpected Baron steal using Kai'Sa's Void Seeker. Unfortunately, it did little to change the outcome of the match. It was an impressive effort nonetheless.
Try to equalize this in some sort of fashion, and it will be at this pit and at this fight. But the quick route, oh, so much damage landing on the Lee Sin, and right now it has to be Su.
Hey, but they steal the Baron, Mr. Doctor, and now they get a kill onto Lux. Galio so low, Kai'Sa gets the kill. But look at the base, look at the base. Who's defending the base? The Nexus, it's taken away. Ardent Esports, they will sneak the win. That's all we have today, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for watching. If you want to see more content like this, hit us up on our Facebook page, IRL Asia. Comment down below what was your favorite steal. And as always, thank you so much for watching. I'll see you guys on the flip side. We're back with Warrior Summoners Odyssey. My name is 𝐿𝐼. And this wonderful handsome man next to me, you didn't know his name, it's right over there, Victor Cax. Ah! You okay, man? Who are you? Oh, it says right here, 𝐿𝐼. Who am I? You're Victor Cax. Where is this? Is it our virtual set in the moon? Huh. How did I get here? I mean, you don't ask me, man.
I mean, last thing I remember, I was at the pub. They kicked me out because it was 3 a.m. It was like late. I think I followed this guy down an alleyway. And the next thing I know, I was knocked out. And I'm here.
You're here?
Yeah, next to an alien.
Exactly.
How do you do?
I do good.
Huh.
But we're here for Warrior Summoners Odyssey. It is organized by IRL Asia. We also partnered with Homie, SKOB Solution Fan Education. We are also sponsored by Inch Theory, 𝐶𝐻𝑑𝑠 Malaysia, and the famous UTM Space.
Famous?
Yeah, famous UTM Space.
Wow. I mean, I'm hearing all of this for the first time in my life, but it certainly sounds really good.
That's the whole point, you know, sounding good to everyone. So, you seem a little, what's the phrase they call it? Like you seem like someone that's just been recently abducted.
Recently abducted. I mean, that would pretty much apply to my case. I have no memory of how I ended up here. It's like, this is, I love the getup though. It's nice, it's trippy.
Yeah, it looks nice to see. The backgrounds, we have the waves going on.
Yeah.
So it looks nice to see.
I dig it. I can see the appeal of a set like this.
Yeah, I love it, man.
It must have cost you guys like a pretty penny, hasn't it?
Yeah, you know, it's the wonders of owning part of the moon. You get to use a lot of the natural resources, you know.
Yeah,
so it wasn't that. It was pretty cheap, you know.
Oh yeah, that's pretty sound real estate investment, I have to say.
You know, I think people should really invest more on the moon. No, forget cryptocurrency. Just invest property on the moon.
Just go straight to the moon, right? Like skip all the other stuff and like just
straight to the moon.
Straight up there.
What did they say? They say in cryptocurrency they say to the moon, right? Up to the moon. Why don't you just go straight to the moon? Why don't you just go towards the moon, be on the moon?
Yeah, let's just get on the moon.
Yeah.
Because if we're already on the moon, we don't need to go to the moon.
Exactly. This is the thinking I like. You know, just skip the steps. From step 1, go to step 8. Who needs step 2 to 7?
Yeah, like who needs that?
Exactly.
It's just gonna complicate life.
Oh, I mean, of course, we just I just came back from a long hiatus from Summers Odyssey. I think it's been like 1, 2, 3, 4. I think 5 days since I casted Samwa Rift.
5 days. How long has this been going on?
I don't know, man. You've been adopted for pretty long. You were gone for like a month. You were like,
what?
Yeah, you were like fly across the moon and stuff. You know. I thought you knew. I thought you were going for a joyride. Yeah, you were gone for a month, dude.
I left my light on.
Oh no! Do you leave
In
your
my
gas
house.
on?
Yeah,
Oh, no.
obviously.
It's over.
Dude.
If it hasn't blown up by now, you should have run out of gas. But your electric bill is gonna
My
be
bill, yeah, my bill.
It's gonna be,
oh my god.
it's gonna be crazy. But let's take a look at the brackets to see all the teams running. Oh wait, you know?
I could barely even afford my car. How am I supposed? How this is? I'm never gonna financially recover from this, guys.
You know, hopefully your car is still safe and sound in your house. And
yeah, it's been a month, isn't it?
yeah, I mean, no, maybe someone recognized your house was lights were on. They broke in.
Good lord, the parking tickets,
Yeah.
the
Yeah,
water bills,
Yeah, but
my
let's take a look-
dog.
Let's take a look at the brackets coming
Oh,
in. Here.
Muffy. He hasn't eaten for a month.
So 32 teams here today for Summers Odyssey. We're gonna have Phyllis Newbie from Indonesia going up against Golden Spears from Philippines. Hamster against Royal Plague X from Malaysia. Molo from the Philippines going up against Team FTL. Going up against Black Serpent. We have Dragon Bush here going up against Wild Dogs, Ace Jack, and Monster Academy. Kana Georgia from Philippines going up against Chasing Dreams. Previous 4-time champions now it's Ace King going against Genki. Oh, we just have Ken and friends, you know, so no enemies, Ken and friends going up against Ace Club. Finesse Sigma going up against Mad Genius. ANT Arak Ng Puso going up against Ace Jokers. We have Velas Silangan Pseudonymous going up against Finesse Exile. We also have DKC Esports going against Velas Silangan Sugurimus. A little bit of refresh on the things. We also have Lonic coming in here going up against Next Gen Pro. Ace Esports going up against Dragon Bush Wiz. So this is another version of Dragon Bush. We also have Lakan going up against Season 3 or S3 Wiz. So a lot of strong teams here. So a full 32-man slot here.
So so if I'm reading this correctly, they are 32 teams that play Wild Rift.
Yes.
And the vast majority of them are all from the Philippines.
Yep.
And they are fighting for money.
Fighting for money, yeah. 172 ringgit to be exact.
172 ringgits.
Yep.
And they do this every day.
Yep. Every day.
How have I never heard of this before?
You know, you've been, I told you, you've been maybe a little abducted here by the aliens, so you'll be a little bit confused. Maybe that's why.
Huh. Well, I mean, it certainly sounds really exciting. I mean, I guess I'm along for the ride now since I'm here. But man, I mean, that's a lot of matches. That's a lot of matches. Like you're gonna go from like 32 guys down to like 16, and from half of 16 is like 8.
Yep.
And half of 8 is 4. Then half of 4 will be 2. And if you have 2, you'll have 1.
And that will
if you have the 1, what do you have?
You have the champion.
Oh.
Only one standing, but of course, you know, top 4 will get some prizes. We have for the champion, like I said, 1. Then second place we have another prize, and third and fourth, since they're both almost the same, they have the same amount of prizes coming in. So first, second, and the other run-ups. So 4. Yeah, that's 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh.
So
wow. Okay. I mean, the only thing I'm just wondering is like, why am I here? Like, why me? Why did they abduct me and put me in this situation?
Why did they abduct you? I think they like your hair.
Really?
Yeah, I like your hair too.
Oh, really? Nice. Thank you. I mean, I barely take care of it. Honestly, it's like, it's pretty much like slap it on and let's go, right?
I mean, I think it's the benefit of having this kind of hair. You just have to tie it up and then you just slap it on.
Yeah, pretty much. It's low maintenance. Like my credo is kind of like if you don't have to think about it, it's for the best. So I just like tie it up there. You leave it up how high or low. It really depends on my mood. And once it's up there, it's just gonna stay there for the rest of the day.
That's the simplicity in life that we need sometimes.
Yeah.
You don't need to worry too much, Like for me, my hair is I just wake up, I wash it, I just dry it, and it's done. That's my hairstyle. So it just goes back. I have this natural hair where it goes into coconut after a little while, so I had to push it to the side, so it doesn't look too much like a coconut. But I think it's fine.
Yeah, but I don't know. I mean, I tried this thing. You should try this sometime. It's called not washing. your
Not
hair.
washing? No.
Yeah.
I should try it once in a while.
Yeah. It's just every now and then. It's
So
no harm.
just
in it.
add a little drizzle in the not washing.
Yeah, just a little drizzle of like not wash.
I'll try that. Well, is that wash can do with just water and no soap?
No, not wash involves having no water.
No soap.
And no, not no soap. You just have an absence of soap. Yeah.
We're going to get the bands here coming for the first game. Let's just see what is because we have Hamster Esports going up against Royal Plague EXO, the Malaysian team going up against Hamster Esports, and they have Gangster in the name, so Gangster Hamster.
Is that a plague doctor with 2 guns? He's a doctor that's about to kill someone.
Maybe it's they have 2 gun where he heals.
A gun that heals?
Yeah, the medic had that.
That is such an oxymoron.
Right? It made no sense. You shoot someone to heal them. But Orlan's so banned out for Hamster, first ban. Royal Plague does ban out the Kaisa. Let's just see what is the third ban. You will be the Akali coming in. So no Kaisa, no Akali. So Royal Plague doesn't want to fight against namely number 1 best ADC and probably one of the stronger top laners here. So final ban coming in for Hamster. It will be the 𝐿𝐲. So no 𝐿𝐲, no Aurelion. So 2 strong mid laners out of the pool. But I think they leave a lot of openings for like 𝐒𝐿𝐲. They leave a lot of openings for people like Gragas as well. So I think it's fine because if Hamster pick one, Royal can pick the other. So 50-50, I guess.
As someone who has literally no memory of last Tuesday, I'm just gonna have to take your word for it.
You have to. But Rashi comes in here and gets the Gragas straight away, so he knows, okay, let's get the Gragas out. And Royal Plague, of course, they have so many options. They have the 𝐒𝐿𝐲, they have the Diana, they also have probably Braum if they want to. But, Wujin. You pick up the Malphite actually, so 𝐒𝐿𝐲 is still left open for the start Hamster. So, let's just see if they do pick it. They see, okay, you leave us open the 𝐒𝐿𝐲, I'm not gonna pick it, I'm gonna hover Braum, okay?
So the big mustache guy is going to go up with the big beardy guy. I assume they synergize very well.
They're not bad actually. It's a pretty decent synergy. It's the mustache and the beard. So if they both combine, they could be a full set of facial hair.
That does sound very tempting. Indeed.
Ooh, Singe and Yasuo locked in for the side of Royal Plague. So going for the Wombo combo plus Singe, a little bit of a backline nuisance coming in for the side of Royal Plague. Let's see what Hamsters pick up. I don't think it's gonna be the Darius unless you see a Gragas mid. 𝐒𝐿𝐲 jungle, Darius top, but they'll leave a lot of openings here. So let's just see what they do. Pick steak as well. I'm thinking of steak actually. I'm getting hungry thinking of a steak.
Yeah, my grandma makes a really nice steak.
So I know you've been gone for a while, right?
Uh-huh.
But recently we have a lot of teams picking banned characters here. So actually we see Hamster, they do pick a banned character Akali. So
so that character that's the same as that character that Steak just picked up, isn't it?
Yeah. So it's
why did Steak do that? That's not allowed.
It's a mistake. Hey, mistake.
I just met you, but I think I like you now.
So I have to speak with our tournament officials here, since Akali is banned and he was picked.
Yeah, this does seem to be a real conundrum, as the boys would say. I don't know how you guys do it here in Alien World, but back in my place, anytime there's a mistake like this, usually we'll have to kind of like debate it out. You kind of have to have like a discussion. It usually involves 2 people or more, preferably with a third person, like to kind of act as a mediator of sorts. I assume you guys use that kind of system here, right?
No, I mean our system here is we have a separate group of aliens. They do the deliberation between themselves.
Okay.
Then we just get the answers from them.
Oh, okay. That actually sounds a little less complicated than what I was going for.
What's that word called? Departmentalization, you know? We departmentalize the work. If there's a problem, we just say, okay, you guys figure it out. I'm too lazy to think about it.
Yeah, accuracy.
That's what I like to hear. But with that ban pick, of course, even if we don't disqualify them or anything, we have to wait 5 minutes for the game to be available to surrender. So we just wait while we're waiting for a tournament officials. Okay, so the official decision is here. We're gonna remake, but still 5 minutes till they can restart the game. So we're probably gonna go later into the short break, I guess. But before that, you know, these teams been happening quite recently. So I just want to urge everyone to make sure you restart your phones. So this problem doesn't happen, because sometimes you disconnect from the lobby. It happens to the best of us, but just to prevent it, you know, be safe than sorry.
Yeah, I mean, you better stay safe, you know, otherwise you end up like me, abducted in the middle of the night, having no memory of what happened, and having no idea how I ended up here, and now I'm stuck with you for the rest of the night, and perceivably even longer than that.
Maybe forever.
Oh God.
But you don't age here, so it's a good thing, I guess.
Well, it's a silver lining. I can take that.
Yeah, but okay, we're gonna go to a short break, 3 minutes, so stick around, we'll be right back right after this break. See you.
It's all about humanity.
This is what we do in IRL Asia.
Put you on the planet.
You should know you can go.
Je suis intéressée par les affaires. J'ai choisi le programme de UTM pour poursuivre mes études.
我係一名 full-time diploma engineering 嘅學生，喺 Space 馬來西亞工藝大學。
Selepas SPM, saya sambung belajar program asasi di Space University Teknologi Malaysia. Cuma 1 tahun. Lepas tu boleh sambung degree di UTM.
நான் ஸ்பேஸ் யூனிவர்சிட்டி டெக்னாலஜி மலேசியா என்ற பேச்சுலர் ஆஃப் ஜெனரல் ஸ்டடி பிஜிஎஸ் பட்டப்படிப்பை மேற்கொள்ளும் மாணவி நான் விரும்பும் துறையை நானே தேர்வு செய்யலாம்.
Di hari biasa, saya bekerja di sebuah syarikat. Tapi, di hari minggu, saya merupakan pelajar program separuh masa di Space University Teknologi Malaysia.
مع الصف الكلي 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐨𝐧𝐞𝐫𝐬 أنا أستطيع أن أواصل دراستي في برنامج UTM IDP وجابان IDP.
What? Wait, what?
We're back once again with Warriors of Odyssey. Thanks for being very patient with us during the break. Are you okay, Victor?
Wait, there was a break?
Yeah, every time when we turn and we go to the break, our bodies and minds shut down for a few seconds.
Well, yeah, that's what you said, like, literally just now. So
Yeah.
you're telling me we went for a break? Like, how long were we on a break just now?
Well, 3 minutes. You know, our bodies automatically adjust to the time, so we just skip it. So we just go to the best moments of every day. So sleep feels like literally a second ago every day.
So that means, wait, does that mean that when this show ends, I'm gonna cease to exist?
No, you won't cease to exist. It's just your mind will never process the moments where the show is not available. You'll still live it, but you won't remember or process it.
Well, I certainly hope so. I certainly hope that's the case for our sake. But how long do we have left?
Like I say, we live forever, but for the show we have multiple breaks, so you just see a lot of jumps, but you won't feel it. You just know there's I'll tell you when there's a jump.
Okay.
Fair. Sounds fair to you?
It sounds pretty fair. I'm new to this whole deal. You gotta remember, so any kind of thing you could kind of do to help me through this is gonna be much appreciated.
No problem, my amigo. No, aliens actually adopted a lot of Spanish from the Mexicans.
You guys, I assume, like, go back a long time ago?
Nah, they're pretty recent, you know. We met we met Martians on the way. Those were the Moontians. So the Martians were a little bit rude, you know.
Wait, the moon people are called Moontians?
Yeah, Moontians.
Whoa.
Sounds like merchants, but Moontians.
Are they actually merchants?
Nope.
That's
Just a bad coincidence, I guess.
Huh. Well, that's a shame though. It would have been a really sick coincidence if that were the case.
I agree, you know. But we do have a word in the moon for merchants. It's a bias.
Why is it a bias?
I don't know. It's just called bias in Moontian.
Do they use a kind of currency there?
No.
And how do they know the value of things?
Well, it's more of an equivalent exchange. You know, in your time, you guys used to trade like bread for goats or goats for cheese or stuff like that. We trade intellectual prowess for other things. Like not only that, we also sometimes trade our processing power away, because our mind can be segmented into brackets. That's what we do.
So does that mean the more things that I own cause me to get dumber?
Not really, you know. You just think slower. You're not dumber. You still have the same processing power, but not the same speed. So like, you could
get a little slower.
Yeah.
That I can accept.
Yeah.
So
Like,
if I were to conceivably trade my knowledge for a Ferrari, how much slower is my thinking going to get?
I'll say a rough 2%, but we're gonna go back into to see what is the bands. Oh no, the bands are already picked. We're gonna go straight into the game.
Oh yeah.
No time to waste here. So Akali has been swapped out for Ezreal, so we're gonna have a lot of fights here. The Braum passive does land in the mid, but gonna be extra careful. It has to back off. So nothing too much. The support here, I like his name. Fits for a man that plays Braum.
So they're heading that big move your team with a kind of buff. And that kind of buff is going to be very useful when you're going around to gank. I wonder how all these words are coming to my head, but they just seem to be coming to me.
Yeah, telepathically it comes in. But at the same time, you know, all these players, they are fighting like they reset for a spot in the grand finals or big prize 100s and doing it daily. This happens every day. And for the first time in a long time, we see Varus and Malphite in the bottom lane. So something a little bit more special in the works. So we'll see how it works out for these players.
Yeah, so they're... waiting to see whether or not we have...
Yeah, I mean, we're just gonna see how it's gonna be happening, and then gonna just see how the fights happen. So Cinch at the same time at the top is having a pretty decent time at the same time. But now Darius will just take over the lane. And oh, a little bit of fight, but he's fine here. So let's just back off here for the side of Camille.
Yeah, it does seem like Royal was trying to secure their side of the jungle. A bit of an invade attempt there from the Camille. Would seem to have not bore any fruit from the side of Hamster at this point. But for now though, it's still pretty much just hold your stations and hold your steady. Oh my goodness, it looks like steak might be on the menu tonight here as Royal attempted to go for a little bit of a nibble. Didn't quite find the big bits there, I have to say.
Yeah, so like I said, hopefully not another mistake coming in from Steak here, but could be a mistake coming in from Darius walking in a little deep. The commit is there support, but it's going to be a 2v2. The flash coming away, 54 stacks is going to be very dangerous. We'll get the kill and Camille will escape the siege as well. We'll be stuck on 5 stacks. We'll get a double kill over to the Darius, so let's be happy there. Now I'm going to start off the red buff, so not the best of decisions coming here from the side of Royal. The 5 stacks still on Darius and he decided to go in and Yosuba will punish them dearly.
Here, normally we want to go in to go for like a 2-for-1 deal or 2-for-1 trade, but this is a 2 for nothing. Like they're getting nothing in return, but then the other side is getting all the profits. It's not fair.
Oh, but it's in bottom lane. You can see the Varus barely escapes. Oh, dodge out the last hit, and at the same time Ezreal as well. But then they do burn 2 summoners each, so Varus burns 2, Ezreal and Braum burns 2. But then it's still importantly both flashes from both support and ADCs, so you can do a little bit more. But Varus, he should be happy with surviving that, although it could be very, very close and really bad if he died. But still about 1,500 gold here for Hamster, and I think they'll be fine. What do you think, Mr. Victor?
I think Mr. Neon, it's pretty good. I think pretty good, especially for Hamster. You know, they already got 2 kills. It's only been 3 minutes. And they have a very healthy gold lead at the moment. It's looking to be about 1.7, 1.6. Not much to shout about. Ooh, a bit of an attempt there to try to steal someone's buff there. Not quite working out, unfortunately, as Arachi gets picked off. That's going to be 1 kill. That's going to be 2 now as Gragas falls as well. That's pretty much going to even the kill count for the 2 teams here. 2 for 2 right now, and that's already narrowed down their gold lead so much here. Ooh, it looks like that was a bit of a punishment coming out from the side of Royal.
Yeah, and you know, earlier we said it was looking good for Hamster, but Royal, they do turn a little bit the sides into their favor, but still, they're still down 1,500 gold lead. Hamster, they are very, very strong, especially Yobatsu. You got another kill at the top, so you'll be very happy with that. But looks like they're going to be starting to fight over the Ocean Dragon here. On the side of Royal, they will be able to take the Rift Cutler down, so no Rift Cutler here. Will be able to have the control vision here. Does have to burn the smite though, just because you can see Hamster was in the area. So a little bit slow hands for Arashi, doesn't get the smite immediately, but Royal, they know this is happening. There are 5 members around the area, but if they don't respond soon, this might be going down really down to half HP. A lot of damage coming in. The side from Royal, they're looking to come in. You can see they're coming in, but nice! 𝐶𝐿𝐴 coming in with the Yobatsu in the front line with the Darius. He does not get anything, but double kill already coming inside Hamster. Looking for 1 triple here now, looking for even more. 2 members here. Varus has to flash away. He'll be taken down as well, will be killed away. 4 down. It's going to be an ace. Is it going to be? Yes, it will be an ace coming from Hamster. A clean one, and they have a 5,000 gold lead, and they're looking for more. They're pushing up the melee, and this should be the first turret as well. And we're looking towards a possible 6,500 gold lead here for Hamster just 5 minutes into the game.
I just love how even before the fight started, you could tell that Royal was so afraid of Hamster that they just kept the distance the whole time. Now they're trying to go for a bit of a fight back. Not quite getting enough damage there into Yatuba, but definitely not for lack of trying. But now Royal is seeking to try to even the odds here in order to try to stem the bleeding that's occurring to them right now, because if they don't do anything here to stem the tide, Hamster is literally going to roll over them.
Yeah, you know, the movie G-Force with the hamsters? You know, that just reminds me so much of Hamsters right now. Just applying the G-Force onto the rest of the team, so
you know,
be very, very good.
I used to have a hamster.
I used to have hamster too, you know. I named him Kibbles.
Oh, Kibbles, that's a pretty cute name.
Yeah, and hamsters now on the top side. Remember, these are not normal hamsters, they're gangster hamsters. They're looking for a fight up here. They see multiple members. Malphite does not have the ulti, so no way to run, but they don't chase further. They know they have the advantage here. Let's just not push it. And Rift Herald is starting here from the side of Arashi and the mid lane. 1v1 with the Gragas and the Yasuo. Gragas a little bit too strong right now. The Hasagi comes out, but won't get a kill here. And you can see Rift Herald is being stunned solo. They do know. Oh, at the same time, what happened? 𝐬𝐬𝐿 comes in with the solo kill, and now Diana
gonna
does
get
come in. Does he get a steal? No, he won't, but the
No.
1 ulti will land the 2. Now the various chains of corruptions will land, but they turn the fight here. 1 kill already, 1 for 1. Astro tries to run away, has a lot of lives here. Oh, look who's here. 𝐢𝐷𝐿 here on Barrels will get 1. They're chasing for more. Arashi here, just soloing the backline. 𝐬𝐬𝐿, will he able to run away? You can see 𝐒𝐿 has the hook shot, will get the damage on, will get the hit, but it won't be enough. But 𝐢𝐷𝐿 doesn't care. Will get the dunk on him. That's gonna be another kill for him. And now they have a 7,000 goal lead here. As you can see at the bottom lane, the 𝐮𝐻 does try to push, but he won't be able to push as fast as these two other members at the top.
Yo, you gotta be really heartbroken if you're a Royals fan right now, because they gave their all into that fight and this didn't work out for them at all. They lost 4 members in that fight and didn't even get the Rift Herald. I mean, is there anything they can do right now? Nugent, no troubles are not over for him because he gets picked up on the top lane, and Hamster, they are just gonna continue to roll onto this tier 2. Is there anything that Royal can do to stop them in their tracks? 𝐬𝐻 now trying to go for the jump onto Yotsuba. He's gonna get caught out by Ta. Oh, and a punch there that's gonna land him into an eternity into the fountain.
Royal, they are being royally taken over here by gangster hamsters here. So they're going to almost take away the tier 2 at top, but now they're looking for a little bit of fight. They do surround the side of Braum and Darius. They do get a slow on, but they know, okay, we're a little bit too weak. We are down 12,000 gold. So they do know, but now coming in actually is 𝐒𝐿 going on to the ultimatum onto the Diana. The ulti does pull it back, the Malphite as well, so a lot of knockouts here. They don't get a kill onto Diana as well, but they run away here with the slows coming in as well, so they'll be backing off here. Malphite will be happy with that. He says, okay, you didn't get the kill, it'll be fine, but still, at the minute they can see, oh, the 𝐮𝐻 and the Yasuo combo will land the Astro. He will go down, another kill for Side Royal, but overall the map is still belonging to Hamster.
Okay, I like this because Royal now is at least showing they can still bite back if Hamster decides to overextend here. So at the very least, they know that Royal is not to be trifled with, even at this very, very late juncture. But still, in the long run though, if Hamster can continue to contest for objectives, continue to take some more dragons, and perhaps even take over the Baron fights, it's going to be pretty hard for Royal to try to mount a comeback the longer this drags out. So all they need to do right now is just to continue to give some pressure here to Hamster. Don't allow them to have the freedom to roam all over the map, and certainly don't allow them to have an easy time taking all these objectives.
Yeah, these dragons will be very important, and it looks like Royal, they will be giving up. They don't have vision here. They don't know how low it is. At the same time, they're looking for a fight bottom, but they just barely miss the Diana at the bottom. But look who's caught out. 𝐮𝐻 caught between a rock and a hard place. Will be going down here, just a little bit of damage, just kite a little bit, but he'll go down. And now, with all this gold in the back pocket, with 13,000 in the back, you see 𝐻𝐻 just 𝐻𝐻 here just walking up and looking for more now. Stake, we'll see the rest of the team here. Does land a 2-man body slam with the ultimatum as well. We'll get the first kill on the side of Yotsuba. The Malphite ulti does come into the Yasuo ulti, but there's no damage at all. They're all going down. Look what's happening at the back line. Gets the kill one more time, and that's another ace. Just barely before 𝐮𝐻 comes up, and this could be the game. They're really looking at the tier 3, and I don't think 𝐮𝐻 will be able to defend this all by himself.
Well, he's gonna try though. He's gonna try to be the last line of defense here, but that turret is taking so much damage. It's barely even able to stand here under the weight of the hamsters as they roll in onto the Nexus. Look at that, Shelly just doing the maximum amount of damage onto the Nexus there. It looks like it's pretty much victory guaranteed, but no, they're gonna have to pull back. The rest of Royals there have already respawned into the fountain, so that's going to be the cue for the hamsters to scuttle away to a safe escape.
Yeah, they scuffle away, and it's still going to be so bad for the side of Royal, even though they do survive the onslaught. But now, they're just down so much. They lose the inhibitor, the Nexus is down to half HP. They're down 17,000 gold. Baron has come alive, so maybe for the side of Royal, they're looking to stop, maybe get a steal. That's the only chance I can see. And even if they steal and get an ace on the hamster, they won't even near to be covering the goal. And look who is just soloing in, running in with the 𝐒𝐿 going in, just landing so much damage. And just basically 1v3 in point. Ultimate does come, but the Yasuo, the ultimate does come out. The Varus does take the chat, the corruption, but he gets through on the Yasuo already. And now Malphite can't really run away. The Maram does get a little bit.
That might be 2.
Oh, he does not back off, but look who's here. Yotsuba here on the Darren just runs to the third. I don't care. Hashtag Protobelt gets the kill. And that's going to be 2 members down. And they're looking once again into the mid lane 𝐢𝐥𝐝 is just so strong on the Darius, looking for you more, walking into the mid lane. Here comes the casket, here comes the pull, and here comes the kill. Tinge will do all he can. Diana as well to provide the cover. Braum will go down. The flash is burned, the moonsault does come out, but another kill for 𝐢𝐥𝐝. He hasn't even used his ultimate just yet, doesn't need it. The minions are rolling down. I don't know if this is enough because the Death Diamonds are so short coming from the side of Royal, but now they're just being quartered away. They can't defend their tier 3s, and with 2 minion waves, maybe this is enough? No, it looks like the side of Hamster, they're looking for you more. The damage coming in. Let's just see if it's enough. 𝐢𝐥𝐝 here lands the barrage to get the kill, but they're all just so low, and now with the minions walking in, they're gonna push it. Do a little bit of damage, but good wave clear coming from the Yasuo, so they will be able to live for now.
I mean, how long can they still continue to hold on though? Because there's virtually nothing left here for Hamster to push. I mean, literally, the only thing I think that they could try to conceivably do over the next minute or so is just push bottom. But that's pretty much only going to delay the inevitable, isn't it? It'd be pretty much a good call for them to try to pick off a good fight here in the top or in the mid. Just really snowball off of that one pickup and then hopefully push that towards the Nexus. And it seems like Malphite might have been on the cards here, but he seems to have done a really good escape here. So Royal at the moment still able to back off here, still able to stay together, and still able to keep their hopes alive.
Yeah, but now I'm gonna look who is starting at the Baron here. Hamster, they're doing it. They have no contest coming in, no long range as well. So Royal, they have to give it up. The barrage does not land at anyone, but it's just more of a check here. I can see Mountain Dragon coming up in 15 seconds as well. The side Royal, they want to group up, but with 21,000 gold behind, I think Royal, they might have given up this game already, but they're trying their best still. That is the only way they can go. Maybe if they get a little bit of a Death Rush setup, give you a little picture, but it will be very difficult. You can see already from the side of Hamster, they just walk in and move up and take it away as they finish up the Dragon as well.
Yeah, so the blue buff at least will help them a little bit in their attempts to try to push. They're going to be able to pick up the Mountain Drake, and that's going to at least help them a little bit. Oh, that casket there started to push them right up into their faces, and now it's going to be a huge hit back here from the Hamsters as they move up through the bottom here. They've already taken down one turret. They're going to be taking down a couple of their members here as well, and the tier 3 turret to boot as they push now onto the Nexus. There's going to be a few more hits here towards victory, and the Hamsters are on it to the next round.
Hamsters, they absolutely demolished Roy here. So the only Malaysian team in the bracket today has been smashed and squashed out. So no more Malaysians here. We'll only be leaving with the Filipinos and Indonesians. Of course, Indonesia only has one team as well, the Philippines newbie, but we don't know the results for now. But we know for sure that we have no more Malaysian teams.
I have no idea what literally just happened earlier. It's like for 20 minutes, it was like words were just coming out of my mouth and I have absolutely no control whatsoever over them. It's actually entirely amazing. I want to do it again.
It's like it runs on autopilot, you know, just switch it on. Then our minds just run in unison. But you know, let's take a look at the stats to see the match here. Of course, it will be very interesting to see how these players stack up, who's the MVP, who's the SVP. But it will be very interesting. Let's just take a quick look in a little while to see the match stats. But the most important thing is I feel that Hamster, they played with the foot on the pedal. They didn't let it go. They didn't touch the brakes at all.
No, it looked like they were just completely able to stomp them. Like it seemed like the moment they had the gas turned on, it was just they were just making a roast, essentially. A big, fat, juicy roast. A little bit of burn on the side, but usually the crisp is what you want to try to get for. But sometimes some people go for the whole hog instead, and I don't fault them for that, because honestly, who needs to deal with it anyway?
Yeah, but you know, we have to deal with the stats that's coming in right now. Let's just check what is the deal here. So it's gonna be MVP coming in for Arashi here on the 𝐿𝐲𝐬 9114. We also have SVP coming in for the Yasuo 174, but it was more of a little bit of extra things here. So I really think that maybe the MVP could have gone to 𝐢𝐥𝐝. He played incredible 11-0-12, but the game decided to give it to Arashi. So gotta be a reason, you know.
Yeah, it's got to be at least a numerical reason here somewhere. You do know that Riot tends to do certain decisions, you know, with certain passion and like commitment, and to actually reflect properly what the actual statistics and actual performances during the games, isn't it?
Yeah, and you know, look at the damage coming in. 𝐢𝐥𝐝 will be at the top here. The most damage dealt from the side of Royal will be the Yasuo, 12,773. but it's just not nearly enough. Of course, overall, Malphite does deal a little bit of damage to support than the Braum, and actually the lowest damage in the side of Royal is the Diana. So Diana, not having a good day, getting out damaged by the support Malphite. So gotta work on that, you know, Raizo.
Yeah, it's gonna have to go and do a couple more hits at the gym, you know, pull a couple more weights, add a couple more reps here and there. You know, gotta optimize your routines and put in a couple more hours of your trainer. But hopefully by the end of it, you actually end up with a much more better developed package and are actually able to deliver the wins.
Yeah, you know, there's a player from the Philippines. I can't remember what team it was, but not from Philippines, from Indonesia. His name is Practice. So he always practices. So that's why he lives his name. But let's take a look at the replays to practice our commentary here. You can see nice damage coming in from the Darius. He does get the kill on the Yasuo. And the Cinch comes in, a bad decision because he already has 5 stacks on the Darius. He flashes towards the direction. You fling the Darius too. So not the best of things to do.
I don't get why was he already jumping in when he was so low. Like that just boggles my mind. Like you're just basically giving him a free kill at that point. So, well, the thing is that at least at this point now, Royal at least was able to even the odds. But then at this dragon fight here, you could really tell that the mood here was pretty much that Hamster was pretty much going to have this fight. I mean, just right off the bat, they got a double kill. The dragon pretty much went to their side, no contest whatsoever. And the worst part is that the Hamsters were just picking up the scraps. You're just picking up kills all around here. It's pretty much almost an ace here. I think one more kill after this, and it pretty much was a delayed ace. But certainly that has already turned the tide so heavily towards the blue side.
Yeah, they tried to steal the Rift Arrow as well from the side of Royal. They land a nice move forward, but they're just so far behind already, 5,000 gold. And it was a 4v2 at one point. And Darius comes in, Yotsuba just cleans up the show. As well as you can see here Camille. Arashi does try to get the slow onto him. He does not get the kill outright. So Yotsuba says, alright, don't worry, I got it. Gets the dunk on him. Doesn't even want to waste time. Just gets it straight up and people walk up to him. This is not the best mistakes. He spawns back. He walks up once again. He gets killed again by Yotsuba. So Yotsuba not playing around, just having the time of his life here. And at the same time, look how confident Hamster are. Just walking out with the ultimatum, just getting the kill. So I mean, just the way Hamster just pushed the momentum was just really, really interesting to watch.
It's interesting, and if you enjoy watching Stomps, I mean, certainly as far as Stomps goes, this is pretty much a greatest hits compilation if I've ever seen one. But here we go, another big fight here. And look at first that Royal was going to be able to disengage, but unfortunately the Hamsters, they just continue to rolling in, just continue to pick up kills left and right. No one left on the ground here, so they take that turret and then they just continue to bring that creep wave forwards in order to bring the pressure straight into their base. And with the ace already coming out here onto Royals, like at this point we pretty much knew that it was going to be a waiting game, you know, for the blue side, just hoping for them to just finally make that final push and make their way to the Nexus. But you know, to their credit here to Royals, they were still able to hold out for quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, they did hold out for a bit, as you said, and but it was more for formality coming here. So they take the Baron, they take the fights, they land the ultimatum as well. The last middle turret here, they took the top one, the middle one already, so they won't spawn back, just take so much, and they just finish off this turret. The Baron buff, so many minions, the only member alive is the Yasuo. Just try to defend, but just so much damage coming in, he dies just right outside his fountain. And the game does go to Hamster. Hamster played incredibly well.
Yeah, and that's the end of it, I suppose. You know,
that's the end of the round 1.
Wow. So there's going to be another 4 after this.
Yeah, round 2. Yeah, we have the quarterfinals, the semifinals, then the grand finals. So going to be very, very nice to experience this. You know, so like I said, when the break happens, your mind, you're going to register the break happening. It just be like,
I mean,
you're back.
I got to figure out a way to get out of here. I mean, I've been missing for a month. I got to feed my little Muffles before he dies of starvation. I mean, there's just so much I need to do. But I suppose it's going to be time to go to a break then?
Yeah, time to go to a break. So it will be a 3-minute break here. So don't go anywhere. Don't be square. Be a circle. And we're going to see you right after this break. Take care, ladies and gentlemen.
What do you mean don't be a square, be a circle?
No, don't be a square.
It's all about humanity.
Nama saya Muhammad Iqbal bin Bazrul.
Nama saya Faisha Naila Zainal.
My name is Logamani.
My name is Marwan Ihab Davis.
My name is Lo Chu Tong.
Hi, my name is Fan Willy.
Hi, my name is Yuvanish, anak lelaki guna silen.
Alina Sabiha.
My name is Lim Kai Hen and I am in the foundations of UTM Space.
My learning experience are great. I think it's good because I think it's comfortable. Like the class, the lab are very comfortable, and the lecturers are very good.
The class is very comfortable, and the environment is good. The hygiene also very good for the class.
Lecturers, they are quite good, very useful. They are willing to spend their own personal time to attend to your questions like after class.
Because the lecturer knows that we are from secondary school, so they're willing to really spend time with us a lot.
Kami semua dapat mengakses semua kemudahan seperti Wi-Fi dan di setiap college juga kami disediakan dengan gymnasium.
Other facilities like the library is very satisfying.
Every hostel have their own basketball court and also mini mart.
For the hostel is very comfortable. Every night I can sleep very easily, and the canteen also they have a lot of food, variety of food.
And washing machine here is also very useful because we don't have to go out to the lobby and all that. So it only costs us 2 ringgit for washing our clothes compared to 8 ringgit outside.
In UTM, we have 3 gyms and also 1 swimming pool and also badminton courts for us. So we can do some entertainment at there.
We also have buses facility. If you don't have your own transportation, you can always catch up with the bus, but you have to follow the time. So it's very easy for us to go to our class.
Salah satu sebabnya UTM terkenal dengan top 5 dekat Malaysia, top university. And saya nak jadi engineer. So UTM terkenal dengan engineering. So saya memang pilih UTM sebab saya nak jadi engineer.
I want to study engineering, so I think UTM is best for engineering for the SKOB campus. And also it's a government university, that's why I choose UTM.
I choose UTM mainly due to the global and local ranking. They have top 3 on Malaysia and top 100 on the world, if I'm not mistaken. Another thing is that UTM provides the foundation for international students, while other universities don't.
Foundation, as we know, is only 1 year, so it's like fast track compared to STPM. STPM is 2 years.
UTM have a highest, they provide the highest employment rate outside of the private sector and also the government sector.
The reason why I think people should choose this program because if you compare with other university, like private university especially, the fee is very low.
Foundation program actually in UTM is quite cheap. I think it's even cheaper than others university.
Foundation gives you good experience, exposure to university life.
Anda telah diberi pendedahan awal tentang kehidupan di universiti, bagaimana sistem pembelajaran, sistem pemakahan dan sebagainya.
The program provides a 50-50% credit. Well, 50% of my work depends on the final exam and 50% depends on my course marks. This is a big advantage because if you don't, you can improve your final mark by doing well during the SEM, and during the final exam you won't have much pressure to concentrate that your full mark is coming from the final exam. It also helps to the mark is also helped by the course mark during the SEM.
You only need to spend 1 year in this program, then you can straight go to do it for your degree. So it's like a fast track.
This program provide a great learning experience, and also it provide opportunity to enter degree program here. Here have a lot of leisure purpose places like kayaking, horse ride. It's very fun to be here.
back with Warriors Summoners Odyssey. Of course, I'm Young Faith. And you are?
I'm Victor.
Victor.
Victor Cax.
Alright, this tournament, of course, is organized by IRL Asia. We are also partnered with Homie, SKOB Solutions, and Fent Education. We are also sponsored by Insteri, Sadis Malaysia, and UTM Space. So, what a raring day that was. What a game that was. Not a day. Was that a day? I lost track.
No, it was a game.
It was a game.
pretty much just one game so far, and we still got 4 more to go. We're going to be going into round number 2, and that means it's going to be extra Wild Rift action, and there's going to be even more coming up, even after this game.
Yeah, of course. I'm so excited, of course. We just saw a stomp coming in from the side of Gangster Hamster. What a name. I mean, who names yourself Gangster Hamsters? You don't associate gangsters with hamsters.
Well, you do now, especially after that stomp.
Yeah, I mean, it was ruthless. Like we owed them money or something. Like Royal owed hamsters some money, so they stopped the door and got their money back in the form of a win. So, I'm looking forward to them passing through the bracket. Of course, unfortunately, as a Malaysian, I wanted to see a Malaysian team go forward, but that's the way it is. The better team wins at the end of the day.
Yeah, in the end, it always comes down to that kind of thing, isn't it? But sometimes, you know, we always want to see the unexpected. You know, we want to always see the kind of upsets. You want to see the moments where, you know, the Titans get bled by those who are down below.
It feels like destruction, you know, every time I watch that match. It feels like it wasn't a match, it was more of a, what's that word I'm looking for? One-way beatdown? Is that the word? What's a one-way beatdown? Isn't that the, what's that guy's name? Manly Man? The guy with the beard, what's his name? Do you know his name? Does he have a name?
No, but I tell you what it is. It's power.
Power.
Pure power and domination.
That is so important coming in. So, you know, of course, I feel like these teams, when they are playing in this tournament, they have like a way. Of course, especially when they're stream, they play a little bit better than usual. They have that level of aura-ness around them. You know, they want to perform even better and better. That's what I feel. That's what I think, at least.
Yeah, and then sometimes you want to see the additional sort of like cross-pollination. You know, we want to see all these kind of teams kind of rubbing shoulders against each other. You know, getting to know each other even better. You know, actually forming meaningful connections. You know, forming communities with one another, and actually becoming friends in the process.
Yeah, and I mean, like we talked about during PUBG, it's gonna be like all of the players here. We're like friends here. You know, everyone in the chat, especially, is just so kind. You know, I just saw the chat earlier. We had Chasing Dreams as well. Even though I remember when we were doing PUBG Mobile that day, you know, back in the Moon base. Actually, it was in another base. I think that was in the Saturn base, but we were doing PUBG Mobile there, and Chasing Dreams, they came into the chat and says, hey, you know, even though you guys are not playing Wild Rift, we don't play PUBG Mobile, we're here to support you. So that's the kind of community we have here at IRL Asia. So I think it's really important to maintain that, you know.
Are we friends, Neon?
I think we're, I don't categorize as friends, I'll categorize it as, because friends are like a guy in the streets could be my friend.
Okay.
But we're closer than friends. I would say we are good friends.
Ah.
Because you know, if you meet someone at Starbucks and they offer to they pass you your cup for you, then it's my friend, man.
I can live it. I can take that. So we're going to have a look at the brackets
to see who is in the top 16. Let's just see. Of course, we had 32 teams just now. Let's just see who taken out who. We have Phyllis Newbie, the Indonesian team, going to go across the map, going to win the first match against Golden Spears. We saw Hamster demolish Royal Plague Axe. We have Molo going to be losing out against FDL. FDL will be going up They went going up against Black Leopard. So going to have also Wild Dogs, previous champions here, going to be taking out Dragon Bush, going up against Monster Academy, which took out Ace Jax. At the same time, Kana Georgia beats out 4-time defending champions Chasing Dreams. So what an upset here. As well, Ace Kings, they do take out Genki as well.
Wow. I mean, on the other side, you see Ken and friends having ace clubs in order to make their way in the fight now against Finesse Sigma, who they themselves had taken down the Mad Geniuses there. So who knows what sort of deviations they do in order to pull that one off. But you also, in the meantime, have ANP going up against Finesse XL. ANP in particular had Ace Joker in order to get themselves up in that slot, and Finesse XL had taken down PS Pseudonymous in order to do so. Then on the other side, we've got the other PS team, which is PS Shigeremus. They have beaten out DKC Esports in order to have a chance to face up against Next Gen Pro, who had faced off against Lahonic, who have tried their best here, but seems like their journey had come to an unfortunate end here in this first round. Then last but not least, we have Dragonbush Viz, who have beaten out Ace Esports in order to make it this far, and they are going to be going up against Lacan, who have beaten out S3 Viz in order to secure the slot here in round number 2.
Yeah, they do secure it out, so there'll be a top 16 teams for round 2, so we have a lot of interesting matchups here. Of course, the only Indonesian team left, Philips Newbie, the non-Filipino team left, and they're going to be going up against Hamsters. We just saw Hamsters demolish basically an outsider in terms of the Philippine gang. So every Filipino team here, of course, and 2 outsiders here. We have the Malaysian team that Hamsters just took out, and they have the opportunity to just remove all non-Filipino teams out. They have a chance to take out Philips Newbie as well, maybe avenge Golden Spirit, their fellow Filipino team. But let's just see how it does work out. I'm going to be, of course, favoring a lot of these teams. We've seen Philips Newbie, they make it really far in the tournament, so maybe they're going to get even more done. But of course, Yusuf Alang Empuso, previous champions as well. We have teams like Wild Dogs as well, previous champions. And I can't believe Kana Georgia just beat out Chasing Dreams. They're so strong. But for some reason, Kana Georgia managed to take them out.
I mean, I certainly would have loved to have seen that match there in order to figure out what exactly happened. But I mean, if we're lucky enough, they're going to be strong enough, hopefully, to get into the top 4 and then hopefully get into the grand finals. And then maybe you might actually see a new champion, and then we'll actually have something to shout about here, because a new champion equals new challenger, baby.
Yeah, I mean, every time a new champion comes in, it's going to be a whole world and excitement coming for, especially the viewers, but us as well, because we love seeing the underdogs win out. And like we just saw Kara Georgia, they just got the underdog win against 4-time. They are the most, basically, Chase Dreams are the winningest team here in the Warriors Summers Odyssey. They got the most tournament wins, so they were the favorites coming in. But again, this game is a cruel mistress, you know. It doesn't give any chances at all. If you slip up once, they will eat you and swallow you whole.
But that's the spirit of esports, isn't it? It's never, if it were so easy, everyone is going to be a champion, you know. But in the end of the day, out of all these 16 teams, only one team is going to be the champion. There's only one spot, only one slot.
I agree, only one. But we're going to go into the band phases to see what teams go where. So of course, let's just check it out. Of course, we have Alang Empuso on your left and Finesse XL on your right. So, so Finesse XL, of course, carrying the Finesse Esports banner here for this Warrior. The first band coming for Alang Empuso will be the Diana.
So solid first band. I mean, it's pretty much what one would expect, especially from a team that has competed here quite a few times before. So, you know, this isn't their first rodeo by any stretch of the imagination. But given that this is a round 2 match here, having to face off a team that's as strong as Finesse XL does mean that this is a little bit of a huge obstacle here in their journey towards the grand finals. So if they can't really perform at this stage here, I'm afraid that, you know, trying to make it through even at the grand final stage may be even tougher.
Yeah, I agree. And once again, we see Kaisa banned out. So a lot of these teams, they don't want to mess with the Kaisa here, just take it out of the game outright. Because last ban for Alang Empuso will be the D.R.Fierce. So a very uncommon ban. We see maybe they watched Hamsters. They were a little scared of what Yatsuba could do. So they do take it out of the pool. And like I said, Kaisa, yeah, I mean, it's a little bit off meta ban, but it's fine. But it's just the bans coming in. So of course, you see Alang Empuso, they do lock in the Garen here And Finesse 𝐒𝐲𝐬, they have a lot of options. They have the 𝐒𝐿 open, they have the 𝐿𝐲𝐬 open, and they're probably going to get both in this pick.
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty easy for them to go ahead and jump that in. I mean, again, it's available inside the pool. They went with the Darius band on their side, so it's pretty much Finesse 𝐒𝐲𝐬 is like free 𝐿𝐲𝐬. I mean, might as well.
Yeah.
Free 𝐒𝐿𝐲, that's open. Yeah, that's quite a deal there.
Yeah, like Zyna and 𝐒𝐿𝐲 are the two most popular mid laners now. Of course, last game we didn't see the Rengar. Rengar was also a very, very strong pick. And for the side of 𝐼𝐥 𝐸𝐻, they have to take with the 𝐿𝐲𝐬, just in case Finesse does go for the 𝐿𝐲𝐬 combo. It's going to be very deadly, especially with the 𝐒𝐿𝐲 as well. So they do take it away. And surprisingly, no team has locked in Braum, since we feel like he's one of the strongest supports here. Rengar, of course, locked in for the side of 𝐼𝐥 𝐸𝐻. I would say the strongest jungler in the game right now. But not too game busted, but then Fiora is picked up, so it's going to be a 𝐿𝐲𝐬 jungle with the Janna support here.
Yeah, with Janna be playing the support here, and most likely going to be going for a Corki here on the Finesse 𝐒𝐲𝐬 side, or they're just going to be going for Bamboozle here on me and just pick the Kai'Sa instead. But they can't do that. That's not allowed. That's already banned out here.
Yeah.
The Luno and Tristana pick though from 𝐼𝐥 𝐸𝐻, that's certainly interesting.
Yeah, I think Tristana has got a lot of popularity with Lulu especially, because she can just jump in case anything happens, she can do the engrove to knock anyone out. But Xayah locked in here for Finesse 𝐒𝐲𝐬, so usually we do see Xayah more with either the Braum or the Lux, but here will be locked in with the Janna. Fiora at the top lane will be going up against the Garen. I think it's a fine matchup for both sides, they have to play well. 𝐿𝐲𝐬, it's just a very strong pick, so if Rengar tries to do his sneaky, if he gets caught out by the 𝐿𝐲𝐬, he will go down 𝐒𝐿𝐲 against the 𝐿𝐲𝐬 at mid.
The lack of awareness or lack of vision, or just really optimizing the timings, you know, especially once it gets those ults, gets those sweet kills. Domination is pretty much going to be right on your shoulders there when that happens.
Yeah, of course. You know, when you let a Rengar run loose in the Rift, it's going to be a big issue. And like you said, Lulu, when Rengar jumps in, gets the engrove here, why knock it out? But we're going to go to game, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be round
Let's go,
2
baby.
here. Going to be the top 16. Let's just see on the left, you have 𝐼𝐥 𝐸𝐻, and on the right, you have Finesse 𝐒𝐲𝐬 here. So both teams will be raring and ready to go. Of course, very strong front line here for 𝐼𝐥 𝐸𝐻, the 𝐿𝐲𝐬 and the Garen. And for the side of Finesse 𝐒𝐲𝐬, they have a very good front to back. They have the 𝐒𝐿𝐲, they have the 𝐿𝐲𝐬, they have the Janna, and they have the Fiora as well. So let's just see. And once again, Bush 1 on the Janna will do the classic Janna walk up and throw the slow here. Does throw it here, lands the slow, does a little bit of damage here. Look at the amount of damage coming in here, and 𝐿𝐲𝐬 has to be extra careful during this lane. And just from a nice poking sequence coming in from Bush 1.
The only thing he's going to be able to count on is a bit of backup here from the Rengar and the Lulu, who are just farming in the jungle just below him. But then again, if the Xayah or the Janna decide to make a quick gang there, I don't think the 𝐿𝐲𝐬 will be able to stand for long though. So that's certainly something that ANP is going to have to watch out for on their side. In the meantime, on the top lane here, it's pretty much going to be a very standard Fiora versus Garen lane here. I don't expect to see anything major, though. We do see that the Garen is a little bit ahead though, so that Fiora is going to have to step things up a little bit there. At least that's going to be on the mind of Raph, the player here from Finesse 𝐒𝐻𝐸.
Yeah, and already you can see that Lulu here will be with the Tristana just doing his job here at the top side. A lot of damage coming on to Garen. He has to be careful here. Of course, he'll be level 3 here before the Fiora, but I think Fiora will be very happy with that, as all the vital points in the world. Does not get the repulse in time, maybe expecting Garen to just hipsy dipsy around, but we'll get the honey fruit here. Is Garen. He'll be fine there. At the same time, bottom lane, like I said, I think Lulu and Tristana have a better time in the lane. Of course, they have a little bit more poke potential coming in from the Janna and Xayah, but gonna be fine here. It's just gonna be very quickly done. So I think, actually 𝐿𝐲𝐬 does take a little bit of damage from the 𝐒𝐿𝐲, but I think with overall it'll be fine, I guess.
Oh, it's taking quite a bit of damage though, so I don't think he can stay there for too long. He's going to have to fall back to pick up some honey fruit, or better yet, just recall back to Fountain, pick up some additional items anyway. He's been out there for quite a long time, I expect. But we do see the Rengar having a bit of an invade here, a bit of a conversation with Raph, and Raph is certainly not having a very fun time here, unfortunately, as 𝐿�𝐲 really gets some into the face of that Fiora. Oh, it looks like he really wanted to try to go for a kill there, or just at least hope that Fiora is going to make a mistake there and just try to jump in with a skill of her own here and leave her open for a kill.
Yeah, and also at the same time, 𝐿𝐲𝐬 also going to be very happy with everything done here. Let's just see. He's had a very rough start, but everything else considered, he should be fine. At the same time, the supports are going to be fighting just at the bottom of your screen here. So we're having a little bit of tussle here. And with Ziggs with the level 5, he does have greater kill potential with the Mega Inferno Bomb. Oh, Rengar looking for a jump here. He does miss it. He did the smites as well. And what a big misplay coming in from the Rengar. He wanted to go in, but he does jump onto the Ziggs here. Ziggs is going to be taking a little bit of damage, but be fine. Will disengage with the Satchel Charge. And I mean, that is why you don't use auto lock, my friends. Don't smite the enemy when you want to smite the Raptors.
You know, the whole time I've been watching that Rengar just lurking around the top jungle. Oh, that's really close there. Raft almost got himself picked off there, so he's going to be able to get a recall behind the turret. But Giorno now is going to be able to use his opportunity here to get some pressure onto that top line turret. And that's certainly going to do quite a number there. So the Fiora is going to have to get back up to speed pretty soon. But as I was saying before, I got so rudely interrupted there. The Rengar, I was watching him the whole time. I was wondering when was he finally going to try to make a move there, try to make a gank or try to go for an initiation, because I felt that the whole lineup of AMP pretty much is built around him. So if he doesn't initiate, if he's not going around getting the kills, then where is the value in the Rengar pick?
Yeah, where is the value indeed? But still no first blood as well for both teams, so both playing very, very safe. You see 5 seconds still, the Cloud Dragon, the winningest Dragon still, even though the nerfs just come in, is still very valuable due to the movement speed. And here he comes, all his minions are nearby. Let's just see what they do. Fight, the Dragon is just a little bit poked out, just a little bit mad here that he's being disturbed. But he'll be fine here. So both teams, it looks like they want to fight. Rengar did pop the ultimate to look for a little bit of engage, does land the root onto the Xayah, but no extra damage coming in. They have to restart. Janna here will be a little bit caught out here, but jumping on the wall is the Rengar. He has to burn the flash and growth as well. So a little bit of a counter production here. A synergy here coming from the side of their team. They engrove, but he flashes away, so the knockup is wasted. So for the start, Alang they can't fight because they're down the flash of Rengar, they're down the ulti as well, and Lulu's ulti is used, and Tornado will land Lulu, but nothing much is going to come after that.
Was it Karl Marx who said, seize the means of counterproductivity? Something along those lines, I believe. But yeah, in any case, the Garen of Giorno is back up to speed here. He is still maintaining a healthy lead against the Fiora of Wrath, and he's certainly bringing the pressure now onto the top turret. But with the Radiant Wave already on their way through here, Giorno is going to get his efforts a little bit hampered here. But the rest of his team is still doing just as well. They're already pushing up the bottom lane quite a bit here. The Tristana and the Lulu certainly giving the run of the money here to both the Xayah and the Janna. But without any dragons, without any major objectives showing themselves yet at the 5-minute mark, I think it's pretty much going to be a stare down the barrel for both of these teams here, at least until that first objective spawns.
Yeah, so both teams are playing incredibly safe. They're not looking for the major fights here, of course. Dragon is still left open here. Maybe Alang is looking for a fight. You see the Rengar is just hovering around, but a little bit of a shift in momentum at the top side. We see earlier the Garen aside of Giorno was dealing a lot of damage to him, but he does fall back to that and you'll be fine. But still, Dragon not surrounded by either team. They know that they don't want to fight because you don't want to be engaging, you want to be the one going back, especially if you're Finesse, because you have the Ziggs, so you want them to come and start the objectives. But at the same time, Rift Herald is coming out, so either we might see this happen. We either see a trade of objectives coming in, or one team will win the fight as Dragon or Rift Herald and then get the other objective respectively. So it'll be very risky. So that's why these teams, they're just opting to stay in the laning phase, extend it as long as they can, because they hit their bounce back around level 8, level 9. So let's just see how they do move around this.
I think there was a bit of an attempt on Giorno's life there from Raph, so there was at least an attempt made here, but Raph is going to try to go towards the Rift Herald anyway. It is open, and pretty much the only person within arm's reach is Giorno, and he's nowhere near up to speed here, having recalled back to the fountain, so that Rift Herald is going to drop into the hands of the Camille. So AMP are going to have to watch out for that as they try to go for the Mountain Dragon. It seems like the Finesse is going to try to interrupt them in this attempt here, but AMP still picks it up. Now they just going to have to run away with it, but 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐿 is going to try to jump out in front. The Hextech Ultimatum is dropped here, and they do get a kill off of the back of that onto the Lulu. And now they're trying to find one more here. The 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐿 going to find himself a bit cut off here. He does have the safety of his turret, but how safe can he feel when he's so low on health? He's going to get taken out. 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐿 couldn't do anything at all in that whole engagement.
so he's just gonna have to sit back and watch as his tier 1 turret falls into the hands here. 𝐿𝐲 facing quite a bit of pressure here up on top there, but he still gets the kill on the Fiora anyway, and at least provides a bit of a consolation here for AMP. He does get a turret there on the bottom, on the top here, while Finesse finishes up the turret on the bottom. AMP now licking their wounds and trying to see what they can do for the next few more fights up ahead here, because I think in terms of points, they're still pretty much even. They're still even in terms of kills as well, so it's still a winnable situation.
You know, you can see the goal difference is not that bad for AMP. It's probably about 1,000 lead, but they have the Cloud Dragon. So I think if you ask me, I would trade 1,000 gold to get the Cloud Dragon buff. And can see how they do convert this. Of course, it was a little bit of misplay coming from the bottom side. They shouldn't have been so scrappy here, but it was a nice recovery, especially for 𝐿𝐲 getting that solo kill and the turret at top. That if that didn't happen, it could be very, very bad for 𝐼𝐷𝐼𝐿, but they do get that, so they're going to be happy. At the same time, slowly, because 𝐿𝐲 is getting so chunky at this point, it's going to be so difficult to be poked out by 𝐬𝐧𝐞, so 𝐬𧟐𝐻 will be having a great time here. And the funny thing about 𝐼𝐷𝐼𝐿, they don't decide to switch lanes, even though that Finesse do, because usually you want to send your bottom lane up here so they have a little safer time. But 𝐿𝐲, he's happy with this. He wants to go for the 2v1. And a lot of damage coming in. Rengar as well with the ultimate looking for the kills. They're going to go jump behind this. 𝐿𝐲 ulti just come out, but look who's here. 𝐿𝐲 gets the hero's entrance. We'll get the rune as well, the top as well. The 𝐿𝐲 ulti will not work, and he will get the kill. Rengar will get another one. 4 kills in total for 𝐼𝐷𝐼𝐿, but again, just 2 there. And looks like they're looking for more in the mid lane. They're getting the Tristana. The explosion charge will do a lot of damage to stay in the area. Oh, it's going to be quite a lot, but they do chunk the Lulu out. The Mega in front of the ball will almost kill him out, but he was just stay alive and just barely. And 𝐼𝐷𝐼𝐿, they say, okay, we understand. We're going to back off right now.
I love that level of aggression here, because AMP knows they have them by their toes here. Finesse Exile certainly on the run here. They are wounded, but they're definitely not out at this count. They're still trying to go for another kill here onto Azria. Hexe Ultimatum is landed here. Azria gets dropped down really low. He gets dropped here by 𝐶1. That's going to be a pretty good kill here. The even odds as AMP and Finesse now are 4 for 4. 1 turret each here. It is looking to be a very, very close fight.
10 minutes in the game. Last time we saw Hamsters, they were 12,000 gold ahead in the 10-minute mark. But in this game, they are basically neck to neck. About 100 gold separating them now, just down to measly 50 gold. So, gonna be almost nothing separating this team. So, let's just see how well they're gonna play. At the same time, can see Bush 1 on the Janna just moving around. He does try to get a lot of vision here. The most fed member in the side of Finesse will be the 𝐿𝐲. So 𝐿𝐲 will have a lot of gold in the back. Of course, 𝐬𝐧𝐻 has more, but I'm talking about just immediate damage gold here. GA and Trinity will deal more damage than a Seraph and a Luden. So it'll be very interesting to see. At the same time, Rift Herald is summoned in the mid lane. Probably just expired from the time it was being kept in the back pocket, and now Rift Herald will be spawned in the middle here, looking for the crash, and 𝐬𝐧𝐻, of course, will be pushing it really, really fast if they don't watch him out. He does get pushed back here, has to back off, but Dragon spawning in 3 seconds might be another big point connection, and I don't think Rift Herald will make the walk here.
Well, they have dropped down the Rift Herald, but then Shelly unfortunately didn't have long to live there, as AMP were already set up for the defense, because they knew the moment that Ocean Dragon is up, they want to try to go for the take on it. Already doing some damage onto Ceres. She's going to have to back off here while the rest of the team picks up the slack. The 𝐒𝐿𝐲 is now taking on the front line here, while the Ocean Dragon is already being taken by AMP. But who? The 𝐒𝐿𝐲 steals the dragon away from them, right underneath their noses. AMP now, they're struggling to try to get some revenge here, but Finesse, it looks like they might just get away with this. Quite a lot of damage done there in the front here, but Azria is going to try to jump out. 𝐿𝐲 spinning in the background here, tries to go for the kill, but it isn't able to find one. Does pop the GA though, so but unfortunately, Finn is going to be able to jump away here. Isolate now, trying his best to bring the chase. Can he get the kill? Sin brought down really low, but he's still able to get away. Picks up the honey fruit and just sneezes into the face of 𝐿𝐲 here. He knows that he has pulled off a massive play here, and unfortunately, even though he has fallen here, the damage has been done. AMP, they are just going to be rolling all the way back here with the tails tucked between their toes.
So overall, once again, see that Finesse get the dragon and then they lose the fight. Reminiscent of the first dragon where 𝐼𝐷𝐼𝐿 get the dragon, but they are the ones that lose the fight. So going back and forth. And look at the goal. Once again, it's just even. Both teams barely have any differences in the goal. They have about the same strength in all their carries. So after all the dust has settled, all the fights, everything slowed down. It's still basically the same. It was the same exactly. It was two towers for each. Just a 1 kill advantage for Alang and Buso, 1 dragon each as well. And that's going to be so difficult to pick out a winner here because they're going to be so evenly matched in the late game as well because Tristana scales extremely well, but Ziggs, he will follow the scaling path of Tristana. And Garen will just be a so chunky boy, he will not be able to die. And Butch 1 on the Janna will have a lot of disengage, so Rengar will be just obsolete in the late game. He's looking for a fight, but now in the mid lane, the 𝐿 ultimatum does that to Tristana. She's going to be so low, but the Lu is backing out. The Buster Shot will push her back a little bit. The flash coming in, but Lulu, you're left to die here. But Giorno in the front line here will be just being the front line here, and Fiora in the front as well, just trying to deal with them. He has no mana, has to back off, and they'll be happy that one pick here. So one small mistake for Alang Ubuso that's caused them, but they're still pushing up the side lanes. They have a little bit more advantages. So at the same time, it's not that bad. They just lose the Lulu, and they had to burn the summoners for Sync C1 because he had to burn the flash to escape there, but 𝐿𝐻 had to burn his flash. So overall, I would say a slight victory to the side of Finesse Exile, but once again, it's just small for small. 7-7, the kills, even.
Yeah. Again, with the match being this close here, that's why you have to take all these kind of calculated fights, you know. You go in there quickly, you take the kill, and you get out. You disengage, you don't stick around for too much. You don't need to let your opponent have another chance to take a counter kill. So pretty much fair here between both ANP and Finesse, as they both are still calculating in their heads all the time, trying to figure out what do I need to do here, what can I actually try to achieve in order to get a little bit of an edge over my opponent here. Is there a buff I can steal? Is there an objective that I should prioritize more than the other? A lot of these factors have to come into mind here between both of these teams, and certainly if they really want to make it to the next level here, both ANP and Finesse is going to have to pull every single trick out of the book.
Every single trick, like you said it well. So now at the same time, still, I think it does favor Finesse just a slight tad bit. The goal, of course, just, I would say it's negligible at this point, 50 minutes in the game, but it's just the scaling from Ziggs will be just too much. And Tristana, 𝐿𝐻, if he doesn't play well, if he doesn't play at the max potential, he will not be able to output the damage from Ziggs, because Ziggs has just a very easy job of just showing the bombs and just throwing, especially when they have Garen and 𝐿𝐻, they're both very immobile characters. So for sure he'll be slowly just chugging up in the front line. So right now, the Dragon has spawned here. No team once again just immediately rushing to Odyssey. They're just gonna get mid lane priority, looking for more. But a lot of strong, early pushing coming in from the side of Alang also maybe might show that they can start the fight here. Of course, the risk color is taken, so they do know. Finesse knows that the Dragon's being started. Mega Death for Wall! Wall land, and look, 𝐿𝐻 down the half HP with the TP that's coming at the same time. Look who's in the back, like 𝐿𝐻 will land, ultimate in the back. Let's see the 𝐿𝐻 ulti flying in as well. They will get the bounce on the side, but the fight will break out. Already get a kill onto the 𝐿𝐻 has to burn the GA, but now gets a kill on Fiora as well. They're chasing where you more, they have to back off. 𝐿𝐻 will land slow, but no members from 𝐿𝐻 is dead yet. He's isolating the front here, will get slowed up, but will get the root onto the Xayah, so no chasing it. But the damage from the Ziggs, I said he is the main damager. Isolating gonna be so clever here. He does have the flash here for the side of Ziggs, he does not going for it, so only one member died for the side of Finesse. But Alang Buso is gonna be happy that, look who's stuck at the back. 𝐿𝐻 has nowhere to go, 4 members just surrounding him, the Thomas land onto the member here. The 𝐿𝐻 will not go down. Garen, of course, so tanky, will not die as well. So a 1-1 trade, there in front of him! Look at Xu Yi, gonna be solo but will barely live. The 3 shadows will come out just to show where they are, and they will back off, and what a fight there was. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna be even a fight, 8-8. Only one benefit goes to Alang Buso. They have 1 extra dragon, which is the mountain.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been perfect in that whole engagement there if the 𝐿𝐻 didn't get picked off, but it seemed like in the whole confusion there, he allowed a wedge to get dropped through. Oh, it's going to be head state ultimatum here. Sin almost going to be able to get a kill onto 𝐿𝐻. Bush one coming in with the rotation there. It's going to be able to seal the deal there as Giorno now finding himself between a rock and a hard place, and he's running away. 2 champions hot on his tails. He's already down to 1/3 of his health. Can he survive? Xu Yi able to come in just in time there to try to support the Garen, and Giorno still survives by the skin of his teeth. So a little bit of a close call there, but AMP and Finesse, they're still neck and neck against each other. 10 for 10. 3 turrets taken down on the blue side, 4 turrets on the Finesse side, 2 dragons on AMP, but only 1 on Finesse so far. A Baron possibly going to be going in the hands of Finesse 𝐿 as they have already started their take on Baron Nashor.
Starting the Baron here for the Finesse. They know no jungler here for the 𝐿𝐿, but this could be a mistake. Look how low Xion is already, 3,000 HP. They can't stop it here. Going to be so low. The smite will come in. They'll get the Baron here, and the ultimatum does land. The 𝐤𝐸, the Mega Inferno Bomb will land. The Goliath ulti won't. We see the Camille still stuck in the pit. He will not have the escape yet. The ulti will come in for Garrett, but is it going to be return kill? No, it won't. But most importantly, the Baron goes on to 4 members of Finesse, and importantly lands on the Raph, so he'll be able to split push here. So a big momentum swing, but look at the goal. It's not that different. It's just about a 2,000 difference. 𝐿𝐿 of course has the Mountain Dragon, but gotta be careful during this Baron push. If 𝐿𝐿 are able to sustain the tide of Finesse for now, they should be in the lead, but that's a big if.
I'm just looking at the farm, and it's just so tight between both of this team, isn't it? I mean, virtually identical net worths I'm reading from both sides here, so pretty much it's a very, very close fight here that we're seeing, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a pretty long tussle here between both of these guys. Blue against red here as we are entering the 18th minute of this match. Now, 𝐿𝐿 and Bush One will be providing the pressure from the mid, while the Fiora of Wrath is going to be pushing from the top. AMP are finding themselves kind of contained within their base as they had to. They have conceded the Baron, and above is allowing Finesse 𝐿𝐿 to push all the way up onto the base. Isolate now, going to get caught out with a Hexblade ultimatum as 𝐿𝐿 tries to do her best here to do as much damage as he can onto the Vanguard. Isolate now, struggling to try to get away here, trying to avoid the damage while a battle is going to be unfolding here in the mid. 𝐿𝐿 going to get caught out a bit. The knockup is done, but the damage is not, as 𝐿𝐿 is able to pull back to the fountain and get some heals out of the way, but the damage is still coming onto the turrets. 𝐿𝐿 only comes in here just in time to watch his own turret fall as Finesse 𝐿𝐿 now backs off. They know they have AMP hot on their heels.
And the Elder Inferno has spawned, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a big thing to fight over, and looks like AMP with the jungler once again down. I don't know why Isolate is isolating himself here in the side lanes, but he'll be taken out here against Raph. Raph is just a much better 1v1 unit here, and now the Dragon will be starting here. Look at the steal. Maybe a time coming from Garen. There is a small possibility. He does try to go in. He does try to get ultimate, but it's not enough. Camille was secure, and 𝐿𝐿 is stuck between other members here, and they took Caleb out as well. So now going to be 2 members down. One of the 2 most important members, the front line and the back line damage. So this could be it. Raph got the kill out to Caleb. So
yeah, Fiora
this could be the game. This could be the turret as well. So we're gonna see they have to back off here. So you can see Fiora will go down here, but it doesn't matter. The 2 main important carries are gone. No Garen front line. No. Oh, Bush One, gotta be careful here. Rengar is on your tail. He does have ultimate, but at the same time, it doesn't matter. Look at the base. They're not defending. They don't have the taunt from Dahlia. The flash comes in. It will not be enough. You can see now the game goes to Finesse
𝐿𝐿.
Who?
The end. Finish.
Boom. It's
Gone.
over.
Game
It's
over,
man. Game over.
Oh man, but I have to say though, it was a really close one. I mean, you saw the way they were just trading back and forth there. You know, they were taking 1 kill and then just getting another one as a trade in the next. I mean, it was so many close fights here between the 2 teams. And honestly, it could have been anyone's game, right? Until the point where the Nexus got popped.
Yeah, I mean, it was just so close. We saw kill. They were just trading kills. 1 kill for this team, 1 kill for the other team. It was 8-8, 6-6, 7-7, 8-8. That was as well 3-1-1, 2-2, 3-3. But at that last moments, Isolate was just too far away from his team. Caught out against the Camille, gets the extra ultimate, gets the kill as well. So he goes down. Baron spawns, they get the Baron. He spawns, he walks up to the bottom lane, he gets killed as well. And they get the Inferno Dragon. Let's take a look at the stats here to just see what happened. But I mean, I don't want to put the blame onto the player, but just the Isolate was caught out. Maybe it was the team's plan to send him out. Maybe it's not his decision, but it was just the overall strategy from the team. And MVP does go to 𝐶𝐻 C1 on the Camille SVP. Of course, Let's go to the ever vigilant journal.
Yeah, I mean, it's really simple, right? The trouble with a team that didn't win is that they didn't win enough. So when you don't win enough and you don't win, how are you going to be expecting to win?
Exactly.
So, yeah, I mean, the thing is that the 𝐒𝐬𝐬𝐻 still tried his best here. 𝐿𝐿 really pulled out a lot of damage there. 𝐷𝐻 as well tried to do a lot with the split pushes, but the thing is, 𝐿𝐿 was just a little bit sharper, a little bit ahead of the curve, I feel. Even on that top lane, you can see that the whole time he was able to stay ahead in terms of levels. His farming was quite on point, and the duels as well. So very well done here from the side of AMP. I have to say, you know, keeping a lot of their control during these fights. You know, never overextending when they don't have to. And by being this calculative in the fight, it just goes to show the level of respect that they're actually showing to the other team, because they know that the other team is so strong that, you know, they can't really just go in all bruise out fight. They have to be very calculative and be very tactical in when and where they decide to strike.
Yeah, you're right. But look at the damage here. 𝐒𝐬𝐻, 50,000. The closest member is going to be the 𝐂𝐲, surprisingly. So 𝐂𝐲 will be the closest member, but almost a full 20,000 more away. And that was just so hard to watch for the side of 𝐼𝐿. So they had a great start. They were just equaling them at the start. They were just holding the momentum left, right. You were just maintaining that pressure. But in the end, it just wasn't enough.
Yeah. In the end, though, it always ends up becoming that battle of attrition, and all it takes is just one singular factor that kind of tips the whole balance. And in the end, it becomes impossible to kind of work back against that, because once the floodgates are open, it's basically you versus the tide.
Yeah, it's just too hard to watch, especially because, I mean, it was just saddening to watch. 𝐼𝐿, they had a great start. Then it all fell apart. Of course, they had a dragon lead as well. Even though we said the kills and towers were the same, they had a dragon lead. So they had something going for them. But it just, like you said, when the gates opened, the tides just overran them and they couldn't overcome the big onslaught they came in. And I mean, 𝐼𝐿, previous champions, so don't feel that bad. Of course, every dog has his day. You know?
No, I tell you what, whenever it's going to be a high-level team versus another high-level team, you're never going to expect a straightforward kind of battle. You know, the kind of tactics that normally you will see apply to a normal pub match don't really apply when both teams have grandmasters on either side. You know, you got to really pick the fights that you're able to take, and sometimes that means going a little bit outside the box. You know, having to think a little bit on the edge here, so to speak. So here, jumping into the highlights here, we can relive some of these moments here. This is the first fight here where Finesse was able to take 2 kills right off the bat. They managed to cut off Azria here, and with a quick little number here by side, they were able to pick up that 𝐂𝐲. And with that, AMP were looking to try to go for a big reply here. They tried to go for the jump onto Bush 1, and were able to pick up the kills, 2 of them in fact, on this top lane.
Yeah, they just did very well, but every time we see a kill, it was just another answer at the opposite side of the map. They get a kill 𝐂𝐿𝐲 as well. You can see they just barely escaped. The 𝐒𝐬𝐻 had to flash after that as well. But this is just the Mountain Dragon here. There's not a lot of action here. They were fighting for the Mountain Dragon just for earlier, and now the ulti coming in from 𝐿𝐿 was so good. The Caleb does jump in onto 𝐒𝐬𝐻, but 𝐒𝐬𝐻 was just so strong in this fight, he had to back off. And if this bomb from 𝐒𝐬𝐻 landed, he got killed. But 𝐿𝐿 does try to run away, and this was actually a great outplay from him. He gets the jump, he gets the kill on isolate 𝐿𝐿. It's not fast enough to get him. He does get the honey fruit, and after this, he does go back into the fight. You see, he does go in, he gets the kill on to one member at least. I remember. Oh, actually, no. Surprisingly, he doesn't get a kill. I was expecting him to get a kill, but he did not. And just so much. And this is the ultimate that comes in. The buster shot will just be enough to push the 𝐿𝐿, but the flash does follow up from 𝐒𝐬𝐻 to get the kill onto Lulu. So a 1-for-1 trade, and Ralph was able to get away as well.
And this is what I love about Finesse XL, right? The confidence they have to just go ahead and try those big plays, even though they are not really in the position to really try to take it. They still try to go for it anyway, because they know the reward that comes with being able to nail it is going to be infinitely more than whatever they can expect to get. So it's always a joy to see them try to go for those kind of moves, but sometimes it just doesn't work out. And the thing is that AMP here, you can see that they were trying to go for a bit of a fight here on the bottom lane, but 𝐒𝐮 unfortunately had a lot of help on his side here, so that 𝐿𝐼𝐥 is not going to be going down anytime soon here, boys, as AMP now scrambling to try to get away. Giorno finding himself caught out here between both the Xayah and the Fiora and the Lulu, and was able to survive actually that encounter. Though here coming into this Baron fight, we do see Giorno here jumping in a little bit too late there, my friend, unfortunately, as 𝐿𝐼𝐥 gets himself picked off there with Garen picking up a good ultimate. And at this stage of the fight here, it looks like this was the point where Finesse were always trying to bring the death blow onto AMP.
Yeah, and now you can see the Dragon as well. That's trying to get a steal attempt here from the side. Giorno does get the ultimate, but 𝐿𝐼𝐥 knows this. He's just out of range for the Damascene Justice to land, so he does get a kill as well. And I said, same time, Ravh got the kill onto Caleb, so 2 major members down. It's not enough for them to survive. Ravh does get picked off with Medallion here, so but it doesn't matter because no Garrett, no frontline, no Tristana means no damage as well, and he knows this 𝐿𝐼𝐥 just walks up, hits the Nexus, nothing can stop her, and it's gonna be the game for Finesse Exile.
Yeah, so they're gonna be through into the quarterfinals, and they're going to be inside the top 8, and they're just one more step closer to getting some cold hard cash in their hands. I mean,
one more game.
One more game. That's all it's going to take. It's one more cash, one more game, and then get that moolah. Moo.
So of course, thank you so much. Of course, if you want to support the stream here, make sure to follow IRL Asia. You can click up there to click on our page to follow and like as well. You also can send some stars if you want to see a promo video. If you want to support us even more, get a supporter badge in the chat. It's I think down there. Somewhere down there. Yeah, it's somewhere down there.
Oh.
So get a supporters badge as well. And of course, if you want to learn how to be a player or you want to do productions in the back, make sure to go for IRL Asia Academy. But we're going to go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for coming. We'll be right back after this short break. See you around. This is what we do in IRL Asia.
Put you on the planet.
You should know you can go.
Je suis intéressée par les affaires. J'ai choisi le programme de BA UTM pour poursuivre mes études.
我係一名 full-time diploma engineering 嘅學生，喺 Space 馬來西亞工藝大學。
Selepas SPM, saya sambung belajar program asasi di Space University Teknologi Malaysia. Cuma 1 tahun. Lepas tu boleh sambung degree di UTM.
நான் ஸ்பேஸ் யூனிவர்சிட்டி டெக்னாலஜி மலேசியா என்ற பேச்சுலர் ஆஃப் ஜெனரல் ஸ்டடி பிஜிஎஸ் பட்டப்படிப்பை மேற்கொள்ளும் மாணவி நான் விரும்பும் துறையை நானே தேர்வு செய்யலாம்.
Di hari biasa, saya bekerja di sebuah syarikat. Tapi, di hari Minggu, saya merupakan pelajar program separuh masa di Space University Teknologi Malaysia.
مع الصف الكلي 270 أنا أستطيع أن أواصل دراستي في برنامج UTM IDP وجابان IDP.
We're back with the third round of Warriors Summoners Odyssey. My name is D.R.Fierce, and this poor guy here, he's a little bit abducted recently, so he's not used to it. So you'll be Victor Cax.
I'm Victor Cax?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yes, I am Victor Cax.
And we're back with Warriors Summoners Odyssey is organized by IRL ASIA. We are also partnered with Homie, SKOB Solutions, and Fence Education. We are also sponsored by 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻 Malaysia and UTM Space. So, we just finished up the round 2 just a few minutes ago. We just saw a very close match that ended up in a very quick finish for Finesse 𝐋𝐲𝐬. Just a small turn in the needle, just turned the whole tides against them, and it was just amazing to watch.
Yeah, and amazing as well, given how close it was up until the point where everything turned around there for Finesse 𝐋𝐲𝐬. So that's pretty much a level of play here that we're kind of come to expect actually from a lot of teams coming to the Summoners Odyssey, because we've been seeing the teams coming in every single day. We've been running this tournament daily for pretty much the better part of the month now. So plenty of teams have actually come and shown what they are capable of, and what we've seen so far has genuinely been quite impressive.
Very impressive indeed, and I would say that these teams, they're very dedicated. They know the tournament is almost daily, so they come. Of course, for Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we will not have a stream for Warriors Summoners Odyssey because we're going to go with the EFVP League for PUBG Mobile here. So there'll be no Warriors Summoners Odyssey, just to let you know, but please stick around for the PUBG Mobile stream. But we're going to take a look at the brackets here to see who is in the top 8 of the tournament. Of course, it's going to be a lot of strong teams here, and we do see Ken and Friends going through XG Esports, as well Oasis Gaming and Next Gen Pro.
Yep, and on the other side there we have going up, having won their match against Mad Dogs here. They are going up into the top 4 there, it looks like. And we having it, yep, we have Genki Esports as well as Sugar Ramus going on here. So I believe this is supposed to be a top 8 bracket here, but I'm seeing the top 4 already in place here. Am I kind of like skipping ahead in time here? Don't tell me you guys have a time machine here in addition to having an alien spaceship.
This is yesterday's bracket, you know, just a reminder to everyone to make sure that they do know what's happening. But we're back into the present here. 𝐿𝐻𝐻 Esports will be going up against TBD, so we don't know who will be there, but for some reason TBD is from Philippines, so of course there's only a Filipino slot left for that, so of course it's going to be a Filipino team. The Wild Dogs and 𝐻𝐻𝐻 Georgia are going to be going up against each other, so 𝐻𝐻𝐻 Georgia has a chance to beat off another top team. Wild Dogs were of course previous champions. Ken and Friends against another TBD, and Sugar Ramus will go up against Lakan Esports.
Yeah, I love that this bracket fight has finally revealed to me one of the most burning questions I had about the Summoners Odyssey. Which country does TBD come from?
Now you know.
Now we know. It's from the Philippines. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that TBD would have come from the Philippines?
I thought TBD might have been from Indonesia, you know.
Oh, really?
That was my guess initially.
Oh, that would have been a solid guess.
I think Dash is from Indonesia.
Ah.
Yeah, I think Dash is from Indonesia.
Then who is Dot?
Dog?
Yeah.
Dog. Sounds like a Malaysian team name.
I would expect that. But yep, ladies and gentlemen, this is your top 8 here. They're going to be the ones fighting it out for the top 4 slots. And remember, only the top 4 teams here will be the ones actually going home with a cut of that prize pool. So that's what all these teams are fighting for. They have gotten this far, but none of these teams have actually won any money yet. That money winning round is coming in the next one.
No, actually, if they win here, they do win money because they go to the top 4. So each person in the top 4 will get a slice of that pie. Yeah, but we're going to go into the band phase and you're going to see what is the band here for Wild Dogs up against 𝐻𝐿𝐻 Georgia. 𝐻𝐿𝐻 Georgia, they took away Chasing Dreams 4 times. Let me reiterate that. 4-time champions, they took them out in the first round, and Wild Dogs, they are returning champions as well. So they'll be better than 𝐶𝐿𝐻 and Gragas as well. So no 𝐶𝐿𝐻 in this game. We saw 𝐶𝐿𝐻 for the past 2 games, and now we won't see her at all, but Akali as well.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing those heroes, and Gragas getting banned out this time around here. So, and Wild Dogs banning out the Ziggs. So they're just getting rid of all the heavy hitters right now in this current meta. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting set of picks here because there's a lot of heroes that are going to be open now, and certainly a lot of combinations that Wild Dogs could try out if they like to. But more than anything else, I really am curious to see what 𝐻𝐿𝐻 Georgia is going to be able to do, because having beaten out Chasing Dreams and now facing off an equally difficult challenge here in the form of Wild Dogs, this is certainly going to be a big fight here. And if 𝐻𝐿𝐻 Georgia is actually up to the task, we could be seeing a potential new favorite here for this edition of the Summoners Odyssey.
Yeah, and Ziggs banned out, so there's only one good minion left. That's going to be Diana, and I know Wild Dogs, they do love the Diana. See Von Henley already hovering over it. But there's other picks as well. Kai'Sa is open, Rom is open. You can see maybe they go towards that side of the draft, but let's just see Wild Dogs. As the first pick, they're going to get the Rengar in. So I think for 𝐻𝐿𝐻 Georgia, they're going to get the Kai'Sa Diana. I think that is my prediction. Or they go for the Lee Sin as well.
Yeah, and those will be the most logical kind of thing to go with, especially given the bans right now. There's so many left open here, so I expect that Diana is going to get picked up at some point. Who's going to get it though? It seems like Wild Dogs, Von Henley is thinking they might actually have a shot at it. Kai'Sa Garen going to get picked up. You called it. Looks like a Teemo is being suggested here by Shogun. Are they actually going to be going for it?
I doubt it, but there is a possibility. I mean, Teemo does go decently well against ADCs. That's going to be the Darius locked in and the Seraphine. And still no Diana picked up for either team. I think could be a mistake coming in from Wild Dogs because they didn't have to pick the Darius. They could have maybe went for the, like I said, Diana. But let's just see what 𝐻𝐿𝐻 Georgia does pick up, because it's going to be, 𝐻𝐿𝐻 Georgia is actually a very popular team as well. I think they were known as, I can't remember for sure what's their name, but they won before Yanagi especially. I just can't put a finger on what is their team name, but Ezreal and Diana picked up for the side of Wild Dogs.
Yep, your Galio Braum, so that's going to be a pretty decent lineup, I think, for 𝐻𝐿𝐻 Georgia's side. One last pick here is going to be selected by Yanagi, and that pretty much is going to round out the lineup here. But yeah, it looks like Wild Dogs, the Von Henley wanted the Diana pick. He finally got it, so he better make it count. So 𝐻𝐿𝐻 Georgia is going to round up the lineup with a Graves pick here. What do you think of that though?
Graves jungle is fine, but you just need someone to set it up, and I think Galio does a decent job, but it's not the best, I would say. There is better picks here to set up Graves. The Braum is a very good one to set up Graves, so let's see how they do. But of course, they got a very good comp, I think, for Wild Dogs. They have the Diana in the mid, Seraphine Ezreal at the bottom, they have the Rengar jungle, and you have the top lane going to be so solid up there. Going to be the Darius. So we've seen Darius the first game, what Darius is able to do, and we have to see if they're able to continue the momentum. Especially going up against like 𝐻𝐿𝐻 Georgia, they just beat Chasing Dreams. So of course they're not an unknown team like I thought they were. They actually have a lot of members. I think the team name is, I think they're Mad Dogs. I can't guarantee. I have to double check with you later. I'll let you know, but they were definitely in Warriors before, Summoners Odyssey.
I want to tell you what, you guys let us know in the chat there if you happen to know the answer to this, because we've seen Yanagi. We know that these aren't like first timers here. They've definitely fought here before. They've definitely won here before. Probably they might win again as we jump into the game now. Ladies and gents, we're jumping into the quarterfinals now. going to search for our top 4 in this week's edition of the Summoners Odyssey. This time it is Wild Dogs versus 𝐿𝐻𝐻𝐿.
Of course, as you see, it was a little bit trap here set up from the side of Georgia here. But they are going to push in now with the Grace here, with the Braum. They will spot the Seraphine in theory. He will get probably a lot slow. And if he's not careful, she will go down. The exhausts are coming as well. She's stunned up. She's slowed up. She will go down. And they get even more. Look at the Rengar. Nowhere to go. Has to flash over the wall. They don't chase for him. Actually lands here. The Thought will not be able to get the Xenar. Does not get the kill. But he just walk him down. Will get Odyssey. Gets another kill. That's going to be 2 already for the side of Georgia here. They're going to be very happy with this. And sweet home, not Georgia. It's Alabama.
Oh my goodness, that's a terrible start here, I have to say, for the Wild Dogs, because conceding 2 kills even before the first minute is done, that is just grounds for a disaster here from the blue team. So they can still try to work it back here, but Namen is just going to continue to extend this lead here, going for another invade, stealing away the buffs from their own jungle here. So the Wild Dogs' problems are just going to be exponentially worse as time goes on.
And you can just see them holding that 1,000 goal lead just 1 minute in the game. So now only we're going to have all that done here. So it's going to be very, very safe here. Risk color just being taken for the side of Janja here. But at the top, a solo kill coming for the side of Shogun. He's displaying his dominance here. Does get that as well. And they will bring in a fight up here. Let's just see how it's done. Vibrations have to be careful here. The fight that's come up, Meng will be backing off and it's going to be very dangerous here. So we're going to see them just fight it out, and the smite that's coming as well. So you can see an early start. And actually, it's not going to be very interesting to see as well. The Galio at the bottom side will get the land taunt as well, and he will back off. So it'll be extra careful here if you're the side of the team.
Yeah, I like this though, because Namen Georgia knows that by just being ahead, they're really winning a huge psychological battle now against Wild Dogs. You can see that the way they're just taking control over both of these objectives here, the Skull Crabs on the river, it just pretty much means that Wild Dogs, they are just mentally that little bit behind, and it's really affecting the way they are approaching these lanes here. So the thing is that Shogun does have a single level advantage against Jay here. So possibly you could try to use this to his advantage to at least get a good solid foothold in the top lane. But it's really once the dragon fights start coming out here that it's where I really start to worry for Wild Dogs. Meng very, very low. Can he get? Oh, he's gonna get taken down. What the heck happened there to the Rengar? He's gonna get traded out, and a 0 things coming in return there for the Wild Dogs. Man, oh man. So in any case, now it looks like they are looking for some more extra here, because Meng is going to get caught out one more time. Can they stop killing this Rengar? He's already dead. My goodness. The buff is going to get picked up on their side. Namen now trying their best to try to steal it away, but still the Wild Dogs are inside the jungle, still taking away their resources and making it so hard for them to farm. Like, honestly, how are you supposed to play under these kind of situations?
Yeah, and of course, Wild Dogs, they beat them so hard, they swapped the names in the scoreboard here, and of course, that's why I thought the names on the side of the red team were so familiar, because they were the Wild Dogs. I was thinking, wait a minute, am I thinking of another dog here? But it actually is the Wild Dog coming in here, and they are going to get that strong lead here already. A 2,000 goal lead just 4 minutes in the game. The Ocean Dragon does spawn right now. Like you said, Meng can't get a break, man, and it has to be just under a lot of pressure here, and already a start coming in from the Wild Dogs. They want to get this done as quickly as possible. They just hit up the Ocean Dragon. It's going to be taken out really quickly because they have Grace, like I said, going to deal a lot of damage with, especially all these other teams. Like, you saw the potential with Braum early on, especially with the Grace. So that was a synergy coming in. They get the Ocean Dragon. They don't lose anything at the same time. And the top!
Oh, that's going to be a death there. Jay is going to try to stay in the lane here, but Shogun unfortunately couldn't try to get anything in return for that. But he's going to try to use his next minion wave here to hopefully keep the pressure going on the top lane. In the meantime, though, on the bottom lane, Xena, Yanagi, and Taurus now bringing the pressure on this tier 1 turret. It should have been taken down without too much of a scuffle here. But Belliot and Viper are not going to let this go down without a fight. They get in position. They force them off of that turret here, and they are looking to try to push them out of the jungle as well. We're 5 minutes into this match here. Wild Dog still having a very comfortable lead here. Xena might actually end up conceding a kill here. If he's not careful, Yanagi is going to jump in. He gets the counter kill onto Viper. And they try to find another one here, but it looks like they're going to focus on the tower instead here. It is very, very low. A couple hits is all it needs. And the Wild Dogs now are in the lead.
5,000 gold to be precise. They are that strong, and they will back off reset here. Of course, they have to spend a little bit of money. The 𝐒𝐲𝐬 had to burn the Rescue Story to make sure the middle tower does not go down. Nas have a little wave here. Does pick up the Honey Fruit as well to get a little bit of HP that he did not gain. And we'll be just happy clearing out here. And Meng, you know, he was just so under farm. He had to go to the mid lane to get some farm. So cut it to slack, man. You know, he got really beat up that early game, man. He seemed to recover just a little bit, but overall it's still very, very convincingly to the side of Wild Dogs. And they pick up the Honey Fruit here, walk up as well, and 6 seconds still, the Rift spawns. I don't think there's much that Namen Zorja can do. Just have to give it up. The slow does land the Seraphine. Not the best try to stay here if Grave does decide going, but I think he prefers the Red Buff over Seraphine at this point. So he gets the Red Buff and now he rotates over to the Rift Herald. And probably there's nothing much he can do. They see Darius, so he'll be a little bit out of position trying to get the turret as well. So he will be chased down here. Not the best position for him. Shogun, he did get a solo kill earlier onto Jay, but I don't think it's meant for this world. He has no stacks here. Will go down to the Garen. He will go down, and now it's going to be so strong. So now mid lane turret will finally go down, but he'll be traded away for the Rift Herald here. So we'll be fine for the side of Wild Dogs anyways.
I mean, they're certainly in a really good place though, because they're so far ahead, not just in net worth, but also in kills, and then now having the Rift Herald in their hands means that this next push now towards the Nexus looks ever more likely here for the red team. So Wild Dogs now really are just putting the pressure on the top lane, while in the bottom so far, the SRL, to his credit, is able to take down one turret. As 𝐒𝐲𝐬 now is going to move up ahead. In the meantime though, the Shelly is already doing very good work there, taking down that tier 2 turret, leaving one more turret left there for them to try to push up to. Hopefully Shelly will be able to do the job, but it looks like the Yasuo is already in play. Xena though, putting a lot of numbers there onto Viper, does get the kill there onto Ezreal. No doubt a bit of a revenge play here as they try to find one more there. It's going to be Diana that's next on the list here, the next victim of the fatalities that Wild Dogs are bringing onto Namen. And Namen so far have not really brought any reply at all to this aggression. Wild Dogs now trying to find some more. Shogun may have been next here, but Wild Dogs just only decided to move aside there because they want to try to take some objectives. But in terms of objectives, there's another that's coming up really soon, that Drake. It's coming up in about 20 seconds, and Wild Dogs, they look to be in the perfect position here to take that objective without too much of a fight.
Too much of a fight indeed, and now 10 seconds still Mountain. So let's just see how he does. It's Shogun here, does spot Jay. I don't think he wants to go to fight now. Not feeling as strong he was when he got the solo kill here, so Jay will just be careful here. He doesn't know the rest of the members of George is nearby, so he will back off. But One Dragon started immediately from the side of Wild Dogs. They don't want to waste any time. They are still up about 7,000, so they won't be too worried about that. Because Rengar Meng here is not even attempting to steal. He's looking for maybe a jump onto Gatch. He gets a little bit too far forward, but I think he thought he might have been spotted out here, but that's just walking up. Let's get the slow on the Seraphine. And chasing on to the Diana now. They won't follow up, and Jay does make his way down as well. So a lot of damage here. Rengar once again looking for the jump, but that's the problem with Rengar. If you fall behind early as a Rengar, you can't look for the jumps because you don't have the strength here. But they do corner Taurus in the corner. But now the Egg coming in. The Fissure lands in the back line. They're looking for more. Jumps in is the 𝐻𝐿 looking for the kill onto Darius. He doesn't even get the spin. The Hero's Edges will land the 2. They get a kill. One more onto the side of the Ezreal. They're looking for more. Jay tanking up the turret here. Should be fine, tanking even more. Taurus here dealing a lot of damage on the Seraphine. They're going in. They get the kill on the Diana as well. The Zernian just come out. Jay will tank up the turret. Will get the kill as well. That's going to be an ace for them. A whole ace. The whole thing is going to be a clean one at that. So they will now run towards the Baron. I'm not sure if they want to start it here because the death timers of George are so low, but they are not going to start it here. They're probably going to take the tier 2 and back off, and just so convincingly they have the goal.
It doesn't matter anymore because they got ace and they didn't even get a single kill in return. I mean, I cannot stress how devastating that fact is alone. It means that Namen, it's just basically they aren't in any form here to fight against the Wild Dogs. they simply can't. They don't have the farm, they don't have the items, they don't have the damage that's necessary. At this point here, it's pretty much a losing battle from this point onwards. So I really have no idea what they can try to do at this point. Perhaps they could try to contest the Baron, or even the Dragon takes a little bit more. Perhaps try to hold out until the Elders come out. But until then, I think like one really good fight later, and if Namen gets himself ace one more time, Wild Dogs are just going to run all over them.
Yeah, and Namen actually is missing a very simple solution to this game. They just have to, it's just a small, quick button they see in the settings. They open up the settings button, there's a button they call surrender here, but they're not going to surrender here. They're looking for more. The Duck won't even get the kill on the Galio, but the Seraphine ulti will, the Harmony Echo will follow up as well. The Encore does end the life of the Galio. They're chasing with more. They don't get the kill on the Gats. The Moonfall will actually finish off by another ace for the team, and this is where you press the button. This is where you go to settings. Look at the bottom left there. There's a big red button that says surrender, and that could be the case here, but they're going to be fighting out to the end. Georgia, they're not giving up as well, but Wild Dogs, you have no mercy here. They're going to take the Baron away, and there's nothing that Georgia can do.
There's nothing they can do. They're not even out from the fountain yet. Only the Ezreal's out now. Only the Seraphine. Then the Rengar is going to be joining out with Darius, and then finally Diana does. But by the time they do so, the Baron has long been taken away by Wild Dogs, and they're already setting themselves up along the lanes here, the top, the bottom, and the mid, as they are raring for the final push.
Raring for the final push indeed, and they're looking for more. And you know, I just really think that even though Georgia have a decent call, you can see right there, they go for a little fight, they just don't have the damage. Braum is staying alive, the Garen is staying alive, and with those two members still alive, Kai'Sa and Graves can just do whatever, and especially when Zena is building damage on this Galio, he's going to be helping with that burst, so it'll be very difficult. Even in the side lane, you see he just solo killed Viper earlier, and I think for sure now he will, because already 11,000 gold lead here. And Wild Dogs, they're just securing this area, no wards at all, 20 seconds still in the Inferno, and they won't think that Georgia will try to contest this. Braum is walking up first. Does spot someone here, just shoots in the middle of them. Now they're going for the Diana. Diana gets the move ball in, but it's not enough. The ulti does come in as well for the side of Seraphine, but lands on no one. The Echo as well will land and get the kill onto him. The TP comes in, then immediately blow up the Rengar. The bottom turret is not even down yet. Now he will go down, but three members dead for the side of Georgia. This could be the end. All 5 members of Wild Dogs, they're pushing in. They're looking for more. They're going to take away the tier 3. They have 1 minion left, and that's all they need. They are saying, okay, you know, let's just go for the safe lane. Let's just do the Infernal Dragon here for the side of Wild Dogs.
Like I said, the longer this goes on, the worse it's going to get for Namen. I mean, they haven't really found any kind of footing at all so far in these fights. They're going to be conceding this Infernal Dragon that's going to further add to their woes here, because the amount of bonus damage is going to be coming out from Wild Dogs is going to be way too much for Namen to actually handle in all these kind of fights. So again, I really don't see any kind of possible situation for Namen to be able to get out of this, because the fact is they've lost too many of these early game fights here that they are really at a position where it's just going to be a losing game. So yeah, pretty much you could say that the surrender button might be the only option, but surely Namen is going to try their best here to, you know, go out fighting. Oh, okay, yeah. Speaking about that, they still are in yeah.
It was a close call. They did press the button like I suggested, but they refused to do so. So, you know, someone is one person in Georgia. I gotta say, it could be Meng. This guy had a bad game, so it could be him, the one pressing the surrender button. But they're gonna chase all on to Shogun. He's pretty tanky, but I don't think he'll be able to survive this. Let's try to get 5 stacks here, but we'll be taken down already. A legendary coming in from Jay. The thought lands onto 2. They go to the back line. The Encore lands, but it doesn't matter. They're getting the kills. The Zonya comes out, gets the moonfall, but just a small one. Jay, second turret here, has to flash away and doesn't die. They do get Zena though, but look who's in the back line. Yanagi, not letting it go, flashing over, getting the kill, and the only person left alive is Meng, and I'm pretty sure he's the one that called for the surrender. Gonna be a theft as well. Ace Godlike coming in from Yanagi, and they're gonna take all turrets, nothing left for the side of Namen, and now they're gonna take the game. Wild Dogs will proceed to the top 4 of the tournament.
You know what that looked like from my perspective over here? Yeah, have you ever seen? Have you ever watched The Shining?
The Shining?
Yeah. You remember that scene where like the elevator doors open up and like a sea of red just completely washes over everything and kills off everyone in its vicinity? That's literally what just happened over there. Like the floodgates opened up, a sea of red. In this case, it was 𝐋𝐿. Just went in, pushed it out completely, and just completely took out everything and anything in their path. So, well done. I mean, again, they were really, really dominant throughout this whole game. It really shows, and the fact that they were aced twice and were not able to get a single return kill, likewise, it just goes to show that they were completely fighting on two completely different levels.
Yeah, take a look at the stats. Your MVP. We'll go to 𝐲𝐻𝑝 on the Braum. It's really rare that we see a Braum with the MVP, but let this be inspiration to all the players that are looking for the Braum MVP here. 𝐲𝐻𝑝 is the way to go. And SVP does go to 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐻. Even though he did not have the best performance, he performed the best in his team. He does get the SVP. And he was the main target. Of course, has the Force of Nature with the Dead Man's at the Trinity, the fattest member of the team. And but even according to the game, 𝐲𝐻𝑝 was almost as fat as him. So nothing much to brag about. And 𝐲𝐻𝑝 just played well. Look at the damage here as well. 16,000 for Yanagi and Jay. And the only person closer to them is Viper. And 𝐲𝐻𝑝 actually dealt more damage than Meng. Also more damage than 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐻. Also more damage than Won Henley on the Diana. So a lot of damage going to him. So I'm pretty sure that's why they gave the MVP to 𝐲𝐻𝑝.
I mean, just look at the amount of assists alone, like between the Graves and the Braum, 25 and 21. I mean, these guys were just so active throughout the whole fight. They're just going around trying to find all these different openings, trying to find all these different opportunities for ganks. So you can certainly tell that these guys were playing on a completely different level here. So it wasn't even it wasn't even a fair fight, I have to say. But again, well done here to the Wild Dogs side. I mean, they've definitely earned their spot here. There's certainly no question of that. But one just have to wonder, like, what will it take actually for some of these teams to actually face on these kind of challenges? Because certainly, if they are going to get wiped like this one after another, what are the kind of steps that these teams should take actually in order to have a better time through these tournaments?
You know, it could be very, very interesting to see, but you know, we can't discuss that. Since we're going to go into the replay, we're going to see what could have been done better for the side of Georgia here. But of course, Wild Dogs, they had a great start here. They get the kills here early on. They get the Rengar as well. They don't even have the flash because Zendar is there. He tries to run away to his best abilities, but a final slap on the head will be enough for Wild Dogs to get 2 kills early on. Meng once again will get killed off Redemption. Tried to jump away, not enough. Does die to that, already a 2-kill lead early on for the side of Wild Dogs. It just slowly snowballs. Look at that, they walk in, Meng dies, and I'm pretty sure after this he spawns and he dies again. So not the best of games for Meng today.
Now again, this is just Wild Dogs constantly going for those invades, right? Just constantly taking away the buffs from Namen, making sure that the Rengar couldn't get online fast enough. And as a result, that basically allowed Wild Dogs to have such a significant enough early lead here that it made it very difficult for Namen to be able to hold up in some of these later fights. Here we see the 𝐿𝐴𝐲 just having a straight up fight there against Viper. Pretty much a no contest for him at that point there. By this point, really, Wild Dogs were already literally running wild in terms of their networks and as well as their item builds, that it pretty much made it an impossible fight for Namen to even hold. This was the second ace that we saw where basically Namen was just not able to make a dent at all into Wild Dogs' own lineup. They've just got themselves completely washed over by that sea of red here coming from Wild Dogs' side and were not able to make the God bleed.
Not able to make the God bleed. This is why Wild Dogs is showing Georgia why they are previous champions here in Warwick Summers Odyssey, and they don't even get the kill onto 𝐲𝐻𝑝 early on, but he jumps into his own demise and he will go down. And thankfully, 𝐲𝐻𝑝 didn't get the idea to play Zed or Rengar top. He goes for his patented very good support, he gets the MVP. So who says support can get MVP? And jumping in, he gets the kill onto the Rengar as well. And Wild Dogs, they were just styling on Georgia at this point. They were up so much. They're chasing for even more. And with 3 members dead, I thought for sure this could be the end. They're looking for it, but they say, okay, no mind, let's just get the Inferno and back off, reset. They go back, they get the kill onto the Darius. Darius all alone, Shogun nowhere to go, Legendary for the side of the Garrett. And look who jumps in. Nena goes in for the taunt. He does the hero play. He does go down with the overall amount of damage here from the tower at least. But look who jumps in about right now. Lands that damage here, flies in, whoop, gets one. Looking for the Seraphim, flashes over the slow, gets another one. And Meng here just gave up and just, okay, kill me, man, kill me!
Kill me and end this misery here. 28-4, and that was the way the Wild Dogs roll. So very dominant showing, like I said, from the Wild Dogs' side. And with that, they're already through into the semifinals. They're already into the top 4. They're already earning some tasty moolah, and they're just going to be fighting now to determine whether they can win some more.
Look at the comments here. Gats did reply, wait for my Rengar top Neon Fade. Gats, you know, I love you, buddy. You play a great support. But the last time you played Rengar top didn't go so well. And you know my feelings with top Rengar. And also, John Yamashita says, you the best. I completely agree with John.
Yeah,
you made a good point.
That was a very profound statement. I feel completely changed after having read that.
But of course, that will be it for the 3rd round. You still have the semi-finals and the grand finals to go. So Wild Dogs need to secure a little bit of money in their back pocket, even if they do fall out later. But of course, they're aiming for another championship win here today. And Gats, prove to me one day you can play Rengar. But we're going to go to a short break. We're going to be right back after this 5-minute break. So don't be a square, be a rectangle this time.
It's all about humanity. It's all about humanity.
Nama saya Muhammad Iqbal bin Bazrul.
Nama saya Faisha Nina Zainab.
My name is Logamani.
My name is Marwan Ihab Nevis.
My name is Lo Chutong.
Hi, my name is Wan Willy.
Hi, my name is Yuvanish, anak lelaki guna silen.
Alina Sabiha.
My name is Lim Kai Hen, and I am in the foundations of UTM Space.
My learning experience are great. I think it's good because I think it's comfortable. Like the class, the lab are very comfortable, and the lecturers are very good.
The class is very comfortable, and the environment is good. The hygiene also very good for the class.
Lecturers, they are quite good, very useful. They are willing to spend their own personal time to attend to your questions like after class.
Because the lecturer knows that we are from secondary school, so they're willing to really spend time with us a lot.
Kami semua dapat mengakses semua kemudahan seperti Wi-Fi dan di setiap kodek juga kami disediakan dengan gymnasium.
Other facilities like the library is very satisfying.
Every hostel have their own basketball court and also mini mart.
For the hostel is very comfortable. Every night I can sleep very easily, and the canteen also they have a lot of food, variety of food.
And washing machine here is also very useful because we don't have to go out to the lobby and all that. So it only costs us 2 ringgit for washing our clothes compared to 8 ringgit outside.
In UTM, we have 3 gyms and also 1 swimming pool and also badminton courts for us. So we can do some entertainment at there.
We also have buses facility. If you don't have your own transportation, you can always catch up with the bus, but you have to follow the time. So it's very easy for us to go to our class.
Salah satu sebabnya UTM terkenal dengan top 5 dekat Malaysia, top university. And saya nak jadi engineer. So UTM terkenal dengan engineering. So saya memang pilih UTM sebab saya nak jadi engineer.
I want to study engineering, so I think UTM is best for engineering for the SKOB campus, and also it's a government university, that's why I choose UTM.
I choose UTM mainly due to the global and local ranking. They have top 3 on Malaysia and top 100 on the world, if I'm not mistaken. Another thing is that UTM provides the foundation for international students, while other universities don't.
Foundation, as we know, is only 1 year, so it's like fast track compared to STPM. STPM is 2 years.
UTM have a highest, they provide the highest employment rate outside of the private sector and also the government sector.
The reason why I think people should choose this program because if you compare with other university, like private university especially, the fee is very low.
Foundation program actually in UTM is quite cheap. I think it's even cheaper than others university.
It gives foundation gives you good experience, exposure to university life.
Anda telah diberi pendedahan awal tentang kehidupan di universiti, bagaimana sistem pembelajaran, sistem pemakahan dan sebagainya.
The program provides a 50-50% credit, where 50% of my work depends on the final exam and 50% depends on my course marks. This is a big advantage because if you don't, you can improve your final mark by doing well during the SEM, and during the final exam you won't have much pressure to concentrate that your full mark is coming from the final exam. It also helps to the mark is also helped by the course mark during the SEM.
You only need to spend 1 year in this program, then you can straight go to for your degree. So it's like a fast track.
This program provides a great learning experience, and also it provides opportunity to enter degree program here. Here have a lot of leisure purpose places like kayaking, horse ride. It's very fun to be here.
We're back with the semi-finals of the Warriors Summoners Odyssey edition. Of course, my name is gonna be displayed here very soon. It's gonna be known as the Wondrous Neon Faith, and this right here, he's known as, what's your name again?
Victor.
Victor 𝐶𝐞𝐫𝐬, right?
Yes.
I think so. The records did say your name was Victor 𝐶𝐞𝐫𝐬, but we're back with Warriors Summoners on these semi-finals. Organized by IRL ASIA, we are partnered with homie SKOB Solutions and Friend Education. We are also sponsored by 𝐒𝐿𝐴SIA, Malaysia, and UTM Space. So, we're back. We just saw a great match coming in from previous champions Wild Dogs. They did dismantle the side of Georgia here. No chance for him, but let's take a look at the brackets to just see who is left in your top 4, who is there to challenge the Wild Dogs.
Yeah, we saw 1 match out of 3 that was being played concurrently, so these are the results of the other matches that were happening at the same time. Hamster Esports have beaten Going Up to make their way into the top 4. Wild Dogs beat Kana Georgia, as we saw in the live stream earlier on there, in order to earn the 2nd top 4 spot. The 3rd top 4 spot here has been won by Ken and Friends. They've beaten Finesse Exile in order to make their way up in there, and they're going to be going up against Lacan, who earned their top 4 spot by beating PS Sugar Ramus in order to get up into the semifinals.
So in overall, I think the more favorited grand finals we might be seeing probably is Wild Dogs against Lacan. But Ken and Friends playing very well. They just beat out Finesse Exile, like you said. Finesse Exile is a very strong win. We did see them win as well. So they were in a 50-50 match against their match earlier. So I think we'll be fine with that. But for me, if I were to put my money down something, I would think Wild Dogs and 𝐿ACAN will be the grand finals here. And if that does happen, I would think the Wild Dogs do take it up with a 2-1 victory. It wouldn't be a clear 2-0, but I think Wild Dogs will have the victory 2-1. But 𝐿ACAN has proved me wrong before.
I mean, already starting to see in the future now, I see.
A little bit of future vision coming in. There's only one possibility where I'm wrong.
There are 5 million possibilities, but only one in your face mind.
Yep, only one.
Only one. Only on your mind, and then
only one on my mind. Oh, the one on my mind.
But yeah, that's our top 4, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna be seeing who will be ending up into the grand finals later on, and hopefully I'll also figure out a way out of this place here because, yeah, I mean, it's been kind of surreal here to be abducted by aliens. It's certainly a first time for me, I have to say. But thank you for actually making this quite a pleasant experience for me so far.
No, I try our best, but you won't like what happens after the show ends. So just enjoy for now, I guess, while you can, and watch these games going on live. And you know, I'm just excited, man.
I mean, those were certainly some ominous words there. Kind of an ominous choice of words, actually.
You know, I try my best to stay positive, but sometimes you gotta live a little bit of a ominousity inside of there.
Yeah, being edgy now, are we?
Yeah.
Yeah, indeed. So, ladies and gents, we're going to be waiting for ourselves to get into this next match here. Obviously, we're going to need to have a little bit of time here because setting things up is not the easiest thing. I mean, how many people we're talking about here that we got to arrange? We got 5 on one team, and then got 5 on another team. And then we've got the people in production here. We're counting like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people in the office here, not including the 2 of us here. So we've got 2 of us included, that's 9 people. So already around about, we've got 19 people that we've got to organize here just for you guys at home. So guys, I mean, if you're not actually have not even put your like on this page, you're not following our social medias, what are you even doing? Like, ladies and gentlemen, we're putting all this effort here to bring this show to you guys. And please, just give a simple like and a follow to us, and that's all we ask for, really. And it really will mean a lot to us when you do so.
Yeah, of course, like my good friend here, Victor, said, to support us, get us to 10,000 followers. We want to reach that big mark. Of course, you know, while we're waiting for the matches to start, let's just take a chill and relax around. You know, during these trying times as well, going to be very important, and I feel like it's going to be so important here for these players to just get ready for all this to go down. And the most important thing as well is for the players to be comfortable when they do all this down, and I think it's going to be very important about that. And I want to see all these teams get ready for a big match. So it's going to be I think when players do perform in the big stage, they do play better than they usually do. I think when they play on the big stage, they're going to be performing very well. So I think players, they should be performing much better when they're on stream, at least.
Yeah, I mean, again, when you're actually live, you're under that kind of pressure. You know, your performance is going to be under the microscope pretty much. So certainly you'll sense that you're going to be quite a different player live compared to when you're playing at home.
Yeah, you know, playing at home, when you're off stream, you know, you have that chill relaxation in your head. You're like, well, it's not that bad. You know, I'm just relaxing, thinking about what I have to say. And of course, we're going to go into the bench here for the match, for the semifinals. It's going to be Ken and friends going up against 𝐿ACAN, and Gragas will be the first band coming in for Ken. And I like the logo. Ken big in the bold right here.
I mean, it's self-explanatory, and it's simple, and it does the job. Everything you need in a logo, pretty much. And 𝐿ACAN, not too bad for themselves either. I mean, I certainly love the art decor kind of like feel they're going with here. Certainly a nice logo to really complement themselves here.
Yeah, well done. And of course, Akali Camille band out for 𝐿ACAN. Diana will be the second band for Ken and friends. And like we said, 𝐬𝐧 is open. We maybe could see a 𝐿ACAN first pick as well, a Braum first pick, but let's just see. Of course, Squishy right now will pick up the 𝐿ACAN probably for Ken and friends, and it's a decent first pick, but we just see him falling out of the meta just a little bit. But 𝐿ACAN, let's just see what they do pick up.
Yeah, Lee Sin first pick. That doesn't reveal too much other than the fact that they want to play a Lee Sin. So yeah, it's going to be a 𝐿𝐲 that's going to be hovered over here by Empty Bottle. 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐨𝐬 still hasn't quite decided what he's going to be picking here. He's going to pick the 𝐿𝐲. The 𝐿𝐲 to complement the 𝐿𝐲 here up against a Lee Sin. What do you think of that?
Well, I think on the side of 𝐿𝐲 and 𝐿𝐲, they have that combo here. Of course, his community is out of the board. You have to go with this combo here. So I think it's still a decent combo against the Lee Sin, although Lee Sin has a lot of mobility to move up. But the problem with getting the 𝐿𝐲 and 𝐿𝐲 early is that you give up the 𝐋𝐈𝐍𝐿, you give up the Braum. Okay, Fiora is fine too as a pick here. It's pretty mobile, so you can escape the 𝐿𝐲 and the 𝐿𝐲. So all these three picks here have a way to escape the 𝐿𝐲 combo, but let's just see how it does work out right now. Let's just see. Boy J, he does love the Lee Sin himself, but since no Lee Sin, he'll probably move to something else. So the Dende as well, I do know that he loves the Ahri, so he'll be probably picking out that for himself.
Yep, so it's going to be an Ahri and 𝐿𝐲 that's going to be picked up here by 𝐿𝐼𝐼. Final two picks here for Ken and friends, and that's going to be Ken and Eclipse. We're going to be getting the pills. An Orianna and a Braum seems to be on the cards, or perhaps maybe an Alistair here as Eclipse decides on a last minute swap off his picks here. But should it be the Orianna and the Braum here? Do you think that's going to be a good complement to the Fiora and the Kai'Sa?
Could be, but Katarina locked it for the side of Ken and friends. So Ken himself will be propaned up with this fight. So let's just see. 𝐿𝐼𝐼 as well will get the Garrett in. So a lot of strong front line here. 𝐿𝐲, Garrett, 𝐿𝐼𝐼 will be going in. Ahri as well will provide the pokes and the sustained damage here. On the side of Ken and friends, it's more of an explosive composition. You have Kai'Sa jumping in with the Braum, with the Fissure to just break things up. Katarina, of course, if she's fed, will just clear the backline. Lee Sin will just create space, probably kick the Ahri or the 𝐿𝐲 into the fight. Fiora as well will be looking for the front line. She also can deal a lot of true damage, so tanks are not a problem for her, so you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, just looking at the lineups alone, they're both very solid. They're both equally viable. I think at the end of the day, it's just going to be down to execution, isn't it? It's going to be about who's actually going to be able to find the combinations to be able to pick the right kind of fights for their situation, and who actually ends up with a better farm at the end of the day. So yeah, I mean, it's going to be a very solid fight here for this semifinals, and I can't wait to see how it's going to turn out, because it's very difficult to predict here. Just you know, looking at the drafts alone, because those are some very solid picks. I mean, you got the Fiora and the Braum picked up, and you got all the other kind of picks coming in. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Sirens time as we enter the match now between the Ken and friends and 𝐿𝐼𝐼. Let's go, semifinals number one.
So semifinals number one, Ken, of course, on the blue team. On the right, we'll have 𝐿𝐼𝐼, and I think if they give Ken some space to grow and get this competition ahead, it could be very different for 𝐿𝐼𝐼 to stop, because they do have the 𝐿𝐲 to maybe stop the Katarina, but they don't have an outright button to just say, hey, stop. So maybe Taunt will work, but if Taunt is off cooldown, there could be an issue because they don't have a lot of point and click. Maybe the Garen silence as well, but there's just so much maybes here. So Katarina will have a lot of free time if she's allowed to just steamroll through this composition. At the same time, Kai'Sa and Braum is probably the strongest bottom lane composition in the game right now. So we'll probably have a good time against the 𝐿𝐲 and the 𝐿𝐲. But early on, I would say that just the small poking coming from 𝐿𝐲 and 𝐿𝐲 will change the tides as well. But at the top also, Fiora will be happy with that fight against Garen for now, because she'll be getting all the Vital Procs you see already, just dealing a little bit of damage to him. Almost getting the second Vital Proc as well, but it'll be very difficult for Garen to just stay in the lane.
Tante getting a bit testy there, I have to say, but you know, the Fiora Garen top lane is pretty standard, pretty classic, I already have to say, especially for this current patch. So I don't expect either side to be facing too much of problems, especially during this early phase of the game. It's really going to be both the 𝐿𝐼𝐼 and the Lee Sin that are going to be watching out a lot more for here during this matchup, because the Lee Sin rotations and the 𝐿𝐼𝐼 rotations as well, conversely for the 𝐿𝐼𝐼 side, they're going to be determining a lot on the tempo of the fights that are going to be happening between both of these teams. So that's pretty much what I'm going to be watching out for. Just going to be expecting to see the team that really starts to take a little bit more initiatives in these gangs. So actually tries to go for a little bit more invades, or really trying to get one leg up on the farm by pushing a little bit more aggressively on one lane versus the other. But otherwise, I'm pretty much seeing a situation where it's going to be a pretty standard laning phase leading up to some big fights during the objectives.
Yeah, and also at the same time, Fira, like I said, of course, he does have a great time in the lane. He hasn't even done his fruit, and now we'll go for it. Let's get almost all the farm that's missed one range, but I won't feel too bad if I were him. And the thing about this competition is, can they want to get to a good start? So they might be looking for fights at the first dragon already. Want to go for a quick snowball here because it could be a quick game. But if they allow 𝐿𝐷𝐻 and this comp to stack up, to farm up, it could be difficult. The Sonic Wave does land, but Jarvan is nearby, but now be spotted by the ward. So they do, okay, I have a ward here. Take it down. Nice skin for the Jarvan Dark Star as well. One of my first skins in League of Legends as well. They do back off right now, and you see now a lot of pressure being piled on the bottom side. There's another ward as well. They do spot Boy J coming in. Lee Sin is nearby as well, and we'll see how it's going to be. So now walking around. Now we'll be landed with the Solid Wave. We'll have to back off the, like I said, the Katarina will be very strong if he's nearby. And oh, Ahri will land. Oh, not. Wow, that's a great Shunpo coming from the side of Moy. Moy does just evade that charm, and it was just a split second. He was already prepared to press the button, and he does get out of range, and a bullet dodged by Ken right there.
Yeah, and crucially, they managed to save the red buff for themselves as well. So very well done to that Ahri there. So with the danger now averted, it's going to be back to the normal laning phase. No kills so far at a 3-minute and 40-second mark. So we're going to be having an Infernal Dragon coming up in the next 12 seconds or so. It could be a major objective. We already see the Lee Sin and the 𝐿𝐷𝐻 starting to make some moves in that side of the river. A red buff going to be picked up here by the Jarvan. Hopefully he'll be able to make use of that. He already has his ultimate though, already up to a level 6 as well. In fact, it's now a bit of a fight happening now in front of the Dragon Pit as the 𝐿𝐷𝐻 and the Ezreal are trying to hold their own, trying to hold their positions here, trying to go for a little bit of a scuffle here onto the Skull of Crab. They're trying to find a good position and trying to go for the jungle. A lot of damage being done here. Ultimate is going to be landed here. Can they try to find the kills though? They do get one onto the Xayah. Can they find some more? Now running in here, Lakan trying to swarm onto the places. They managed to get a kill onto the Braum. Now they're trying to find another one on the Squishy. He's proving to be quite a squishy target indeed, as the Fiora now falls into the hands of the Jarvan 4. And Lakan now finding themselves 3-1 after that little bit of a scuffle here in front of the Infernal Drake.
What a nice fight here. Was Lakan, they got the fights here, and like I said, Ken, they wanted that snowball, so they went for the fight, but it just wasn't in their favor. So they do fall. They lose 2 members they lose 3 members for only losing that 1 here for the side of Ken, and it'll be very, very difficult to see. So I'm gonna see how they're gonna fight here, and I just want to see how they do fight for this. And you know, a pick off here onto the Fiora. Has to be careful here. Does get the nice repose here, but a barrage that's coming. Barrage coming at the side here. So the dragon will probably go to the side of Infernal Dragon here. I don't think gonna be too much done here for the side of Ken. I don't think they really fight for this. The Sonic Wave does land. Maybe looking for a steal here. It's not enough. Expire the charm. Lands on Lee Sin. Good night, my friend. Good night. And he gets the Infernal Dragon as well for the side of Lakan, and Lakan gotta be very happy with that. Now gonna be pushing up even more and walking in. They get the Righteous Glory power here, so they're looking for more, but no members in the mid lane. I think it's gonna be a mid lane turret going to Lakan because Ken did not prepare it. They would surround the area and they will lose the first turret as well. So now about 4,000 goalie going to the side of Lakan Esports.
Yeah, you got both the Ezreal and Jarvan as well as the Ahri already up and fully online here. I mean, things are looking on the up and up here for Lakan. They're already setting themselves up in front of the Rift Herald, so they're pretty much poised to take that away without too much of a contest here, I expect, from Ken. In fact, Ken is literally going to get charmed in front here. It looks like they're going to be able to pick up an extra kill right under the nose of the Braum. So not much that he could do in that situation though, unfortunately, because that charm just landed itself so perfectly in front of them. And in fact, another second one there just lands on the 𝐿𝐷𝐻, and he's just able to slip away. He was just that little close, that little bit of too close a call there. And Tane now finding himself in a very good position here. Almost gets a kill, go for the spin, gets the kill here onto Squishy. And what an unfortunate name there for the Fiora, I have to say.
No, at least he lives up to his name. He picks the name, he stays true to win like a true man, and he does go down as a squishy target there. But you know, I can say that was such a good play coming in from the side of Ken. So Ken, even though they did lose a lot of members, at least they tried to equalize across the map. 5,000 gold lead for them. They push up even more, and now 𝐿aKhan will be taking the top turret as well. 2 turrets now already in the goal, and they're going to be up in the goal lead as well. About a 7,001, they're pushing for even more, and 𝐿aKhan, they're playing with a lot of confidence here. The Rift Herald, of course, taken already away, so the only objective coming up soon might be the Dragon at the same time with the Baron, so it might spawn at the same time since they will take the Dragon a bit later here in the map. And as well, they hadn't have much to do here though, even though they did get a little bit done earlier. And we can see blue team actually refused to surrender. They had the thought in their mind, but they say, nah, a little bit too early. You know, if I had to point a finger, you know, if I had to be the devil's advocate, I think the person that might have practiced was 𝐻𝐿. Because as a Katarina, when you're so far behind, look, 𝐻𝐿 doesn't even react. He's supposed to 𝐻𝐿. He gives a thumbs up. He just walks like, okay, what can you do? I'm not afraid of you.
Yeah, I ain't scared of no ghost, he says. I ain't no scared of no Jarvan. But then again, I mean, that's the thing. 𝐿aKhan is already so far ahead. They are already so strong and so confident. They are literally going up and picking up kills like nobody's business, just like what they did onto Xayah there on the mid lane, as I was trying to make my point. But it still stands. I mean, right now, 7 kills to only 1 so far from Ken and friends. It's really a situation that you really don't envy here for the blue team. So Ken, right now, they really need to try to find some way to find an edge on a lot of these fights, because otherwise 𝐿aKhan is going to continue to bully them all throughout the map. As is this Garen now trying to bring the bully onto the Fiora. That's another kill going straight into Tawny's hands.
Yeah, and now we can see, oh my god, the damage coming in. Goodbye, Braum as well. And we said it, when Katarina does that release, she jumps in, gets the ultimate, gets the whole combo off, and the 𝐿aKhan just sits there like, is that all? Is that all you got? And he just sits there, takes the damage, like, okay. And then you have to shoot 4 away because you have no damage. And look at the goalie already coming in for the 𝐿aKhan, 11,500. Look at Tante just dancing around, just showing his dominance, walking left and right, just saying, what can you do? Maybe a little bit in trouble here, but has the second skill to just stay alive. And now walking away, oh god. Yeah. Just walking away and just be fine with that. Oh.
Well, in any case, the Rift Herald is going to make a slow walk from the base all the way down into the blue. They're going to be taking a long scenic route to do that. In any case, the Mountain Dragon is going to get picked up by the Jarvan here. I mean, 𝐿aKhan pretty much already have free reign over this map here, because they know that Ken and friends can't really stand up to a straight on 5v5 fight here. And Ken and friends, they know that as well. That's why they're keeping their distance. That's why they're not really taking the initiative here, because they know that 𝐿aKhan can squash them very easily should the whole team decide to commit to a fight. So they have to be very smart. They have to pick their chances when they can and just don't go and overextend when they don't have to, especially at this juncture where all of the lanes are being pushed out so close into their base. A bit of a jump here that 𝐿aKhan is going to try to do, and he might actually be punished for this. In fact, he's going to get taken down immediately by the Kai'Sa. And the Ken now, feeling energized, he's going to try to find a second kill here. Can he do it? Yes, they will. The Ezreal is going to be next on the menu here as 𝐻𝐿 suddenly finds himself in a very, very tough situation here. Unfortunately, it's going to be the Fiora that's going to get picked off here. And they do find one more kill here in the form of the 𝐼𝐸. Just suddenly, just like that, Ken might just find themselves in a way of trying to make a comeback, but can they actually keep this Tonley away from the turret here? Because Tonley almost got the tier 3. Now it's going to be forced away here by the Braum. Going up against his face here, Tonley now forced to back off here. He cannot stay there for too long.
But it doesn't matter because 𝐿aKhan, they still hold an 11,000 goal lead. So a great effort for Ken. But when you're just so far behind, they're able to spread around the map and they almost lose 2 inhibitors there. It's still a miracle. It's still up there for the side of Ken and friends. Of course, let's not forget his friends. You know, we all have to forget. Can't forget our friends. You know. You know, so still the inhibitors are up. Ken has not taken any turrets. So technically, if you talk about standing goal, yes, Ken has a lot of standing goal. They haven't took any turrets yet, but it's just going to be so hard to come back from this because they have, like you said, no control of the map. 𝐿aKhan can just walk wherever they want. They can look and they don't have to look both ways of the road to walk. They just walk straight ahead. And once again, Ken and friends refuse to surrender.
No surrender for you.
And I mean, it's a good call. It's still possible to win. We've seen bigger comebacks happen, but it's just very unlikely. The amount of games, I've casted about, I would say, 200 over games so far at Huawei Summers Odyssey, but the amount of comebacks we see are less than 1%. So I've maybe seen 1 or 2 comebacks here. So it'll be very difficult to see, especially at the margin already. So already pushing into the base, they're pushing deeper in. 𝐿𝐴𝐿 gotta be careful too.
Gotta be very careful now because 𝐿𝐴𝐿 is right up against their door. They should be able to get his second turret here. It's gonna go down, but can still hold on though. There's gonna be dropping one after another. 𝐿𝐴𝐿 is gonna be popped on the bottom side. Squishy able to drop away to the fountain, but his friend is not that lucky though. And unfortunately, the Nexus left completely exposed. There's nothing standing in their way. 𝐿𝐴𝐿 will be through into the grand finals.
𝐿𝐴𝐿, make it happen. They go to the grand finals. So far, 50% of my prediction is correct. 𝐿𝐴𝐿 is in the grand finals. We just have to see the result from Wild Dogs to see if they do win their match against Hamster. But Hamster, they've been playing very well, so I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. I mean, again, what we're seeing so far, I like it. I really like it. As someone who has no memory beyond just Tuesday, I have to say that's probably the best game of Wild Rift I've ever seen, by far.
Very, very well done. And you know, they made it look very easy. 𝐿𝐴𝐿, they made it look like it was as simple as your alphabets here. But let's take a look at the stats here to see how they did perform in that match. MVP does go to the D.R.Fierce. And you know, once again, playing devil's advocate, if I would say someone wanted to press the surrender button, it could have been Squishy because he has no items.
I mean, probably he just emptied things out before the match ended, but I mean, it's always funny whenever we see players do that. Yeah, but Squishy, you know, had pretty much a very frustrating day today. I mean, Tante had been one step ahead every single turn, it seems. You know, not only being ahead in terms of levels, but in terms of his plays as well, has just been a constant thorn on the side here for Squishy, and being unable to do his job as a Fiora certainly made it very frustrating, I expect, for their side. And then more so when you got 𝐿𝐴𝐿 just getting completely shut down, especially in the early phase of the game. So they really, even though they had a solid lineup to start with, they really weren't able to come online when they needed it to.
Yeah, look at the damage coming in as well. Only member hitting more than 10,000 is Moy on the Katarina. And 𝐿𝐴𝐿, the D.R.Fierce, Tante, they both passed the 10,000 point. 𝐵OY_J had a great game, even though you see his damage, it's not that much, but he's involved in so many ganks. His cataclysms was so mesmerizing to see how well it landed. And the only person with the lowest skill participation for the side of the team that is called 𝐿𝐴𝐿 is going to be Tante. So Tante only has 6 skill participations, but it's fine. You know, even though he was just in the jobs at the side lane, just doing what he can. So well done to the side of 𝐿𝐴𝐿. They play incredibly well. They get their spot in the grand finals, probably up against Wild Dogs or Hamster Esports.
Yeah, so well done to them. Again, we're really waiting to see how things are going to turn out in the grand finals later on, because that's where the big money pot is, you know, guys. That's going to be the difference, you know, between 48 ringgit and 88 ringgit. That's a 40 ringgit difference. That's literally half the amount of money there if you get only second place. So you know what the stakes are, but let's go ahead and check out the replays here just to see and recap a little bit about what exactly happened in that previous round.
Yeah, so early on you can see the Inferno Dragon fight was very important for teams. Like I said, Ken, immediately when the Dragon spawned, they wanted to fight. They wanted to go for this fight, and it was just not, they don't have the strength, especially with Giant and 𝐿𝐴𝐿, they have the competition alive at level 5. So a little bit of a mistake here. They could have played a little safer, but they were going for the roll that dice to say, we want to get this win. And the second fight, once again, they were even down even more. They lose the Inferno and they lose the 𝐿𝐴𝐿 from a good charm. They just continued this momentum. 𝐿𝐴𝐿, they didn't let go. They held the pressure and they kept it on. The kick comes in for the 𝐿𝐴𝐿, but it's not enough. You see Squishy once again. Plus pop the barrier to survive, but Tante flashing in with the spin to win and gets the kill. Escapes as well. And mid lane, the D.R.Fierce gets a nice kill on the Moy, nowhere to go, and this was 𝐿𝐴𝐿's way of just taking over the game.
Yeah, I mean, this whole sequence of events for the first 8 minutes was just frustrating to see because it was just that slow burn of 𝐿akan just slowly but surely extending their dominance over Ken, and Ken just being completely helpless until this very moment here where they actually got a little bit of life. They were able to get 1 kill, snowballed it into 2 extra kills on their side, and just look for for a brief moment there that Ken might actually be able to find a way out of this situation here, that they might actually have a little bit of fight left in them in order for them to try to make a comeback. But alas, that was just not meant to be, as 𝐿akan was able to find themselves literally right up against the Nexus, taking down every single inhibited turret and literally nothing standing between them and the Nexus, and certainly a situation that Ken really wish had not happened on their end. So with a few more hits onto that Nexus, 𝐿akan secures their slot into the grand finals, and we'll be seeing them fight off soon for the extra juicy bit of cash.
And it's not only for the monies, but the fame and the experience coming in. It's going to be a best of 3, so it's not going to be a direct best of 1. So a lot of tempo could be coming in if you're playing a best of 3. So I wish the best of luck to 𝐿akan, because it's not that easy going to the grand finals. A lot of pressure is. So they're raring to prove themselves once again. Of course, the members of 𝐿akan, you might be familiar with them. They were in Logo or /Execration before. So they have a lot of plenty of experience here. So going to be very, very interesting to watch.
Yeah, indeed. I can't wait to see, because that's going to be in a little while, isn't it? I mean, we definitely need to take a break. It's going to be a break for you guys. For me, literally, we teleport, between this moment to the moment after the break. So for us, time doesn't really pass in that linear sense. A bit confusing, I know, but I mean, this is the situation I'm stuck with at the moment. So I don't know. I just got to live with it, I suppose.
It's alright, but we'll give them an 8-minute break here. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this. We're going to go head straight to the grand final. So see you in a little bit, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere.
Woo, zap.
Sometimes you look at a student and say, I could do that. But sometimes there are just students that say, oh my God, and you have to go nuts. Hey guys, I'm your fave, and right now we're going to take a look at the top 5 steals in the Summoners Odyssey. Let's go.
Here we see 𝐅𝐑𝐴𝐷𝐼𝐸𝐺𝐸 trying to steal the Cloud Dragon from �NOAH/PH's 4-man stack. Look at how he just charges in, smites again, right in front of �NOAH/PH's face.
From Ryujin, the ult in just to try to get...
Now this is what I like to call a balls to the wall play. Look at how Nova Orange charges in with 𝐿aF to steal the dragon with ease.
Walking in with the 𝐒𝐿aH now unstoppable coming for 𝐿aF. A little bit too early, so you'll be taken out. But in the meanwhile, he will steal the Ocean Dragon. It didn't stop the damage on him, and Braum won't be very low. They will kill him away in the 𝐿aH.
Noah's Aron is back yet again with another iconic 𝐿aF steal. This time, he charges in to steal the Rift away from Ardent Esports.
Rift is so low, of course no jungler yet, but now he's here and he's stalling us just a little too early. The smite and unstoppable monsters come. They get the kill on the Graves, the taunt all alone, 𝐿aKiKo in the back.
Here we have Mango's Vi landing a perfectly timed smite to steal the Mountain Dragon away from level up.
But now they will get the charm onto the Galio, but they steal away the mountain as they were stolen away. Now the fight will break up. Of course, they don't have other ones, but Diana ulti will land. Thunderstorm will come out. No members are dead from either side yet. But finally, Seraphine does go down. The Vi flies in, but will be taken away by Xayah.
And finally, the #1 steal in Summoners Odyssey goes to Caballeros Gemguin with a rather unexpected Baron steal using Kai'Sa's Void Seeker. Unfortunately, it did little to change the outcome of the match. It was an impressive effort nonetheless.
Try to equalize this in some sort of fashion, and it will be at this fight. But the quick route, so much damage landing on the Lee Sin, and right now it has to be Sue.
Hey, but they steal the Baron, Mr. Doctor, and now they get a kill onto Lux. Galio so low, Kai'Sa gets the kill. But look at the base, Who's defending the base? The Nexus, it's taken away. Ardent Esports, they will sneak the win. And that's all we have today, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for watching. If you want to see more content like this, hit us up on our Facebook page, IRL Asia. Comment down below what was your favorite steal. And as always, thank you so much for watching. I'll see you guys on the flip side. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to IRL ASIA's YouTube channel. I'm 𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿, and today we'll be taking a look at Summoners Odyssey's plays for the week. Here we can see Ziggs from the side of Taiwan. He will steal the Baron here as Fiora tries to salvage the fight. She won't be able to as the Baron and the fight will slip away from their hands. That was some fantastic plays this week for Summoners Odyssey. Remember to subscribe and like our YouTube and Facebook page for IRL Asia. This is 𝐒𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿 signing out, and I'll see you in the next video.
Make it click.
Party, we can get naughty.
Je suis intéressée par les affaires. J'ai choisi le programme de BA-UTM pour poursuivre mes études.
我係一名 full-time diploma engineering 嘅學生，喺 Space 馬來西亞工藝大學。
Selepas SPM, saya sambung belajar program asasi di Space University Teknologi Malaysia. Cuma 1 tahun. Lepas tu boleh sambung degree di UTM.
நான் ஸ்பேஸ் யூனிவர்சிட்டி டெக்னாலஜி மலேசியா என்ற பேச்சுலர் ஆஃப் ஜெனரல் ஸ்டடி பிஜிஎஸ் பட்டப்படிப்பை மேற்கொள்ளும் மாணவி நான் விரும்பும் துறையை நானே தேர்வு செய்யலாம்.
Di hari biasa, saya bekerja di sebuah syarikat. Tapi, di hari Minggu, saya merupakan pelajar program separuh masa di Space University Teknologi Malaysia.
مع الصف الكلي 2.7 أنا أستطيع أن أواصل دراستي في برنامج UTM IDP وجابان IDP.
It's all about humanity.
Welcome back to the Warriors Summoners Odyssey. My name is 𝐒𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿, and with me is Victor Cax.
Yes.
We're back.
We're back. We're back. We're alive. We're alive.
It felt like it didn't feel like anything, right?
Nope. Didn't feel like anything at all.
You're getting used to it already.
I suppose I am.
Of course, this tournament is organized by IRL Asia. We are also partnered with 𝐒𝐿𝐿𝐿. We also partnered with SKOB Solutions and Fed Education. We are also sponsored by 𝐻𝐶 Malaysia, Instery, and UTM Space. So check them out at their respectful Facebook pages. But we are here with the grand finals for Warriors Summoners Odyssey, ladies and gentlemen. So, are you ready? I know I am. Are you ready?
I think I am. I believe I am.
You believe you are?
Yes, I believe.
You must believe, because we are believing it's going to be a great grand finals here. Of course, we saw Lakan make it all the way to the grand finals here, and they really did do it in incredible fashion.
Indeed, they did. Indeed, they did. Because it's like anytime there's a team that does like dominant semifinals like that, you know they're coming in very, very strong. And with Lacan's performance like that, if they can keep that momentum coming into this grand finals, you know, given that it is a best of 3, sometimes that psychological advantage can go a long way, you know, especially when you're facing up against a team they haven't met at all throughout the brackets.
Yeah, and you know, like we said, it's either going to be Hamster Esports or Wild Dogs, but I'm not going to break the surprise to you. It's either one of those teams. So if you don't want to get it spoiled, make sure you don't look at the brackets just yet. But we're going to give it a very nice and enticing surprise for you. I don't want to spoil it. So while we're going to unveil it soon, you know, timing is always key in terms of all this. Let's talk about, okay, let's see if it's Hamster. Hamster, they had a great run. From nowhere, this team. From basically out of nowhere, they climbed it all the way to the grand finals to face up a very strong team, Lacan. If it's Wild Dogs, it's not really a Cinderella story because they are proven veterans, have gotten wins before. So it's more like a formality for them to get to the grand final. So either way, we're going to get a David versus Goliath story, or we're going to get a Titan against Titan story. So I think both are interesting to watch.
Yeah, I mean you get the best of both worlds, don't you? Like you're getting either the big fights or you're getting the little plus big. So it all equals out. It all evens out. And in any case, you know, who doesn't love like a good David versus Goliath story? Am I right? Like you always want to root for the little guy, you know, because you just want to see that little guy have the chance, you know, to finally dream big and actually end up going home with a big prize.
Yeah, but talking about the big prizes, let's see the big unveil of who is in the grand finals in the bracket. We're gonna of course have Lacan going up against. It's gonna be Wild Dogs here. So Wild Dogs, they do manage to beat out Hamster Esports here. So Hamster Esports, they are out. It's gonna be Wild Dogs. Previous champions going in is Lacan, a very seasoned and veteran team. So a Titan against Titan matchup in the grand finals.
Yeah, and this is pretty much going to be a big show here because we've seen what Wild Dogs is able to do so far this night. We've seen what they're able to do in past weeks here. So if Lacan's last match is any indication, this is going to be one heck of a massive best of 3 here we're going to be seeing in this grand final. So I can't wait to see, because Wild Dogs and Lacan, they're going to be in for a major scrap here tonight, ladies and gentlemen, in this edition of the Summoners Odyssey.
I'm excited to see as well how these teams will play it out in the grand finals. I think Lacan has the experience advantage, but Wild Dogs have that wild factor to them. That's why it's in the name Wild Dogs. They have that factor where they don't really care who their opponent is. They will play the style they want to play. And like I said, when Wild Dogs are playing confident, they play their best. But when they reach, there's a point for Wild Dogs where they go overconfident. Like when Gats wants to play Rengar top, that one, nothing to say.
I mean, what can you say to that, really? Like, whenever they're going for the troll picks like that, you know that they're only picking for one reason, just to make you mad. Yeah.
And they only do it in best of 3s or best of 5s because they know they have the extra cushion, you know. They win the first game, alright, second game, it's time to bring out the big guns. The support's gonna play Rengar top, and Gats, if you're watching, I sincerely hope that if you pull it out today, you do a good job. Because if not, it's gonna be a bad track record against you. Every time I see a Rengar top, I'm gonna think of Gats. But of course, Gats, you're here to prove me wrong. We are in the grand finals here. Who am I to say whether you can play or not? Just prove me wrong today. Prove everyone wrong that your Rengar top is good to go. But if you want to take my advice, stick with the support.
I mean, if you want to go Rengar top, let him do it. I mean, it's a free country, you know, you got the freedom, you got the power in your hands to determine your own fate. So if a Rengar top feat is going to be your fate, then so be it.
So be it. Don't do it, man. Don't do it, man.
You got to let them know, you know, you got to set their expectations right, you know, you got to let them know the reality of the situation here. And sometimes there's a time and place for Rengar tops, and there are some times when they're not supposed to take a Rengar top.
Yeah, I agree. And look at the comments here. A lot of support coming in from Lacan. We have about 4 different people. We also have Albanese coming in. Michael Bryan saying Lakan win. We also have Rika Jean saying Lakan 4-2-0. We also have Peng here saying I don't know what he's saying, but I can't read that language, so I'm gonna read it. I'm pretty sure actually it is a language, but I can't read it. But gonna be so much support coming in. So, once again, Alban saying let's go Lakan. But we're gonna go into the band phase for the first match of the grand final. Let's see Wild Dogs on your left and Lakan on your right. So first batting coming up from Wild Dogs. They know that then they love the Ari. They're batting out immediately.
Yep. So no brainer there. So now Lakan is going to have two bands to bring out on their own. They're going to take away the Camille and one more band here. Are they going to be taking out a Kali? Yep. It's going to be the Kali and Camille band here from Lakan. So pretty standard so far. Wild Dogs are going to take out the 𝐒𝐿𝐲𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐿 straight away here. So well, that still does leave a lot available in the pool though. You got 𝐿𝐲𝐶𝐻 available, you got Diana available in the pool, so still plenty of options here for either Lakan or the Wild Dogs to pick here in this first game. So yeah, I think this is looking to be a pretty decent first stage here that we're going to be seeing between these two teams.
Yeah, but of course, picks is coming out. Wild Dogs is secure the 𝐋𝐸𝐍𝐻 immediately. Don't want to think about it. Of course, Gragas is available, 𝐿𝐲𝐶𝐻 as well. Boy J will really want the 𝐿𝐲𝐶𝐻 for himself. So it is open. Let's just see. They do pick it. There will be probably a Gragas top, I would feel. And then they might go for something else. But they might secure the Diana for him. But Boy J, of course, 100% he will go for the 𝐿𝐲𝐶𝐻 if it's available. So Gragas 𝐿𝐲𝐶𝐻 for the side. Lakan, let's see what Wild Dogs respond with. Jay, of course, going back to his very, very comfort pick, which is the Garrett. And let's see what Gats pick. Gats, of course, I think he should pick the Diana here, but I'm not an expert here. But Gats is going for the support pick immediately. Going for the Lulu, so securing the Lulu for the 𝐋𝐸𝐍𝐻, so a lot of backline protection here. I'm not a big fan. Not a big fan.
I think it really depends on what they decide to pick Lulu together with, because we've seen them pair it out with a Rengar before, and that's actually technically still available in the pool here. I mean, I don't know whether Wild Dogs want to run Rengar now that they've already committed to a 𝐻𝐸𝐍𝐻 and a Garen, and the fact is they've already picked up the Diana and a Braum as well, so it's already looking like a very stacked lineup here from the Lakan side. So Wild Dogs now, these next two picks are going to be absolutely crucial. What's it going to be this time? It's looking like it's going to be a Wukong and Darius? Yep.
Okay. So there's a few things that could happen. There might be a 1-3-1 coming from Wild Dogs, or they will send Darius into the mid lane, Garen at the top. So we have seen Darius going up against Diana before. It is a decent matchup for Darius. It's not a bad one. It's a 50-50 matchup in my opinion. But Lakan, they're going to finish off with their ADC. They don't have one yet, so they lock in the Ezreal. So a very decent comp from both teams. I would say the more reserve comp is Lakan, and the more wild one goes to Wild Dogs, because there is mid going to be something we have to look out for.
Yeah, I can't even recall the last time I've seen a Darius mid. Probably not before last Tuesday.
I think we haven't seen it in a long time. I think maybe even more than a month we haven't seen the Darius mid. I haven't seen the Darius in a long time.
Well, still, I mean, for a first round match, it's certainly no surprise that Wild Dogs would do something like this. It's again, first game's pretty much anything goes. You're free to pick whatever kind of lineup you want to do. It's a place where most teams would tend to be very experimental, especially when they're up against a team that they have a reasonable idea or a reasonable level of expectation of what to expect when it comes to going into that matchup in the first place. So coming to this, I mean, again, Wild Dogs, they're no stranger to grand finals here, especially in the Summer's Odyssey. So I think they pretty much know what they're doing here. The question is, can they pull it off?
Can they pull off is the question, of course. Let's just check it out. Of course, this is going to be a grand finals match. Going to be so much on the line. And really, we're going to go into the game. The sirens are blaring out. On your left, it's going to be the impeccable Wild Dogs with the pony coming in with the rainbow. And on your right team will be Lakan Esports, of course, riding with a lot of momentum coming into the grand finals. Let's just see who is able to pick it up. The ward already spotted early on by empty bottle. Will empty his bottle out and just look for fights late. I'm pretty sure Lakan want to look for early fights, especially with Braum and 𝐿𝐲𝐶𝐻. So at the same time, we already see the Darius mid in effect going up against Diana, and a lot of damage taken already. The thing is, Darius don't want to go for those short exchanges, you want to go for the extended ones. What Diana has that passive to continue fighting, so it's a double-edged sword for Darius. He wants the long fights, but he can't sustain against the Diana.
Well, that's the thing. It's going to be a really tough one in the mid there for the Darius, so it's going to have to rely a lot on that Wukong constantly making rotations, constantly trying to go for invades here to at least ease off a bit of that pressure coming through that mid lane. In the top lane so far, the Gragas shouldn't be too much of a problem here for the Garen, though. At this point, though, Jay is really having his hands full here, trying to keep the minions off of his own turret, as the Gragas now is going to be just moseying his way down the river here. Now, in the meantime, we do see the 𝐿𝐼 going for a bit of an invade here. Is he trying to go for the buff? It looks like Jay is going to find himself in a little bit of a tight spot here, as he almost gets himself jumped upon there by the Gragas. And the 𝐿𝐼 was fortunately just nearby enough there to give the Garen a little bit of a worry and actually force him to back off towards the turrets.
Yeah, I have to back off towards the turrets here, so it will be very fine here. But bottom scaler will be taken up from the side of Wild Dogs. Lakan does provide a little bit of a damage here, but it won't be enough. Top side scaler is taken away. They're invading into the blue side jungle as well. So I have to be careful. Wild Dogs in response drops a ward themselves, so they're being chaperoned out of their wave here, looking for a fight here. I think it's a little bit of a mistake, but Darius gets who is here. He's looking for the fight here, and they have to back off for the side of Lakan. Of course, they can just throw a little bit of pokes here. Darius is spotted out. So now the D ward coming immediately coming from the side of Rob. He wants to get rid of the ward, doesn't want to think about it at all. Goal is still relatively even. I think Wild Dogs know that a dive is coming in. So 𝐿𝐼, walking up, pulled up, pulled back, has nowhere to go, has to flash away. Going to be solo, but will not be chased up further. No ultimates from either side of the junglers, so no disengage/engage. So have to be extremely careful of that. Still pushing up. Turrets is the side of Wukong pushing it up here, and it will be very difficult. Lakan, they had to burn the flash here, but they're up a goal. They did get a successful invade, so won't be too bad for them. But with Dragon spawning in about 1 minute and 15 seconds here, they could be a game changer. But talking about game changers, Taurus gets a solo kill onto 𝐵𝑜𝑦𝐺, on 𝐵OYJ's main character nonetheless. And with that flash missing, it could have been very, very dangerous.
Well, I can only imagine how big the smile must have been on Taurus' face when he nailed that kill onto 𝐵OY𝐺, but expect a little bit of retribution in the near future there, my friend. So we'll see how that turns out there, but it looks like 𝐵OY𝐺 might just have a little bit of an extra target on this map here today, at least from the Wild Bro side. But in the meantime, though, that single kill is going to be enough to give them a little bit of a lead right now in terms of the net worth. But let's see whether or not they will be able to keep that gold just flowing in, because in another 25 seconds, we're going to be seeing a Cloud Drake spawn upon the map. And that could be a big point of contention here, because so far things have been very even between both of these teams. Almost quiet, you might say, because there isn't really much action to speak of in the last 3 minutes or so.
Yeah.
Well, I say that just as then it gets almost knocked out there in the mid lane, but the Darius still lives for now. But with the Drake just spawned, that's going to be a big point of contention now coming up in the bottom lane.
Yeah, you can see the Dragon Beast starting here for the side of Lakan. Was still no flash for 𝐵OY𝐺, but I don't think it's much of a concern. The rest of the team, Garrett just walking up here like he owns the whole place. Gets retention on top of him, so you'll be safe here. But going to be 50 down to 50-50 spot. Let's see who gets it. Garrett ultimate does come. 𝐵OY𝐺 won't be able to get the steal here. They will be actually taken away by 𝐿𝐼 here, but the fight will break out. See how low the rest of the back line is. 𝐿𝐼 jump to the back line, gets even more. The 𝐿𝐼 can't join the fight. It's going to be 2 kills already for the side of Wild Dogs. They're chasing for even more. Gragas has nowhere to go. Knocked up, spinned up, and taken out by the side of Wild Dogs. They have a 2,000 goalie here pushing in the mid lane. The Dende, he can't do much with the Diana. He can't defend this. He will try to throw out his kills to stop the minion waves, but that's a lot of damage in the mid lane. And 4-0 is the score. Wild Dogs, they are ahead, and they are ahead in a strong way.
Yeah, very, very good fight there by Wild Dogs so far. So they're going to keep Lakan on the run for now, at least for the next few minutes here. But that's all they're going to be needing here in order to try to get a good lead up on the farm, especially leading up to that first major Baron fight. So in terms of the pacing, looks like Wild Dogs has pretty much nailed it so far. Lakan now really needs to try to find a way in order for them to break that tempo and hopefully start to bring a little bit more advantage towards the red side.
A little bit advantage is going to be what they need here for the side of Lakan, like you said. But they're going to give all the turret plays over to Yanagi, and oh, never mind. Lulu Gats just poking fun at me once again. But still, 3,000 gold in the lead for a while. You're protecting this bottom turret 2 on 4, so could be a big mistake here. But they clear the wave instantly, and no minions here means it's going to be an incredibly hard dive here for the side of Wild Dogs. They get the slam here, won't get anyone, but it's just so difficult to get the dive, and a little bit of misplay coming from Lakan. They don't get the fight as well, and they get so much space in the meanwhile at the top side of the map, and now the Rift Herald is being started here by Wild Dogs. They know the rest of them at the bottom, let's just start this off. And while they do that, they send Darius to stay there. He's going to continue pushing up the wave, so there'll be a lot of damage here. And I don't think they'll reach in time. Boy J, even though he moves as fast as he can, this Rift Herald is going to go to the side of Wild Dogs, and they know it for sure. And now going to be just so much gold in the back box. 4,000 in the lead. Of course, Darius had to back off away. Ezreal was there to defend, and look at the gold coming in for Yanagi. Yanagi has almost 6,000 gold. The only person closest to him in the enemy team is the Ezreal with, the Diana with 4.9, so almost 1,000 and more gold difference just from the AD carry. So that is how you know this game is going into a bad spot for Lakan.
I mean, already like losing out in that fight there has just put them in such a tight spot here, and that bleeding is just going to continue to hemorrhage here for the side of Lakan unless they're able to find a way to stop the momentum that Wild Dogs is just building up and building it does at the 7-minute mark here. 4-0 so far, but I can tell you one big fight later is going to jump. It's going to jump really high up in that score kill count. Very quickly, so all that's needed right now for the side of Wild Dogs is just an excuse to invade into Lakan's territory and start to find those kills. But for the meantime though, they're going to be content with just getting this push done on the bottom lane. You can see them just absolutely committing to this here, just making sure they go for those tower objectives, not necessarily going for the big fights here, because even though they know they can win these fights, their goal here is just to essentially dominate Lakan in these lanes.
Oh, Zena has to be careful here, will be taken out here. So 1-for-1 trade in the mid lane. He did kill the Dende. The Dende had flash and barrier, so not sure how he went down. Probably didn't expect the damage coming in from Zena here. But a 1-for-1 trade with the Ocean Dragon spawning in 22nd tier. It's not the worst case scenario for either teams, but technically it's impossible for Wild to get a perfect game here if they were aiming for that. So 1 kill down means it's all over. But I don't think they'll mind that much, because going against a team like Lakan with so much experience, getting a win, it's already good enough. And if you're hoping for a perfect game, that's going to be very difficult. But Ocean Dragon spawned up, Rift Herald is taken immediately for the side of Lakan. They have the vision advantage, but they're on the red side, so red side has easy access into the Dragon Pit. But now multiple sweepers coming up from the side of Wild. They're going to remove all vision. They clear the mid lane as well. Rift Shelly has dropped. So either they have to give us Dragon, or they're going to get the Rift Herald at mid, and they opt to just get rid of the Rift Herald at mid, and Dragon will go to the side of Wild once again. So 2 turrets here, 2 Dragons here on the side of Wild, and they still have the turret. So overall, still a big win once again for Wild Dogs.
Yeah, they're just going around picking on as many objectives as they can. They might even pick up a kill here if they are careful enough, but 𝐿one is just able to, 𝐒𝐮 is just able to get away just in the nick of time there. Now Lakan are just not going to be holding back though. They're going to be kind of scanning around here. Wild Dogs, they try to go for a little bit of a setup in the brush there. Didn't quite work out. The cascade is going to cause them to scatter quite a bit there. And they aren't able to continue this push here on the turret. They will fall back here. Lakan successfully prevents them from just continuing on this invade. And that seems to be, they could have gone a lot worse, I have to say. Could have gone a lot worse with Lakan, but they were still able to hold it through.
They were still able to hold it through, and that was important. But they're going to set up their own counter-attack here on the bottom side of the map. Lakan have 4 members strong here, but while they are not going to let this go easily, Zenar in the front already walking up. We'll get a pull, we'll get kicked back actually, so no pull coming in, so Zenar will be forced to back off. So another nice start for Lakan. They do close the goal gap a little bit now from 3,000 to 1,500, so they cut it in half, but still the pressure overall. 4 seconds still, the Baron spawns here. You can see now it's appearing here on the map, so gonna be probably the mid-lane turret taking here. All the members of Wild Dogs are around. They're gonna hit the turret. It's gonna be so low, and Lucas at the back. Torres here. He will be looking for a flank here. The turret goes down, so Yanagi will take the redemption and back off. No damage coming in from 𝐒𝐮 at all. 𝐒𝐮 will barely miss the shot here. Yanagi so confident here. YJ going in, looking for the Sonic Wave, does landing on the Lulu, but now going in, he does have the Zhongyas said to buy a little time, but just a wasted Zhongyas in my opinion here. Maybe he did burn the flash on Yanagi, so that is a plus. But that's about all he gets here, so has to be careful here. Mid lane turret is being sieged upon by Lakan. Look at James going and spinning. Gonna be onto Super Bowl. Let's get the J off on the Lee Sin now, fighting even more. They're gonna fight even more, and the stuns that come out from the fissure. Oh, the flash from Zena is not enough. Doesn't land on anyone. So a burn flash once again. So all the summoners almost being used for the side of Wild Dogs. They don't have anything left in the bank, so didn't put the investment in and keep it in there. But the Bards has come out to clear the waves, and I think Lakan this time with all the summoners and the ultimates down, they're probably gonna take this turret and close the lead. So from, like I said, a 3,000 lead, they're still maintaining that 1,500 deficit for the side of Lakan.
You know, with the way that Lakan has been fighting so far, you would think that they're the ones actually ahead, but it's in fact actually Wild Dogs that have the lead, both in terms of kills, in terms of net worth, in terms of dragons. But Lakan now have finally found their groove, and it seems to have worked out very well for them. In fact, they are now using this opportunity to start to extend a bit of their influence inside their own jungle, which has been sorely needed by them actually throughout the whole matchup here. So finally, with Lakan finally finding a bit of confidence, finding quite a bit of foothold in this region here, now it's going to be up to Wild Dogs to slowly but surely try to regain that control here, and hopefully they might try to do it with a good fight here. They can just find the initiation, but doesn't seem to have landed so far. Lakan still slips by their grasp.
Look how low Yanagi was, and if you guys didn't notice, Lakan tried to sneak the Baron there earlier. They did go in, but when they noticed Wild Dogs start rotating to the top side, they knew, okay, we can't do this. But it was a good cheeky attempt coming from Lakan. They did draw the attention away to the bottom, and then they still now just shoving out the waves, because they had to bring multiple members just in case Lakan were going to commit to the Baron. So they don't, but then they gets a free reign at the bottom say. So the problem I think with Wild is that they are letting them getting poked out by especially the Ezreal and the Gragas and Diana as well. So they're not getting the engages in. They're a little afraid because Torres has the Wukong to go in with the Cyclone to get the knockup, get the engage. But it's just a little difficult because they have so much engage. Gragas, Braum, Lee Sin, kick him away, you know, cascade him away, fissure him, stun him up. There'll be so much ways to stop the Wukong. So Torres has to find a great angle to approach this fight, and it doesn't look like he's finding it so far. But Empty Bottle will be hit up by the Baron here. Has to be a little bit extra careful. Jay also once again, he's very tanky. He's not afraid of much, but if he's not careful, he could be blown up. But what is that interaction? I think Jenna pulled the wrong direction.
Well, whatever it is, we're able to disengage very cleanly though. So we're on the second bit of footing here. Wild Dogs still able to gain some major control on the bottom side of the river here, as now Lakan tries to pick up a blue buff for themselves because they're going to need it for this upcoming fight. Now, Wild Dogs, they're already starting on the Infernal Drake. They already are setting themselves up in a good battle position here, and the Drake is going down very fast. I'm afraid Lakan has already found that time has run out here, as now Wild Dogs having the Infernal Drake buff are looking to get an extra kill. They might try to find one of Boy J, but he's a little bit too slippery of a customer here for them, as he's able to slip up in the back line. But Empty Bottom now is going to be the next target here, as Torres goes up in front, tries his best to try to get some damage down in the way, but the Zodiac is able to keep it alive, but only just. Unfortunately, he's not able to stay alive for too long here, as now Wild Dogs getting themselves completely annihilated on the front line here. This was their battle to lose, and they're losing so hard at this point. Torres now trying desperately to get himself out of harm's way, but he's getting chased by a very, very angry Tante in that Gragas. He almost gets another kill there, but he is unfortunately unable to keep up. So they will back off here. Lakan has scored a major, major victory here, I have to say, as now Wild Dogs now is going to be their turn to lose out a little bit. The Den now forced to try to back off. He almost gets himself picked up by Baron Nashor there.
It should be just enough with Tante coming in, but the rest of the team coming in, they could be in a lot of danger. Boy J is going to be low. He's probably going to drop to the Baron. He gets the kill on the Astro. The TP's coming in. The TPs are coming in for Wild Dogs. They're looking for the fight. 3-man TP coming in, and there's going to be 2 members there. The Dende and 𝐒𝐮𝐬 goes down. Boy J is trying to run away. Zena is chasing him with the movement speed here from J, and they're looking for him. They know he's in the bush. Will he get the pull? Boy J will not get pulled back, and that's going to be 2 members dead. So from a missed opportunity from Lakan is Wild Dogs pushing up here, and of course Torres did go down for that fight, so they have no jungler. They can't start the Baron out here, but could have been so bad for either team if Lakan did that a little bit more safer. They could have maybe just gotten a turret in exchange, but Nice Kake does push the minions away, but I don't think they are stopping this push. Look at all the members, the chunky members as well. In the front line, they will kick the kickback, a lot of damage. Zena will tank a lot, he will still be barely alive. He will kill the turret, and now they're running for their lives. Zena has to run away. Rest of the team, they gotta be very, very sad, especially for Lakan. He was so close in getting that Baron, getting that lead, but a little bit too overzealous was they, and they do lose out. Jay does get the risk color for his team, does back off as well, so good timing. But look at the follow-up! Conte is down! The Cyclone as well, knocking up 2 members here. The Rom empty bottom will be empty out here, will be knocked up by the Cyclone, taken out. And the rest of the team is here. Yanagi on the Kaisa will deal a lot of damage. And the Dende, he knows he has the ultimate, he's looking for the in, but there is no way out. And Jay will be in front of the well, just backing off, and they have to take care of the top turret. And now look at the goal lead, back to about 3,000 here. So Wild Dogs, they maintain that, so they take it all the way back into the back pocket right now.
Yeah, Lakan just absolutely relentless throughout their entire exchange there. You saw the way they chased Wild Dogs off of their base all the way down towards the mid, all the way to the river, and they still weren't even done because they were still trying to find those kills, but there were just none at all that Wild Dogs was giving away to them. And now Wild Dogs are starting on the Baron. There's a bit of fight in the back line there. Unfortunately, it's going to be one pops away. Boy J is out for the count here. Dead End's going to have to pop Zodius, but that doesn't save her life at all. She's the next to pop out here. And Lakan, with 2 people down, are finding themselves very much outmanned and outgunned in this very situation here, where Wild Dogs are now coming in for the kill.
30 seconds to the Elder, but I think Wild Dogs, they don't want to wait for the Elder. I think they want to end the game now. They're pushing up onto the turrets here, looking for more. They get the Haven turrets down. Looks like they're going for the end, but a little bit over-aggression for Yanagi. He's taken out into the fountain, so a little bit too far forward. The Cascade does land. Taurus will barely live. The Zodiac does come out, but they get the kill onto the Ezreal, so it's not all over yet for the side of Wild Dogs. They get the kill as well onto Brown, so another 2 members down, and now this could be the end. Yanagi, you did a little bit of a throw, my friend, but it might not matter in the grand scheme of things. Wild Dogs, they are going to back off. They know if they lose this fight, they could be the game, so they're going to play it safe. 4v3, they say, let's not take the risk. The Dende is strong, let's just back off. You have no Yanagi, so let's just play safe. And with the Elder in the map, it's going to be very difficult to say who wins this.
Yeah, they might as well try to contest with that, isn't it? But Boy J and the Den are already around the corner. They already picked up the blue buff. They know they have to contest this Elder Drake, or else it's going to be game over here for Lakan, at least in this first game. So Wild Dogs now, they've swooped in. They're already starting out the Elder Drake. Boy J in the meantime getting a bit harassed there in the mid lane by the Draven, but he's still going to be able to, the Darius. He's still able to stay alive though, but now the fight is breaking out in the middle here. It looks like they aren't able to get it though. Wallhogs are still able to pick up the dragon, and now they're going to be coming in for some extra kills as the Khan has overstayed their welcome here. Tante now going to be facing a little bit of pressure here as Wukong pops his GA in an attempt to try to end Tante's life, and unfortunately paid the price. Now Wild Dogs are moving in on the Nexus. They have 1 goal, 1 objective, and they're going straight for it. The damage is being done onto the Nexus. It is gone. It is over. The Wild Dogs have won game number 1.
Wild Dogs, they absolutely win that match. It was a close affair up to the 13-14 minute mark, but after that they got the fights, they got the win. They were holding a minuscule lead, 2,000 to 3,000 goals. They weren't really capitalizing, and we saw, like we said, even though they had the lead, Lakan were playing with more confidence than Wild Dogs, but when they made the Wild Dogs made a mistake, Lakan capitalized, and because they made a mistake, Wild Dogs got confident for some reason. They turned the fight, they get the Baron, then they win the game.
Get confidence, get Baron, win game.
Sounds
Easy
good.
equation.
Let's take a look at the stats to see who was the MVP, and I gotta get it. He's got the beat. Yanagi? No, it's gonna go to Torrance on the Wukong, played incredibly well. I think Yanagi would have gotten the MVP if he didn't go and die in the fountain for no reason in that fight. Well, SVP does go to 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐿 on the Ezreal. He did play incredibly well, but it was not enough. And you know, the Dende, you look at his score and say, that's not a good score, but actually he played very well, just that he couldn't get the last hits that he needed to. And he actually had a lot of damage as well with the Nash's tools, with the Rabadon Death Cap and the Ludens Echo as well.
Yeah, and I mean, again, MVP is always going to be an arbitrary thing, but then again, you always know who the real MVP is in our hearts. It's always the guy who's going to be able to bring us a lot of damage here, and look at the amount that 𝐒𝐮 brought to the table. 27,555. Woo-wee! That's a nice round number to round it up with.
Yep, but it's still a best of 3, ladies. Don't forget. He said, look at the damage, like he said, my goodness, but it's just the slow, methodical pace that Wild Dogs put, and they just rip, like they set a pace, then at any moment they rip that pace out, and they just run straight for the hills. That's why they call Wild Dogs. They set a pace, 𝐿aKhan got comfortable, and he just turned it up by 10, and they just ran over them.
Yeah, well done again to the Wild Dogs, but ladies and gentlemen, with this being a best of 3, it does mean that they're going to have to fight one more time at least before being able to declare a victor. So there's certainly going to be another chance here for a tie happening in this best of 3 game, but that still remains to be seen though, because we're going to be going into game number 2. So, any thoughts so far, Neon Faith?
My thoughts is that I want to see what the band's coming in for this match, but let's just take a look at the replays for this match first and just see how they did manage to finish it off. Because early on, Wild Dogs, they were getting very, very strong. 𝐒𝐿𝐽, he didn't see how this happened, but we will see now the flash in, gets the steal, and 𝐒𝐿𝐽, oh boy.
Oh boy, yep. This is certainly not what you want to happen as a 𝐿eSIN in the first place, losing the buffs and getting completely ganked there by a 𝐷𝐿𝐽 of all champions, you know. So in any case, this was a first little scuffle that they had for the Dragon. Didn't quite work out well there for the 𝐿aKhan side though, because they just ended up conceding up to 5 kills there. Practically an ace there to the Wild Dog side, and even though 𝐿aKhan was able to get at least 1 return kill, it still set pretty much the tempo for the first half of the game, because you could see the Wild Dogs were just basically able to move around with very little impunity. So this was another fight that 𝐿aKhan tried to eke out here. It looked like it was going well for the 𝐿aKhan side at least. They were actually able to bring Wild Dogs very, very low down and imagine pop a GA or 2 in the whole fight here. In fact, this was the point where 𝐿aKhan started to try to tie up their scores here. They almost tried to find a kill on the Taurus. In fact, they chased him all the way to the base, but weren't quite able to find that last kill.
Yeah, and the mid lane turret was just so low. They managed to get, and look how low Xena is. There's he has to rack away at. 𝐿aKhan were like, I want to get that kill, but they weren't able to, so they were looking this. And this is a good turn for the side of Wild. They get the kill onto Tante. Tante goes down. The spin from 𝐿aKhan will get more. Taurus gets the knockup with the Wukong. 2 members did already for the side of 𝐿aKhan, and it just seemed going all so well for the side of Wild Dogs. They were doing incredibly well. They start the Baron off. They know you have the man advantage. Look at Xena goes to the back line, gets the pull. 𝐿aKhan tries to get the steal, the move forward as well, but it's not enough. He does get the kill onto the clone of the Wukong, so he thought maybe I got the kill, guys, but he only got the kill onto the Wukong. And Yanagi, I don't know what happened here. He altered into the fountain here. Maybe it was not his intention. He dies, and because of that, Wild Dogs had to back off. They almost get the kill on Taurus. He does manage to get the Zhonya's in time. They get the kill on the 2 other members as well. So I thought maybe they could go for the end, but it was a little too risky because Diana and 𝐿eSIN were coming up, but this was no set adapt inside. 4 dragons here for the side of Wild Dogs. The emotes coming out as well. They take the game convincingly, and you know, even though we saw not a lot of highlights for this match, it's because they both played at an incredibly safe pace.
Yeah, I mean by safe, you mean like slow. But then again, you know, whenever both of these teams are that close in terms of skills, you know, these kind of slow pushes, you know, they really exemplify the respect that the team will have with each other, because it's only through these kind of slow plays that they're actually able to pull off the strategies that they're trying to work against their opponents. So again, can't really fault them for that. But at the same time though, the way that Wild Dogs was able to get a very early lead on and pretty much held that advantage throughout most of that early game pretty much made it very difficult for 𝐿aKhan to actually find a way to come back into that situation.
Yeah, I mean, 𝐿aKhan, they played decently well the mid game, because like we said, they were like playing where they were ahead. They were playing with a lot of confidence, but when they were overconfident at one point, when they started to go for the Baron and the TPs came in for Wild Dogs, they just changed the whole fight, because they basically negated all the lead that Wild Dogs had accumulated in the early game. They equalized, and they tried to force for the Baron, but all members of Wild Dogs bought a teleport. They came in, they swept out 2 people, they backed off, they caught another member of Lakan being too far forward, and they start the Baron, they get it, they win the fights, they almost end the game. Yanagi flew into the mountain, maybe for a quick holiday trip, and right after that it was just too much for him.
Yeah, you really cannot afford to make a misplay like that, right? Like, flying into the fountain, why Yanagi? But then again, there's always a second chance, and that's why we have best of 3s here. It's pretty much to allow, you know, teams to have a second chance in order to try to come back with probably either a better strategy or a refinement of their previous ideas. But in any case, this is going to be another chance here for Lakan to try to break the fight against Wild Dogs, to prove that this first game isn't quite a fluke, that they're still very much in this game here. So we're still waiting on them to actually bring us the fights though. So until then, I suppose I'm just going to have to sit around and make friends with you.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think making friends with me is a good thing because I can give you all the juicy skills of what Alien does at night.
Yeah, like what do you guys do at night actually?
Well, usually what we do is we think about what is the best way to prevent a player from picking Rengar top.
And have you found any effective strategies to that end?
Nope.
Aww.
That's what I always see. But if we look at the comments here, Dave Garcia says, "See that mountain fly? Only me." So, Yanagi, is that you? Dave Garcia, are you Yanagi? But talking about Yanagi, we are going to go into the first bands of the match to see what is the bands. Lakan will be picking the blue side since the loser is able to pick the side they want to play. So Lakan will pick the blue side. Let's see what is their first ban. Akali banned away immediately by Lakan.
Yep, the first ban out of the way. Wild Dogs will ban out the Ahri this time. Who are they going to ban out next? 𝐿𝐼𝐍 is going to be the next one banned out. So I'm expecting Lakan probably going to ban out the Camille or probably ban out Gragas. Yep, it's going to be the Gragas that's going to be banned out. So again, I think pretty much a standard sort of kind of ban here. So a lot of things are still on the table, I have to say. We still got 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐶𝐬𝐶, we still got Dianas. Could even go for a Braum in there in the mix somewhere. Fiora can still be picked up. Camille still can be picked up. In fact, Camille just got picked up by the Lakan's over there. So, you know, there's a lot of options here for these guys to play with.
Yeah, the Camille pick is good for Lakan, but I would think that it's going to go to jungle, so 𝐿𝐼𝐍 will not be able to play his 𝐿𝐼𝐶 because 𝐿𝐼𝐍 does prefer the 𝐿𝐼𝐶, but it almost forces Wild Dogs to pick the 𝐿𝐼𝐍 here because they don't want to give it away, especially the Ziggs as well, so they have to pick both. They don't mind giving the Diana, I think, because Diana doesn't synergize that well with Camille, and Ziggs should be fine. And if you give Ziggs and Camille or Ziggs and or Camille and 𝐿𝐼𝐍, it's just a combo which is a little too hard to control, and Wild Dogs is smartly taken away. But of course, with 𝐿𝐼𝐍 banned out, they have to go probably with another ADC, which might be the Corki.
Yeah, I mean Corki, and they're going for a Braum here as well. That's going to be a very strong lineup here from Lakan, especially if they have someone to play the Camille here. I'm really interested to see what the Wild Dogs is going to pick here in response though. So Jay is going to be picking Garen, it looks like. Inagi still undecided at this point. So far, do we have the 𝐿𝐼𝐍 and the Ziggs? What can they go with here? An Ezreal?
So looking for a poke comp coming from the side of Wild Dogs. So going to be a lot of poke and a decent disengage from 𝐿𝐼𝐍 and Garen. And let's see what Lakan do. Respond with this. They have good engage with Camille. They have to have a certain amount of follow-up. Of course, Braum has a decent follow-up to jump in. And even Eagle Seraphine is actually very strong here because Braum is really taken away. So you can't use Braum to stop the Seraphine. So it's going to be a Seraphine mid, Corki, Braum, Dragon lane, Fiora at the top, and Camille in the jungle. And what the Wild Dogs answer back, they have a slot in the jungle. Will it be the Rengar for 𝐷𝐷𝐻? 𝐷𝐷𝐻 played the very mean Rengar. Let's just see if he does lock it in. He does hover over the Wukong, so signaling to me he will go for the Wukong. It will be so a more team fight based comp coming from Wild Dogs as well. Lakan, if they get a good engage with Camille, comboing with the Encore from Seraphine, with all the damage from Corki and Fiora, this could be a quick night for Lakan. But if Wild Dogs manage to get a long-lasting fight, then when they want to fight, Wukong goes in with the Cycler, with the Guardian ulti, that could be a different story altogether.
But it really depends on whether or not they can actually pull off like good rotations, doesn't it? Because if they don't all show up to the fight at once, I think it's going to be quite easy to actually pick apart their composition here. So that's going to be a bit of a risk that I think Wild Dogs is willing to take here. I mean, given that they're already one game up, certainly it does mean that they have the ability to just take risks like that, but it's certainly surprising and I guess kind of telling the level of confidence that Wild Dogs has to decide to run a composition like this, especially in the grand finals. But I think it still remains to be seen. Yeah, still remains to be seen. But from what I'm seeing here, it seems like Wild Dogs are looking very confident that they might actually end up 2-0ing this.
Yeah, if they play this card correctly, they have it's not a draft diff, but if on paper, if you play the poke draft correctly and perfectly, there's literally nothing opponent can do. But that's only if you play perfectly. It's very hard to do that, especially in the game of inches. And we're going to go into the second game, possibly the final one, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be 𝐿akan on the blue team. They picked it up because they lost the first game, but they'll be raring to go. But on the red team will be the previous round's champion, the previous game's champion, while they have a 1-0 lead against 𝐿akan. Let's just see how they perform. And like I said, if Wild is able to perform to the Popcom's potential, they are looking for a win again in the Warrior Summons Odyssey, but 𝐿akan are there to fall them in their steps.
Yeah, looking like a very standard laning phase so far. We do see the 𝐿akan doing her jungling things right around the bottom lane, which currently is being held by the Braum and the Seraphine. They're both laning up against the Ziggs as well as the I believe that's the Yanagi there on the Ezreal. So in the meantime, on the top lane, we do see Tante being on the Fiora, fighting up against the Garen. I expect that this is going to be a very familiar top lane for most of our viewers at home here. And I don't expect to be seeing too much trouble there on the top lane for much of this fight, in fact. Now we do see empty bottle on 𝐸𝐮 trying to get a little bit of a setup here by the bush and trying to go for a bit of a jump here onto Yanagi's empty bottle, getting very aggressive up in front, actually ends up soaking a lot of damage as a result, and they haven't really found a good trade there in return. So this might be a bit botched here as Taurus now joins in the mix. He sees BoyJ trying to go for a jump on top there and says, no, my friend, you're not going to get the gank this time. And with 0 kills on either side, it looks like it's going to be a disengage on the cards.
Yup, they do disengage. They don't want to go deeper into the fight, and now Jay walk up, does get a nice riposte on the side of Tante. He knows this matchup, he's been it, and you know, when you give Jay Garen, it's just basically giving him the comfort that he wants, and be very, very strong. But now, I think, they are falling into the trap. Nice root, just have the flash, and he's going to have to back off here. It's going to be very, very dangerous here. And for those of you who don't know, I just forgot that this happened. It's a Ziggs and Astral bottom lane together, and this was pulled out by Wild Dogs a few weeks ago where they punished this exact lineup. They did it against Tante. Tante died 3 times in the lane, but he was playing Darius at the time. So, Senna in the mid lane, he has no way to escape, has a flash, and Barry has to, oh my goodness, that's so close, but he'll just barely manage to live. And I'm surprised that they didn't even go for the ult, maybe just to secure the kill, but that could be a missed opportunity coming in. But the Senna gets will be cornered out here. He has such a chance to get away, and he's just being annoying here. You know, Ziggs support, it's a real thing, ladies. Ziggs support is really, really strong.
You know, that Xena, it's gonna be counting his lucky stars there, because if Gats wasn't in the area, that would have been a straight gank in the mid lane there. So well done to Gats, being in the right place at the right time, making sure that your mates stay alive, and that's exactly what he wants to do during this early stage here. 0 kills so far. We are 3 minutes into this match, and it's looking like this is going to be the pattern so far. BoyJ now going for a red buff on that Camille, but pretty much not going to be looking for any ganks on the cards. At least not quite yet, until we do see some dragons come into the mix, and there's going to be one coming up now in about 25 seconds. So let's see what 𝐿akan or Wild Dogs will try to do in this situation.
Actually, very well done from... Guts has no flash. Goodbye, my friends. He will go down. First burst will come in, but there's going to be a lot of damage on the bottom side of the map. So Now, Taurus here, he has the ultimate here, so gonna go in onto both of them. He will get the knockout as well. 𝐿𝐸 will come in, Boyjay will escape with the hook shot, but now Taurus will get the knockout on the 2, will almost kill off the Rob, but now flash in from Zenna will get 1, they'll get 2, there's gonna be 2 kills, a double kill for Senna. The goal is equalized, but most importantly, they just get the kills when Dragon has spawned, so it should be a clean Dragon here, but package picked up by 𝐶𝐞𝐫, he might try to buy a little bit. Gats will buy a little bit of time to knock up onto him. He knows, okay, it's a little dangerous, we have to back off just a little bit. And Yanagi will barely just dodge out the big bomb here. And I thought for sure they could just start it because Jay was in the front, so maybe they would just rush it down. I don't think they would be too afraid of 𝐶𝐞𝐫, but now then he has the ultimate. Will he try to land it onto the Garen? No, he will not. I'm surprised that he's holding on the ultimate. I think he does know that a team fight could be imminent, so he wants to keep it up. But from the side of 𝐿𝐸, they'll pick up the Rift Scholar here. You can see still a slight goal link to the side of 𝐿𝐸, and they'll start off Dragon here. So let's just see how they do. Like I said, if you play the Pokemon correctly, it should be very, very strong. They're going to throw a lot of poke into the mid of the fight, but I think they're giving this up. They know it's going to be very difficult. They're trying to get a lot of mid priority here. The Mega Death Bomb will try to get the steal, but it won't be enough. Will be slain away by the side of 𝐿𝐸. So the Cloud Dragon will go to the side of 𝐿𝐸.
Yeah, they tried to buy as much time as possible, and it has worked out so far for 𝐿𝐸. They've managed to secure the Dragon, and it's very, very crucial, especially with the jump that Wild Dogs was able to do onto them. So it looked like it was going to get really hairy there for a moment, but it looks like 𝐿𝐸 has successfully calmed things down for themselves, so they can now focus on the upcoming objectives. The Rift Herald going to be coming up in 25 seconds. A bit of a push here happening by Wild Dogs onto this top lane, so 𝐒𝐮 is going to try to defend here. Empty Bottle is going to jump on the front. Looks like it's going to be a Q2 here as Taurus is able to pull back. A bit of a disengage is going to be called here as Wild Dogs now are going to be peeling back. The Wild Rift spawning in a few moments here, but it doesn't look like 𝐿𝐸 is too interested in getting Rift Herald quite yet. They have a lot more problems around the map that they need to solve here. Particularly, this bottom lane needs a bit of solving here from Jay, as Tante is able to just slip away from the crutches of the Garen just a moment ago.
Technically, Wild Dogs should be stopping this take coming in from 𝐿𝐸, but they are just too far away. They can't do it, so they can't face check as well. But they do just chunk Boyjay a little bit. He will be able to check out the Rift Herald as well. So it depends on how they use it. But at the same time, Taurus is looking for a fight in the mid lane. Will take it down. Does deal a significant amount of damage to the side of 𝐒𝐮 on the 𝐶𝐞𝐫. He has to back off here. Zenna, of course, walking up with Jay. He's gonna probably try to siege up this military, and a flash in from Zenna to get the taunt onto the Braum. Goes in back for the 𝐶𝐞𝐫. He will not get the kill, but oh, what a riposte coming in from Dante, just dodging out the drop in from Jay, but they will take the top there as well. 𝐿𝐸, they're looking to run away with this game with almost a 4,000 lead already, so they're not making it easy for Wild Dogs. So Wild Dogs, you gotta be careful there. We might be looking at a game 3, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, they gotta be really, really careful here because 𝐿𝐸 might have an opportunity here. Empty Bottle is gonna go up in front. Jay is gonna try to hold his own. Hexay ultimate is gonna land it on him. Boyjay is gonna use that in order to pull away. 𝐿𝐸 now have control over the bottom river so far, but there's no Drake to actually take at this point, but they're going to use this opportunity to de-ward, get some control, get some minions pushed up to the tower, and hopefully take away this tier 1. This is the best case scenario that 𝐿𝐸 is going to have to run here because they've already picked up the net worth lead. They're already tied in terms of kill points. Now they just need to try to find an extra kill here. They might just find one on Taurus here. They got the charge straight on him and a pop away. Now they're going to try to get another one onto Xena, pulling a lot of damage here onto Xena, but still no kills to be found. Well, 𝐿𝐸 cuts their losses. They peel back and they're happy enough with just that one kill onto Taurus.
6,000 goal lead coming from the side of 𝐿𝐸, and it'll be very hard. Like, we have seen bigger comebacks. We've seen 9,000, 8,000 comebacks, of course, but it's going to be very difficult because they're playing a Pokemon. When you fall behind as a Pokemon, you don't have that straight burst you want. You can just, the thing is, when a Pokemon gets ahead, you can keep ahead for a very long time, but when they fall behind, it's going to be very difficult for them to come back for the win. So you got to see how they do perform for the side of Wild Dogs. And if they do not get the pressure up, I mean, they do try to go for plays, but it's a little bit too forced. It's going to be more natural. And they gotta be fighting their objectives because they can't allow 𝐿𝐸 to start the objective and just hit the objective for free. They gotta poke them out with the Ezreal, with the Ziggs, with a little bit of damage from the Winds of War as well from Zenna. So giving them the freedom and okay, never mind. I just saw Zena eat all the hardy fruit. When Gat was at high HP, Zena, how could you do that to your friend? Are you that hungry, Zena?
Must be one hungry hippo there in that center. So, in any case, they're going to be all gathered up here for the feast. Boy J, empty bottle, and 𝐿 now trying to get some control as the mountain drake has just spawned. They're going to be picking up the skull crab here for insurance sake. Pretty much at this point here, they try to go for a little bit of a start, but they know that the Wild Dogs is going to be coming in here because they're going to want to try to contest this dragon here. It is literally too valuable to ignore, but it seems like ignore is going to be what they do because the fight is just broken up in the mid lane here. Tante getting really low. They do get a bit of a knockdown onto Yanagi and trying their best to try to get some kills, but right in the middle of that mix there is Boy J and Vodias doesn't quite save his shit though, and unfortunately 𝐿aKhan is going to have to peel away with having lost a single member.
They lost their member, but 𝐿aKhan, they got the mountain dragon, and the thing is, the one criticism I have of Wild Dogs is always, not only in just this game, whenever they fall behind, they tend to go into this cocoon where they just want to sit back and relax and just want the enemy to come to them. And last time they actually did this against Mad Dogs, it was very lucky that Mad Dogs were able to just walk up and just give the kills to Wild Dogs. So if this happens again, Wild Dogs could be considered the luckiest team ever, but it's not proven yet. They haven't. 𝐿aKhan don't seem like a team that just runs in and looks for blind fights. They are very calculated in what they do. You can see only just 6 kills in the span of 10 minutes, so very little here. But just look at the farm coming in also as well. Gat, of course, the support, so you don't see a lot of gold, but he's going to build damage, so over time, technically, there's going to be extra damage. But
Yo!
Goodbye.
What happened there? Garen just completely picks off there, caught completely off guard. So 𝐿aKhan now able to pick up that one man there of a Wild Dogs. That's going to put them in a really tight spot here because otherwise they're going to try to push out this mid. So now the Den and Boy J are going to use this opportunity now to counter push, and this might actually hand them a tier 1 turret. So this is looking very bad here for the side of Wild Dogs. They're going to try their best here to stand their ground, to try to hold their own. Unfortunately, they lost the bottom side turret to Tante, and they're trying to get a reverse kill onto him. That Uno reverse card doesn't seem to have worked so far because Tante slips past them like a chopstick trying to pick up some jelly. Now, the thing is, Jay is going to try to hold his own against 𝐿aKhan, but again, they still lose that mid-tier 1 turret, and it looks like they're going to lose even more here. They can't quite get out of the way of all that damage. Xena, Yanagi, and Gats all so low. Jay low as well, but not even a single kill. How is this even possible?
Does the side of 𝐿aKhan, they're playing very safe. They're not over-committing for the fight. They just know that, okay, we don't have to kill them because when we push them off the map, we get all this jungle map, and if you look at the kills, 4 to 3, it's just a 1 kill difference. But take a look at the goal, it's about a 10,000 difference. So it can't be from the kills, there's only 4. So what 𝐿aKhan are doing, they're forcing Wild Dogs to rotate, fall back, heal, and while they're healing and falling back, 𝐿aKhan take farm, they take the jungle camps of Wild Dogs. So when Wild Dogs come back on the map, there's nothing to eat. So they're going to be staying hungry, it's going to be 10,000 gold down. So nothing for them to do, and Gats has to burn the flash because the pressure of ultimatum is just there, and gotta be too careful here. Gats, if he's caught out here, he might get ultimatum immediately. Of course, the rest of the team is there to help him out. Zena doesn't have the ulti though, so maybe extra careful. Of course, Jay here as well, not going to have the best of times against Tante. Tante a little bit too strong for him right now, but of course, anything is possible. Warrior, if you walk up a little bit too confidently, you could be taken out here, and still 11,000 gold. The Mega Inferno Bomb does drop in the top, but that barely does anything at the same time. So 𝐿aKhan, they're looking comfortably and pretty up in the lead. So this will probably go to game 3. But I've been wrong before. I've been cursed many teams.
Yeah, I know you and all your curses here, but they're really trying to ease off some of that pressure from the top lane here, so that 𝐿aKhan at least has a bit of a foothold they can use in order to try to defend this last remaining tier 2 turret that's on the top lane. A bit of a fight breaking out here. Taurus sacrificing his clone in order to rejoin the rest of his mates as 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐸 and 𝐷𝐷𝐻𝐻 are still attempting to bring the pressure on this tier 1 turret. They still want to get the kill here, and they still want to get this push done and underway. Getting right up into the face here. They are successful in their endeavor so far in the mid lane, but they still are trying to find that one last turret here on the top lane. Can they do it though? It looks like they have, as 𝐿𝐼𝐥𝐝 is going to be the one to wipe out all of the tier 2 turrets here. There's virtually no turrets left in the lanes here for Wild Dogs. So I think it's been a pretty good push so far from 𝐿𝐼𝐥𝐻.
Yeah, 𝐿𝐼𝐥𝐻, they're doing great. They're not over-committing to these fights. They poke, okay, back, poke. Okay, they say that's enough. And with the Ocean Dragon spawning as well, what Wild Dogs did to them, they took all 4 dragons. 𝐿𝐼𝐥𝐻 is going to do the same. They're going to probably aim for all dragons here, but we might be seeing an earlier finish than the last game here. So let's just see how 𝐿𝐼𝐥𝐻 do this game out, because they're just going to take the dragon here. No contest at all coming for a while. They don't even check it here. They know that there is going to be almost no chance. The barrage comes very late from Yanagi, maybe not realizing that it's gone down already. And the thing is, the more that 𝐿𝐼𝐥𝐻 stall, it's better for them because they have a better composition in the late game. They have the 𝐿𝐼𝐥𝐻 that scales, they have the Fiora that scales, they have the 𝐶𝐚 that scales, and Braum just get tankier and tankier and tankier. And the thing is, they're also farming much faster, so technically the more it goes, they're going to farm. But of course, there's going to be a point where items doesn't matter. But a fight happening here, package is used by 𝐒𝐮 to disengage, but there is no force engage other than Taurus. So if Taurus doesn't get the cycle in, see, Xerath flashes in looking for engage, but he's just not able to. There is nothing for them to push in, and they're just getting split pushed to death right now at the top and the mid and the bottom, everywhere. It's so completely vulnerable because they have to move in the unit because they're not strong enough as 1 or 2 members to stop the push. So slowly they're going to get ripped apart by the side of 𝐿𝐼𝐥𝐻. They're playing this almost perfectly. They're going top, bottom, mid, like a domino, and now the bottom turret is so low. Okay, let's not force the turret. It's low, I know. Let's let the minions take it out. Taurus has to flash, so means no more things. At the same time, top side, they're looking for the top turret as well. They have 2 members here, and just slowly but surely, 𝐿𝐼𝐥𝐻 are tearing Wild Dogs apart.
I mean, just classic, that classic kind of strategy of dividing and conquering, isn't it? Like making sure that they are so split up into the different lanes there, made it almost impossible for them to focus on any single one of their objectives. And unfortunately, one by one, they just started to fall. So only 1 more set of inhibitor turrets left here for Wild Dogs. They're in an absolutely impossible situation here because bear in mind, Wild Dogs have not even taken down a single turret from 𝐿𝐼𝐥𝐻's side. All the tier 1 turrets are still up and alive here on the 𝐿𝐼𝐥𝐻 side, which is insane to think about, especially at this 16-minute mark. But that just goes to show the level of difference between these 2 teams here. 𝐿𝐼𝐥𝐻 is just having such an absolutely amazing game here, and Wild Dogs is just really struggling to find a foothold, and it really shows.
Yeah, and if Tante, he's just being distraction here, the turret, the Baron's going down here for the side of 𝐿𝐼𝐥𝐻. They take it down, and this just seems like a formality now. They'll take the top turret, they'll clean up the waves, to stop pushing it. Tante already has a big wave stack. He shows good night. Wild Dogs, this could be the last game for you. It could be the last 2 games for you. We are playing serious right now. Tante just dealing so much damage right now. They will take up the top turret here. They will just clean it up. And if Wild Dogs have to go, they have to go now because there's nothing left to defend other than the Nexus. And they don't even try to defend the turret gone. 𝐿𝐼𝐥𝐻 just says, okay, you don't defend the turret? Fine, let me just take it out and clean it up.
Swept in and took them out like a hurricane, like a tsunami, like all the storm-related sort of analogies that I'll love to put out there. But well done again to 𝐿𝐼𝐥𝐻. Now they've brought it to a game 3. A game 3.
Game 3, like I said, it's very difficult to play a poke comp, and when you fall behind in a poke comp like Wild Dogs did, nothing they could do. Literally, Xerath flashed in, they just hit by... Look at the stats,
yeah.
That doesn't even tell the half the story. You can just see, well, they don't have any kills, man. Yeah, the total of 4 kills for the side of 𝐿𝐼𝐥𝐻, and a total of 3 kills for the side of Wild Dogs. And you wouldn't think it's a stomp, but it was a complete stomp coming from the side of 𝐿𝐼𝐥𝐻.
It's like I always like to tell my girlfriend whenever I go out to take her out to a restaurant, right? It's always about quality over quantity. So those 4 kills may not sound like much, but those are 4 very, very impactful kills, and they've made all the difference in a match that's been as close as we see between both 𝐿𝐿𝐼 and Wild Dogs here. So looking at the damage here, I mean, nothing much to be surprised. I mean, 𝐻𝐿, of course, being on the Ziggs, will be doing the most amount of damage. I do want to note that you can see the amount of assists, or rather the assisting damage there. I think you can see there. It's a lot more spread out and even on the 𝐿𝐿𝐼 side, it looks like, compared to on the on the Wild Dog side. I mean, obviously a lot more the killing and the spilling, as we have to say, it's mostly focused on both 𝐸𝐸 and Xena, but overall, I think it's been a very, very strong showing so far here from the Wild Dogs.
Yeah, and people might say, wow, that was a really boring game, man. I didn't see them going with this, that. But honestly, for me, that was an awesome match to watch. The macro that 𝐿𝐼 did really just put them in a different level, you know. I'm like, Wild Dogs were outclassed in every single sense of the word. It was truly mesmerizing to watch, and every time Wild Dogs, I mean, I'm not going to see a better game than that in terms of just macro, because there's going to be much more gut-wrenching matches, much more close nail-biter matches, much more action-packed matches, but this match was just 𝐿𝐼 just out-macroing around the map. But let's take a look at the replays. There's not going to be much. But let's take a look at the replays to see what is there going to be. Of course, this is the first blood. They get the ultimatum onto 𝐻𝐿. He dies, nowhere to go. No choice, and Torres here does try to go for a little bit of play, and this was a great play actually. He waits in the bush, goes in, doesn't use the ultimate just yet. He waits for it. Now the ultimate comes out, gets a lot of damage, and we thought, okay, die failed, flash in, but Xena comes in with the flash, the taunt onto 1, gets a knock-up onto the Braum, kills him, gets the kill onto 𝐿𝐼 as well. And I thought it was some Dragon, but they don't. Like the mid lane, they get punished here. A little bit of a maybe an auto press from Xena going back in, and a nice riposte coming in from the Freya just stops the kill.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these early game fights were really just like Wild Dogs trying their best to try to suppress 𝐿𝐼 early on, because they know that as long as they can prevent that 𝐿𝐼 and that Fiora from coming up online, they have a chance to kind of end this game from the get-go. But that just didn't turn out the way they planned though, because 𝐿𝐼 came back, and they came back really strong. Starting from this fight here, Wild Dogs were able to at least get the kills done, but 𝐿𝐼 was able to, just outplay them in terms of the macro, really outfarm them, making sure that the net worth was very squarely in the lead for D.R.N, and pretty much, like you said, not much highlights to be seen there because there's not many kills to go with, but that Nexus went down way faster than we all expected here, and my goodness, it's just like, the whole match was just leading up to that one moment, and unfortunately, it was just too short for us to really appreciate it.
Like I said, not a lot of replays to be shown in the match highlights, but if you were to just rewind later when we have the VODs available in our match, if you're a coach, right, that wants to coach your team, show them that video of what macro is just so important. I mean, watching it as the coach, I was literally like, okay, that was pretty good from 𝐿𝐼. That every time he just did the perfect play in my mind. Okay, cause when you coach a team, it's never going to be a point where they do everything perfectly. There's always going to be hiccup because they're doing it in real time. As someone that's sitting in a third-person view, I can say, well, that should have been done better. But you don't know that. But 𝐿𝐼 played like they had a vision of the whole map. They played like they had a vision of the whole map. It was just... this is a beautiful match, man. Wow.
Beautiful plays. I mean, it's the game sense, where players that have really developed their game sense, can really have a huge impact in the way that you do your rotations, you do your timings. It really changes the game, so to speak, especially when you are playing in a competitive setting, when you're really competing for actual cash prizes, when you got all the kind of pressure coming in there. It's all about the game sense. You need the gamer's mind.
Gamer's fucking... What's there? Look at the comments. I saw a lot of comments go through when you play Dakar. We have a 𝐿𝐼 Valencio saying, exquisite macro play done by 𝐿𝐼. I couldn't say it better myself. Yeah. All these plays. Everyone's like, just really, really just... Oh, I mean, I gotta agree, it's such a great match. from Lakan. But don't go anywhere, it's still a best of 3. 1-1 each.
Yeah.
It's still not over at all. And I just now I saw a comment coming from 𝐢𝐿 𝐒𝐿, thanks for the streams just now. I remember I set the scrim with her just now. So we had a scrim earlier. Thanks for the scrim. But thanks for dropping by as well to our stream. So I really appreciate it. Thanks for coming up. And I really appreciate it. So,
and don't forget, guys, to vote, because down there you can vote on who you think is going to win this round here. We already saw 1 win so far from 𝐿akan, 1 win so far of Wild Dogs. It's going to be one last game here. So let us know in the vote section down below. Let us know who do you think is going to be winning this round here. Is it going to be 𝐿akan or is it going to be Wild Dogs?
I think if you ask me, if Wild Dogs played with a lot of confidence, they could win. But just overall, in a battery game sense, I think 𝐿akan wins.
Oh.
Overall, I just think, but the thing is, they're more consistent. 𝐿akan is much more consistent. Wild Dogs, true to their name, is really wild.
That's ironic. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Sometimes, even though when you're the best, you're still prone to the occasional mistake. And yeah, it happens, guys. Sometimes it just happens. But yeah, in any case, between these two teams here, it's really difficult for me to even predict right now, because looking at how they're playing at this rate here, it's obvious that Wild Dogs and 𝐿akan are both very wary of each other. You know, they're really giving each other space. They are respecting sort of like the kind of picks and the kind of abilities of the individual players here. So it's going to be a really tough fight, especially when coming into game 3 now. They already have a pretty good feel of what their opponents are capable of. So, and given that there's money on the line here, you can tell that the backroom discussions are probably at an all-time high. The tension in the air must be really palpable at this point, you know. So, I mean, good thing that we're here in the commentary table, because otherwise, if we can be on the fly on the wall where the players are right now, it's gonna be super intense, I expect.
Super intense indeed. And you know, I can imagine the nerves coming from both teams, because 𝐿akan just played the game of their lives. And to replicate, that's going to be a difficult thing. But let's take a look at the bans for the third and final match. Wild Dogs, because they lost that match, so they picked the blue side here. So blue side picked up by Wild Dogs.
Yep, so there's going to be Ari first ban here from Wild Dogs. 𝐿akan now responds with a Kali ban, so the pattern's going to be dictating things here. I would expect a 𝐋𝐈𝐍 and a Gragas being banned out here from Wild Dog's side. So yeah, I think this... Oh, okay, they're going to be banning 𝐾𝐿 instead this time around. So that does leave the Gragas open, but still, I don't think we're going to be seeing much deviation as far as like what's available in the pool between both of these teams. So yeah, anything can still happen now in game 3.
Yeah, of course, we're going to go to game right now. Let's just see what the players to pick up. I really think a Gragas first pick will be in the cards, and it's going to be the first pick here, because Wild Dogs, they do love the Gragas here. 𝐿akan. Oh, Jarvan. I was suspecting a 𝐿e, but 𝐵oyG maybe not fancying his 𝐿e today. Just thinking, okay, I didn't play that well the first game. Let me just deviate away. You know, let me not force the hand of the Wild Rift gods. You know.
I mean, that's how you know he's playing serious now. He's not actually playing for keeps.
He's playing a team player. You know, getting the 𝐷𝐿ev and the 𝐿e𝐲 in already. So 𝐸𝑛𝑎𝑔𝑖 probably forced to play, because they know 𝐸𝑛𝑎𝑔𝑖 is a good 𝐻𝐼𝐍 and 𝐸𝐷𝐿e𝐲. They take both away. So 𝐸𝑛𝑎𝑔𝑖 is probably forced to play either Xayah or Ezreal here. I do know he plays a mean Xayah. Ezreal, not that bad, and I haven't seen the 𝐸𝑛𝑎𝑔𝑖 Tristana in a long time, so it might be a nice treat here. And once again, Jay will get his comfort pick as Garen.
Okay, so he's going to lock in the Tristana. That's going to be interesting to see from the Wild Dog side. So a couple more picks will be coming up for 𝐿akan. Let's see what the Den and 𝐒𝐮 are going to have on the cards for us. It looks like it's going to be a Ziggs Orianna. No, it's going to be a Jarvan Ziggs. They're going to be picked up here by 𝐒𝐮. And for the Den.
Wow, so a lot of combo potential for 𝐿akan, and 𝐿akan might be playing a similar style to what Wild Dogs were playing. And did you see a Fizz locked in?
Yes.
And a Sona?
Yes.
A Sona is locked in? Shout out to Noisy Boy in the house. So it's time for the Sona to come in for our first showings in Summoners Odyssey and a Fizz as well. So Wild Dogs, they're throwing it all out. It's all in.
Wow, I certainly did not expect that at all. Like, this is, I mean, guys, this is going to be a treat because Wild Dogs, they clearly are giving us a show here tonight, because going for the Sona and the Fizz, these are not conventional picks by any stretch of the imagination. But I don't know, it does seem like maybe they have watched a few of Noisy Boys games and figured that maybe they want to give a little bit of a tribute to their favorite producer here.
Yeah, maybe Wild Dog, because they have been always pestering me, so especially Gats. Gats always getting me the rank up, you know, Gats. If you win this, Gats, I'll give you a big clap, alright. But it's gonna be up against Lakan, a very strong team. So I'm just interested to see how Lakan do deal with that big pick. I mean, Fizz and Sona, man. Wow.
Did not expect that at all.
Not
But
at all.
I mean, fair play to them. If they want to play that, that's what they're going to play. So game number 3, it's going to be admittedly a bit of a challenge, but if anyone can pull it off, it's going to be Wild Dogs. So let's jump in, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 3 now. Wild Dogs versus Lakan. Winner takes all here. Well, by all I mean like 88 ringgit. But then again, who cares? It's going to be for the money now between both of these teams.
Wild Dogs, of course. Sona with the Corgi Fizz. Not Corgi, I mean Dog Fizz skin here. So a little bit of a, you know, I don't know why these Warriors players, they like to say skin gap. So perhaps maybe a little skin gap coming in. Of course, 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐷 is picked up, but you can't match the Doggy Fizz. He's a great skin here, so it'll be very difficult. At the same time, maybe Jay is losing this top side because he doesn't have a skin. Maybe, you know. I think it's gonna be. So, but then Sona as well gonna be the pick. So he's not gonna be in the lane too much. I think Sona will be moving around, and Jay gets a decent trade onto Dante. Dante has to be looked after here, almost to 5 stacks. So Jay has to back off there, has to eat the honey fruit, and he does miss on a couple of CS, but I think should be fine here. He will be able to most down, but I'm just interested to see how Gats plays the Sona.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was mostly the pressure that Jarvan was bringing on that top lane there that was causing Garrett to fall a little bit behind, but certainly not a terminal situation there as far as the top lane is concerned. Empty bottle in the meantime though, looks like he almost had to jump onto Yanagi, but couldn't quite stick the landing unfortunately, so the Yanagi still is going to be alive for now, still going to be kicking in this bottom lane. And they're going to wait and see if they're going to be able to try and go for another gank here. In the meantime, mid lane though, looks like Jarvan almost had a little bit of a jump there onto Taurus, but Taurus now going up for the scuttle. Xena is going to be falling back a little bit there as the Fizz, but Boy J and then not able to find a gank so far quite yet. 2 minutes into this match.
2 minutes into the match, and you know, as someone that analyzes the game, I don't know what to say about this comp from Wild Dogs, because I'm trying to rack my head about something that could be done with this comp, but I don't see much. Maybe it's something you see in solo queue, I guess. There is a combo maybe with Fizz, Shark, and Sona ulti that I'm not seeing here. Maybe there's something about that. Maybe there's a synergy between Sona and Tristana. I don't know, but I'm just not seeing it here. But I'm hoping for the best for Wild Dogs.
I mean, whatever the plan is, I'm pretty sure that Wild Dogs has one, and they're going to be showing it to us really soon. But for the moment though, it's pretty much a standard laning phase. I mean, they are farming pretty well against each other. Not really much of a clear advantage here, at least on the bottom lane, because both the Corki and Yanagi, who is on the Tristana, is still doing pretty well, 5 for 5 so far. Boy J now joining in the mix here as a Jarvan, just de-warding a little bit, trying to keep the Wild Dogs on their toes. But so far, it doesn't seem that his presence there has intimidated them in any stretch of the imagination, because Gragas is still going around picking up buffs like nobody's business.
Yeah, Taurus is not interested in ganking at all. He is actually having a hard time to gank even any lane, because Ziggs will be most of the time forced back. Because the thing about Fizz is, just for you guys know, I'm a Fizz main in Wild Rift. I don't play Fizz much anymore, but he used to be my main. And the thing is, I have 600 over games with Fizz. And the thing about Fizz is he hits an incredibly strong power spike after his first item. But that's the thing about Fierce. After that first item, he doesn't have any more power spikes. He doesn't go anywhere near, so it's going to be very difficult to see. As you can see, also Cloud Dragon spawning in 5 seconds here. So going to be a main point of contention. So Xena has to go back, get items as quick as possible because it's going to be very important. But now he's going to be started out here. Boy J. Just thinking of the Raptors here, he does have the time, so no worry about that. And now, just take a look at the items here. Let's just see what does Xena have here. He usually has the Rod of Ages, so this is his power spike. He has to wait. I mean, unconventionally, you don't see Rod of Ages a lot unless you see Finn stock, but it's still usable. It's not to say it's not usable. So that just tells me that Wild Dogs are going for a scaling comp.
Yeah, that could be possible, but then again, I just worry for Wild Dogs if they can't really get the scaling up just right. They're going to be losing this out massively, especially on a game tree like this. So do they want to take that risk? They're going to be taking one here on the Dragon because there's going to be a bit of a jump here in between. They're going to try their best here to try to get some kills as Jay now holding the front line. But it's going to be Taurus now getting banged up. Bing, bomb, boom. That's going to be a kill there onto the Gragas. A first blood, in fact. And now they're going to be peeling away here as they've already done the damage that they need to do so here. They have already taken the Drake away on the Lacan side, and have also taken 2 kills. So job well done so far.
Job well done indeed, and they're taking the mid turret as well. Nobody around to stop it. The Central Charge will finish off, and already can see a 2,500 goal lead for Lacan. So it's not to say Wild Dogs are not trying again to get the bottom turret as well, but the empty bottle on the Guardian will stop the advantage here, so it will stop the turret from going down. Thus mean that this turret will be safe, still maintaining that goal lead for the side of Lacan, and gonna be happy there. Tante of course clearing the waves with the spin will be very, very quickly. So now of course we'll pick up the scraps here. Jay is sticking around maybe to try to catch Tante up, because no ultimate from Xena means not a lot of kill potential as well, so will not be fighting for that. As 10 seconds still the River spawns, Tante will still stay at bottom. We'll be setting up the split push pressure, and I thought they were going to put Fizz at the bottom to try to deal with Tante, but just Tante is a little too strong. I don't think even Jay could deal with him. Rift Herald has spawned. That's appearing on your screen there. They're looking for the top side of the map. Going to be very, very hard to contest here. If you are Wild Dogs, Taurus has to probably back off here.
Well, yeah, but that's the thing. The problem is if he backs off from there, there's pretty much no space there to try to cover the Rift Herald. But given that they're already taking it anyway, I don't think it's going to be wise for Taurus to stay there any longer. But the Fizz is going to be joining up with him anyway. There is a little bit of a kill here that they managed to pick up into Tante. So on the bottom lane here, it looks like they managed to get that 1 kill. And on the top lane though, they're trying to get a trade though. In return, Xena might be the one to get picked up there, but he's still able to stay alive for now. Taurus, unfortunately, didn't quite make it though. He's going to be in the fountain. So Wild Dogs now, they are certainly hurting a little bit. They've lost that tier 1 turret on the top lane, but at least Tristana is able to take a turret on the bottom lane in return. As now the Lacans are coming in here. They're going to be taking a tier 2 turret here. Jay is now going up in front here. He really wants to try to get a return kill, possibly onto Boy J. He is doing the damage there, but it's not really getting locked down here as Boy J literally walks away from him and escapes, thus making sure that Lacan does not pay for any of the damage they have just done onto Wild Dogs' base.
Oh, the pullback from Tante looking for the kill onto Xena. Xena just squiggling away as the little fish dog he is. Does try to run away. Jay will be chasing down Taurus as well. Has the flash, so maybe looking for a body slam flash here. No, Tante will be escaping out. And the thing about having Sona and Fizz, you don't have any wave clear. So the only person that can wave clear is probably Taurus throwing out a barrel, trying to stop the wave, or Jay going in to spin. And when Jay goes out to spin, he's going to be poked out so much by Ziggs, by Quirky, and another turret goes down to Lacan because they just have an incredible siege con coming in right now. And you see, then the Dende is just going to be so safe here. So even though you see Wild Dogs will just respect banning the Dende with the RE, he shows that, oh my god, 𝐿 took the Brit buff. This is just too much, man.
It's literally too much. They're going into their jungle and they're stealing their buffs. This is unacceptable and we will not stand for this, ladies and gentlemen. But in a case for Lacan, they couldn't care less because they are literally ahead in every sense of the word. They're ahead in turret kills, they're ahead in actual champion kills, and they're also ahead in net worth. So they have everything going for them. The only thing they don't have in their hands here is that Nexus, but you can rest assured they're going to be going for that next.
I'm going to go for that next. And now, of course, Ocean Dragon spawning in 8 seconds. They already have the Cloud Dragon. So the thing is, having the Cloud Dragon as well help them with all that pushes. Jay is at the top. Probably going to take away the top tier 1 because Rift Herald is there to try to stop it. So we'll be spending a lot of time. Dante just says, nah, I'm not going to care about that. He does return here just to push out of the way because they're preparing for a push into the mid wave. The TP that's coming from Jay, he does clear Shelly and now comes in here. So, the Solar ulti lands onto absolutely nothing. Boy Jay ults, then backs off. And Nakali ulti comes in at the same time. Empty bottle, they won't steal the Ocean Dragon away. But is it enough? The Jay does ulti in the back line. Senna going in, but Senna, you have no damage. She does get a trade onto the Jarvan, but then the rest of the team has to back off. 3 members dead. Sona and Tristana running away. And you can see it's just so noisy in the back now. Just a flash coming in at the same time for the Sona. Won't be taking out Tristana, and Get says, alright, I get away.
Very cracking pun there, Neon Faith, but I wanted to say that that was actually worth it, but given the fact that they've lost 4 members despite stealing that Drake, I just feel that it wasn't worth it at all. Especially now that Lakan has just been given full initiative to push all their tier 2 turrets, and you still got Shelly on the way on the top lane. Things are looking very bad here for the Wild Dogs, and they're really going to have to dig themselves out of this hole.
8,000 in the Slammer. They have so much down, and with the Baron spawning as well, it'll be just so much done. Lakan, they're just owning the map. This is not macro play. This isn't just based on macro play. It's all about micro play because they are just forcing the fights here and they're winning it with just sheer mechanics. So they're playing extremely well. And now it looks like Lakan, they're setting up vision around the Baron. They know that Wild Dogs has to come in to check this. And walking around here, they have a little trap here set up by Boy J and Empty Bottle here. Of course, anyone can join at the same time. They do take the blue buff away. Empty Bottle goes in. He knows! He lands a 3-man taunt. Now they get the Sona and they get Taurus as well. Just solo 1 hit away. Does get the smite to survive. And the backline Jay does try to go to kill on the east side. Can see Zena tries going for the snipe here, but it's not enough. The damage onto him. Zena going back in, trying to get the kill onto east side. East side will go down with the second skill from Zena. Zena, will he escape? No, he won't. 3 members dead. They're chasing for Jay. Jay will just barely live. Will he go down? And then dead! That's 4 down. And is that the end of the game? Dante is pushing at the bottom side. There is no one left. Only Sona coming in, just spawning right now. But 4 members alive for the side of Lakan. Are they pushing in? No, they are not. The taunt that's landed. Gat's going to be soloed. Ulti does come up, but he's not enough damage here from the Tristan. Tristan trying to do his best. The slam coming in from Dante, flashing it into the rest of the team, but it's not enough. They will get 1, they'll get 2 inhibitor turrets, but that is all. But the 12,000 goal lead does now go to Lakan.
That's so close. That's so close there. But Wild Dogs, they still survive to fight another day. But can they keep fighting for long though? Because Lakan, as it stands right now, has every single advantage going to their side, and there's none at all for the Wild Dogs to actually even do from their side of the map. So I don't know, Neon. At this point here, I would say they're done, but given what we just saw earlier on, it seems like Wild Dogs, they might just still have a bit of fight in them left yet.
Oh, another taunt, landing at the Taurus here. He's tanky, but is he enough to survive? The fish does land onto the Ziggs, but he's just getting Zonia's out. Can see Boy J in a lot of trouble, but they get the kill on the J already. Taurus has to run away. Does go back in the body slap. A lot of damage, but is it enough? The Tristana here will deal a lot of damage, but who in the front does get a kill onto Taurus. The flash in, but who's in the back? Look who's in the back. Dante spinning, stay in the kills. It's an ace right now for the side of Lakan, and this could be it. Lakan pushing in the base. That time is still 20 seconds, but 1 last inventory alive, and looks like Lakan just says, that's enough. You had a great first game, but we, Lakan, we are not giving up. We're going to get the game. We're going to get the inventory, and now Lakan will probably get the win. Are they going to go there and have the minions here? No. Once again, I'm bamboozled and bamboozled again. Lakan going back to the base.
Well, looks like we're still going to be here for a little while, folks. But then again, you know, for Lakan, they're just going to be forced to work for it. You know, if they want to win, they're going to have to literally take down their base. And Wild Dogs, they're still hanging in there, dude. They're still able to stay on in this fight, even though they're so far behind. So, well, I mean, they're going to go down with, they aren't going to go down without a fight. So Lakan is going to have to shape themselves up for it. There's no 2 ways about it.
You know, Lakan probably just want to get more dragons here because they did lose the stolen one, and they're just going to get the Baron here. Nothing that Wild Dogs can do, even they don't have any long range to check it out here. So probably going to go down here, and Tonte will just be the meat shield in between them, even if they attempt it. So Baron, no contention coming in from the side of Wild Dogs. They will try to trade it away with the Mountain. But who cares? It's a Mountain for a Baron, and I think Lakan, and they don't even get it. Wild Dogs don't even get the Dragon. They're gonna push in the base.
They're going straight for it.
Super minions with the Baron buffs here. What can they do? Lakan, they get in. They try to get the kill onto the southeast end. He survives. Jay does go back solo. The cannons, the super minions, the ulti from Senna comes in, but then look at Budget solo won't go down. But look at the Nexus, they're hitting it. They're gonna be solo down to 2000 HP. They're hitting it, and Lakan, they're gonna be your champions for today's Wild Rift Summoners Odyssey. No contention whatsoever.
Woo! Lakan, champions here in the Summoners Odyssey. Well done. So that was a cracking best of 3, I have to say. It was close in game number 1. It was just as close in game number 2. And in game 3, it came down to the final fight. And it seemed for a little while that Wild Dogs may just have found a way out, but it just wasn't meant to be.
Wasn't meant to be, and they do the reverse sweep here. Well done, but let's take a look at the stats here to see what happened during that match. MVP does go to Boy J, but J on the other side was not doing as well. So JJ's, you know, the J threats.
Yeah, well, well, I mean, he's been involved in a lot of fights there, to be fair. You know, 16 fights, 15 fights for Empty Bottle, 15 fights for 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐸. I mean, these boys have been going around doing a lot of work all throughout the map here. So credit where it's due, you know. You got to give them their props. And the Den surely has done his dues here as a Ziggs, you know, picking up 23k in terms of damage, and certainly has played his part there as a Ziggs. As for the side of Wild Dogs, I fear that their decision to try to go for the Sona Fizz just really didn't work out for them in the end.
Yeah, maybe they're trying something new, maybe it's something to practice. Janagi actually played decently well on the side of their team, but just wasn't able to finish it all off. So I'm gonna feel bad because Wild Dogs, they really tried their best. They played the unorthodox comp, have a little excitement in the match, but Lakan was just too good. Just too good.
Just too good. Well, hopefully we'll be able to relive some of those goodness later on when we check out the highlights. But overall, I'm just happy, you know, the fact that we managed to get to a game 3, and given that it was a really close fight. I suppose the only complaint really would be that there weren't that many kills in this grand finals, but then again, with a level of play like this, who can blame them, really? In any case, let's go ahead and check out the highlights now, ladies and gentlemen. The last reel that we'll be having for today. Let's break it down.
Yeah, early on, it was just a forced fight coming in for Wild Dogs. They want to fight, but Lakan, they just had a better power spike. They had a better fight overall. They trade one, and just the thing is, when you buy a lot of Aegis on Fizz, you have to wait for the fights. You can't go immediately, and this later. They get the pick onto Tonte at the bottom here, but the top side, really, Torres should have just backed off here. He has no reason to stay. 𝐿i𝐻𝐻 went down, just seemed to surround them, and they get the turret here, and they're all stuck here. So they are solo. The Mega Death Bomb does come in, the flash in. They get the kill onto Torres here. He goes down, and they almost get the kill onto Zena there, but he just barely survives the Skinny Thief. And TP coming in from Jay, he was pushing the top side of the map, but Boy J just baits the Sona ulti, gets out of there before he even gets stunned. The Mega Death Bomb in the back, the 𝐿i𝐻𝐻 comes in at the same time. They do steal the Ocean away from the side of Wild Dogs, but it's not enough to win the fight. How low they are, because Zena does get a trade kill in the back, but in the front line, Tonte just raked havoc, get another 2 kills. And I honestly think Sona should have just sacrificed her life here to save Yanagi, but she just brings them to her, and they get the kill on the Chisnana, and she lives, so not the best of cases here.
Yeah, a little bit of miscalculation, but then again, they were literally trying to run away there for their lives, so can't really fault them for that. This is a bit of a knockout here that Lakan managed to do onto Wild Dogs, and they were able to pick them off quite effectively here. Though we do see Xena go for a little bit of a Hail Mary at the end there. Didn't manage to pick up the kill before getting shut down himself, but at least that was a trade that they were looking for, and those kind of trades were quite few and far in between here for Wild Dogs. So this was a bit of an extended sequence, I have to say, the defense of the Nexus here that Wild Dogs tried to pull, and they had been to be stuck there for quite a long time, right? Like literally pushed up against all fours here. 𝐿𝐿 constantly giving pressure, and then this little bit of a fight here that was happening on the top lane. Certainly didn't help out Wild Dogs at all. They were able to fight back somewhat. 𝐿𝐲 and the GA was popped up on the 𝐿𝐿 side, but following up for that fight, it wasn't quite a lot of damage done there, unfortunately, from the Wild Dogs, as unfortunately they just fell one after another.
Yeah, they tried to defend, and just the Baron minions were just too much. They just couldn't defend. The Sona ultis come just to buy a little time, but they don't even care. 𝐿𝐿, they didn't have to fight. They were just giving Wild Dogs the chance to survive, but they just hit the Nexus here. Nothing that Wild Dogs could do, and 𝐿𝐿, once again, will be a champions in Warriors Summons Odyssey.
Yep. Oh, I guess that's gonna be a wrap now, isn't it?
It's a wrap, man. So,
yeah.
So sadly for you, it's gonna be a real quiet time for you. You're not gonna remember anything, so it wouldn't be that bad. So you only remember things when you come back after the next session. So don't feel too bad. You know, don't feel too bad.
No, it's certainly not a comforting thing to think about, but okay, I guess.
But make sure to support IRL ASIA. Get us to 10,000 followers here, and maybe we get 10,000 followers. We release Victor from his eternal captivation. At the same time, get us some stars next time. You want to see some nice promo videos we set up for you. Also, even support even more, get a supporters badge. But it's the end of the day. My name is 𝐒𝐿𝐲,
and my name is Victor Cax,
and this is us signing off. See you next time. I love you.
It's all about humanity.
Je suis intéressée par les affaires. J'ai choisi le programme de UTM pour poursuivre mes études.
我係一名 full-time diploma engineering 嘅學生，喺 Space 馬來西亞工藝大學。
Selepas SPM, saya sambung belajar program asasi di Space University Teknologi Malaysia. Cuma 1 tahun. Lepas tu boleh sambung degree di UTM.
நான் ஸ்பேஸ் யூனிவர்சிட்டி டெக்னாலஜி மலேசியா என்ற பேச்சுலர் ஆஃப் ஜெனரல் ஸ்டடி பிஜிஎஸ் பட்டப்படிப்பை மேற்கொள்ளும் மாணவி நான் விரும்பும் துறையை நானே தேர்வு செய்யலாம்.
Di hari biasa, saya bekerja di sebuah syarikat. Tapi, di hari Minggu, saya merupakan pelajar program separuh masa di Space University Teknologi Malaysia.
مع الصف الكلي 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐨𝐧𝐞𝐫𝐬 أنا أستطيع أن أواصل دراستي في برنامج UTM IDP وجابان IDP.